I believe that we are live. Guys, do me a favor as you come down into the building, as per usual, make sure that you leave a 1 down up in here so I know that I am coming through abundantly clear. So I know that my audio and my visual is on point right now. And I know that everything is working appropriately. Would wholeheartedly appreciate that. At the same time, as you guys come down into the building, make sure that you throw a like on the video, all right? I think far too often, it's easy to avoid that like button. I get it, all right? You can see the thumbnail. You see the title, right? What do you say to yourself? Oh, shit, MTR was online. I got to come in thirsty for the knowledge. So then you just start watching. I get it. Forget to hit on that like button, all right? But you got to show me some respect. Hit on that like button for me. Uh-oh. Okay, I see some chats coming. It's crazy how it just, it's crazy how that shit just happens. Shout out to everybody that's coming down into the building. I see you guys down up in here. First and foremost, happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. I trust that you guys come in here with good spirits. I trust that your Saturdays have been going tremendously well. Mine has been going fantastic thus far. I had a fantastic breakfast this morning. And now I'm here. I'm here because you guys essentially vote me here with the amount of views that I see on the videos of when I go live. All right? The algorithm from a pre-record perspective has not been showing me the amount of respect that I think that I deserve lately. So I'm trying this live stream thing out, baby, for the time being. All right, we got to create a new meta in the damn space, which is funny because what's the title of the video that I uploaded last week? What do I call it? How live streamers ruined the manosphere. Here I am live streaming, right? So hopefully I don't add myself to the list. Shout out to everybody that's coming down into the building. I see you. Shout out to Michael Machuk, who started off the donations with a $5 super chat. Like number 1. I appreciate that, my G Patreon gang in the building. All right? Guys, do me a favor. Hit a like on the video. Would appreciate it. Gail, I see you down in there doing the moderator stuff. I appreciate that. Click the like button. All right, guys, listen to me. We got to get started on this conversation. Now, truth be told, let me tell you guys a quick secret. I did not watch this video, okay? So I think I titled the video something like Heated Debate. What did I title this video? Marriage Isn't Worth It. Coach Greg Adams versus the roommates. I didn't watch the content. Truth be told, I don't know. I'm taking a guess, okay? I might have to go back later and change the damn title of the video. I'm just taking a guess, though. But here's the thing. I know that this conversation is going to be involving marriage. And what I tell to you guys is that, you know, when I have conversations with people, you know, out on the streets and shit like that who have watched the content on the channel, or even like when I go live on my Instagram at The Real MTR, make sure you guys go up there and follow your boy. When I do, though, when I have these conversations, one of the biggest thing that comes up in regards to the content on the channel is thoughts on marriage, right? Should I not? How it is? Should I think about this? Is it necessary? And all of the above. And oftentimes I get challenged from both men and women when I go live on Instagram and shit like that, and when I ask me these different questions and they ask me regarding my points, my positions. And I think for good reason. I think it's for good reason because marriage is an important thing to consider. Writing your name on a dotted line of anything that you're contractually held to should be something that you should be able to consider. Along with that, we've all heard of the horror stories that have happened mostly to men. So if you've been raised in a society where there seems to be an abnormal or disproportional amount of things that hit your eye that tell you to do something, but then also you look down into reality, you see not only just the numbers, the divorce rate numbers, the falling marriage numbers, you see in reality, the men in and around your space complaining that they ever did such a thing. And it's something that needs to be considered. Shout out to all the super chats that are coming down into the building. Guys, we need to get into the content because I think it's a particularly long video as well. So we're going to kind of just hop right down in it. I don't know how far that we're going to get into the reaction, hopefully as far as possible, but let's just get back down in there. Shout out to Wrench Turner Presents. What up, Wrench? Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Nomondi, appreciate the 99 czar. Appreciate that, mama. I am he. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Listen, you guys over here just super chatting just for the love of the content, for the love of the stream. I wholeheartedly appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. Shout out to 1800 Young Trash. Interesting name, my young scholar. But he says, let's get active. Yeah, let's go get active. Shout out to Pure Yang. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat, my G. Coach Gang in the house. Let's go get nasty, boys. Shout out, my G. I appreciate that as well. Let me also do this before we get officially started as well. I said that I dropped this on my Instagram before we get started. All right. Just to notify the IG gang that we're going to be going live. It's a one-man show up here, so I appreciate you guys showing me respect as I do this shit. Hold on, give me 1 second, and then we're going to get active. Got to make sure that I do this correctly. I don't upload nothing to IG that I don't mean to. You know what I mean? That would be bad for business. Shit. Yo, IG, what up? Listen, we going live again. All right? Come up. Go up to the YouTube channel. We going live right now. Come through, all right? Yo, IG, what up? Listen, we going live again. All right. Come up. Go up to the YouTube channel. All right. Shout out to Matt Lambo. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. You and It's Complicated needs to go do another collab. Glad to see you live streaming again. Enjoy your Saturday, good sir. Appreciate the $5 super chat. Yeah, I just talked to It's Complicated not too long ago. I want to say like a week or so ago. Maybe even less than that. We had a brief conversation. Yeah, yo. Absolutely. I got a lot of things cooking in my life coming up here in the near future. So I'm going to be extremely busy. And truth be told, guys, a lot of content creators and then some content creators way bigger than myself have reached out to me in order to do some content. But just my schedule right now is not going to allow it. And also my content strategy at the time, I was just like, you know what, let me just focus on building up my image, my brand from the place that I know that I can do it best as of right now before I start doing all this traveling and ish like that. But, you know, the foundation of this channel was created on the strength of talking to other people. And you guys already know I have not shied away from that. It's just, you know, from a content strategy perspective, you got to switch things up strategically from time to time. All right. All right, guys, let's get down up in there. I'm cool on IG. All right, let me refresh this. Hold on 1 second. Let me turn this on right here. Boom. All right. So this live stream comes from a channel called Valuetainment Money. I am not familiar with this channel right here. Guys, do me a favor as well. Hit on that like button before we get officially started. All right. And let's get active. All right. Here we go. Oh.
All right, welcome to the Sozcast, episode 60. This is where finance meets romance, only here on Valuetainment, the #1 channel on the planet for entrepreneurs. My name is Adam Sosnick, and I'm here to help you men improve your status, your financial status, your relationship status. I want to see you win in life. Not, what do we always say? I want to see you get paid, laid, and do it your way. And speaking of getting paid and laid and doing it your way, we got an expert panel in the house. They're going to tell you how to handle your money, how to handle your relationships, how to handle your man, how to handle your woman. You know, Coach, you're gonna let these people know today.
We're gonna give them the real.
We're gonna give them the real stuff today. Yeah. If you have not subscribed to Valuetainment, go ahead and subscribe right now. Let's get this party started. So let me introduce our panel today because I've been told, don't spend too long on introductions. Get into the meat and juicy stuff.
Get right in it.
We got to know our guests, y'all.
Yes.
So anyway, with that being said, Coach Gret Adams, this is your first time on the show. Hafiz has been on the show. Ali's been on the show.
Okay.
But Coach, let me understand this correctly. You're a speaker of truth from what I hear.
The speaker of the truth. I'm the Bruce Wayne of this, and don't forget, I'm the king of content and the space. Okay. That's what you have to remember.
There it is. Yes. So you're also an author of The Free Agent Lifestyle, amongst other books, correct?
Other books, The Evolution and 52 Things That All Men Should Consider Prior to Marriage. That's a long title, but it's called 52 Things.
Right. And the reason they call you Coach, like, I think it was Myron from Fresh and Fit. I believe he once described you as a defensive coordinator, as a strategy to protect men from women out there?
I'm also the Buddy Ryan of this. I'm on the defensive side of the ball. But,
Gotcha.
But I am the coach. I was a coach by profession at one point.
What did you
Yes.
coach exactly?
Women's basketball. This is why I know so much about women. I've traveled with women, flew, hotels, all of that. I spent time with a lot of women. And before you get started here, this kind of what leads me into knowing a lot of what goes on behind the curtain.
Gotcha. We're going to revisit that. These WNBA type women out there. Are they really women? Well,
that'd be a good
we'll get into that
story.
We'll get into that. And then our friend Hafiz.
All right, just real quick. So a couple of things that I'm noticing. So Coach Greg Adams is new to this platform, but Hafiz has been up here before. Hafiz is the young brother from the Roommates podcast. So I think it's going to be an interesting dynamic to see the host of the show, who is just this gentleman right here, how he handles who he knows before as a previous business partner versus kind of this new entry. Also within it, obviously, this content is dedicated towards men's eyes. How do I know that? Because he said we talk about money and we talk about women, right? Those two things. Men typically respond to those things. You understand what I'm saying? Oftentimes of what I've seen and within this whole entire men's space is that you have this relationship, dating kind of content, and you see these other podcast shows wanting to invite some of us down up in here because they want men's eyes on their content, okay? So keep those different things in mind as we continue to go down.
He's here from the Roommates. You know him, you love him. He hosts a hot podcast called The Roommates what's your partner?
Chris Belo.
I haven't really spent time with Chris, but I spent a lot of time with Hafiz.
Yeah.
You also own a men's debonair clothing company called The Standard.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And if I could summarize you just want to help men improve in life.
100%.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm excited about being here. I gotta be a little closer to the microphone, and also you're really loud in my microphone. Louder in my headset. Because if you guys can take Adam down a little bit,
turn me down.
You guys are killing me.
Okay.
But nah, of course, man. I think to me the biggest thing that I'm really consumed with in this space is I feel as though there's a lack of actual quality advice. I think there's a lot of people who make content to make money. And that content may or may not be benefiting men in the long run. And so to me, I want to genuinely see lives transformed. And that's what we're excited about. That's what we're excited about with The Standard. Actually seeing men's lives transform. It's not just about a bunch of characters on the internet sharing their ideas. It's actual real human beings that you're seeing their lives actually improve, actually become better. And so to me, that's what I'm excited about the most.
This is going to be a good conversation. Because I'm not sure how familiar that this brother is with Coach Greg Adams. But was that a slight to Coach? I don't know. Let's just keep going.
Brother. And we spent some time last time in Miami. He had 50 suave-looking gentlemen in the club. We were at my bar, Bodega in South Beach.
Of course.
Came through. It was great. I mean, like when you're talking about, don't talk about it, be about it. You were with a crew of men that were all representing, let's just say it like that.
Of course.
And then Allie, you know her, you love her, you've seen her, wife, mother. Interesting story here. Former ICU nurse turned OnlyFans superstar.
What?
Proudly.
Yeah, I'm very comfortable with it.
I get
a lot of hate for it, but I'm very comfortable with it. And I've done a lot more since just propelling my OnlyFans career. I also am the CEO of WetSpace, which is an crypto adult platform. And so there's a lot of things that I'm doing now that are vastly different than where I was. Obviously, 2 years ago, I was a suburban hockey mom. And so this is all new territory for me, but I feel like, I wear it proud, and I'm kind of a different, fresh alternative face to the industry, and I think people will be quite surprised with my past and my education and just kind of where I've come from.
Yeah, I think you have
a couple of things. I will admit that is a very interesting background from an ICU nurse to the adult industry. And she has a website. I'm not even going to bring it up and put it on a stream. She said adult crypto website. What? And she's a mother? Is she married or is she divorced? This is going to be Let's get active. Let's get active. Yo, send this stream to your mama, your pappy, your grandfather. If you got sons, daughters, I don't give a shit. Send this out to your group chat. Send this out to your boys. Let's get active. Let's get started. You understand what I'm saying? I have a feeling I'm going to have a particular issue with what she's going to be saying. So let's get active. You understand what I'm saying? Let go.
a lot of advice for women out there and for men as well. So
Yeah.
I know we're going to share some of that today. You need to come through?
Look like she got enhancements.
Okay, all good. Natalia in the house. She's always here.
Hello.
You love her. You've seen her. You want her. People are DMing. People are DMing me.
here
What's
for
up, bro?
value.
Hook me up with Natalia. What's the deal? I can't go that far. Nat, fill us in on what you got going on, and let's introduce, and then we'll meet our panel officially.
Well, I first want to say welcome, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. It's a beautiful Thursday here in this rainy Florida, down south. But make sure you guys have your pens, your notebooks, and everything ready to go. We have a really great lineup today, and I think it's going to be a lot of value given. And, of course, if you're not already, make sure you guys subscribe, like, comment, and share because this is...
So, and how you make real quick in 30 seconds or less.
Natalia.
If you would just give us your relationship status and how you make your money. Again, we talk relationships and money, finance and romance. So relationship status and how you make your money.
Get right
Ladies
in there.
first. Go ahead.
Yes, I am a wife. I've been married for 21 years. I have 3 children, and I make my money through adult entertainment as well as through my other business endeavors, through Wet Space and running my own companies. Yeah.
Got it.
Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I need to check out this Wet Space real quick. Hold on. Sorry. What is this? What? Crypto? I can't wait. I can't bring this up on this. Wait, hold up. This website can say adult content. You must be 18 and older. What? She is married. Does she do content with her husband? Yo, I'm just. Oh. Yeah, I cannot bring this up on the screen, so I'm not gonna continue to go in on this right now because you guys are like, get back to the content, put this shit on. Hold on, let me. So I gotta reabsorb that real quick.
Ladies
Hold
first.
on.
Go ahead.
Yes, I am a wife. I've been married for 21 years.
21.
I have 3 children, and I make my money through adult entertainment as well as through my other business endeavors, through Wet Space and running my own companies. Yeah.
Got it. Hafiz.
Yeah, so married and make my primary revenue through the Roommates podcast.
And I didn't know. I thought you had a girlfriend. You're married.
Yeah.
Okay. How long you been married for?
About a year.
Okay, so this is all new. This is why
he's married right now. Oh yeah, we about to go up this damn stream. Shout out to Albert Aquino. Is it worth marrying a foreign lady, for example, like a Caribbean nice lady? Hey, listen, we're gonna get to the whole marriage discussion as we go forward. Stay here and keep tuned. But I appreciate the $10 super chat. Let's go.
That's coming. So congratulations,
Thank you
bro.
so much. Appreciate
I didn't even know. I didn't catch
Yes.
an invite. Nothing. Coach, go ahead.
And I'm single, bachelor. Well, divorcee, and I make money through YouTube content and then coaching, book sales, and so forth and so on.
Got it. So divorcee.
Divorcee.
All right, so that's where we'll start this conversation because I've seen a ton of your content online, and I appreciate a lot of it. I really do.
Yeah.
I didn't know that you talk about you don't date, right? You talk about there's a lot of stuff you talk about, but just real quick.
He doesn't.
How long were you married? How long you been single now?
Married for almost about 9 years. It was just just short of 9 years. I got out before the valuable 10-year clock in California, which would have been very deadly for me. So I got out right in time.
Financially speaking, that's where basically you get screwed.
You
10
get
years
screwed over at the 10-year and 1 day mark. So I actually saw the light, and I was gifted an opportunity to leave that union. So it was factually fantastic. Yeah.
And how long you been single now?
Since it's been about a decade. So
okay, gotcha.
I've been in these streets for about a decade. Yeah.
In these streets. And how old are you now?
46.
46.
Yep.
Okay. Well, because you got the young face and the great beard.
People don't know, man. People all of a sudden, they come on and they're like, look at this 57-year-old. And then I have other people say I look 32 if I shaved it. I don't care.
That's the whole thing. Is
I always tell people, look at my chocolate skin. That's going to tell you how old somebody is.
If I look at your face, I'm thinking 36.
Right.
Looking at your beard, I'm thinking 119. I don't know, brother.
Hey, man, that comes from, this comes from almost a decade of marriage.
Exactly.
And a couple of years of divorce. So that's what's going to happen from there.
Well, respect. Yeah. Well, because I've been watching so much of your content, I want to start right where basically.
Yeah, let's go.
When I first heard this, I was like, "Who said that?" And then they said it was you. It was something called protecting your meat. Have you heard about this? Protecting your meat, and meat standing for your money, your energy, your attention, and your time. And basically, you've said that all relationships are transactional, and that meat is the value that you're given to women. So break down what this meat is and how can men protect their meat.
Well, the funny thing, when you use that phrase, protect your meat, obviously people are going to think, you know what? You know
exactly.
what I mean? But I try to use that as a metaphor to say, try to show men where your value is. A lot of times people will give men an idea, oh, there's other things that are included in this. Yeah. But it all boils down to, especially when you get to a point of marriage, what is your meat, your energy, that you're going to put in. Typically, men give energy to women. Women pretty much don't reciprocate that back.
Yeah.
I've never seen many men that spend a significant time with women and then come out energized, even in the bedroom. Most of the time, they're going to probably fall asleep within 15 minutes. But in terms of attention, if you remove any of these things, if you remove these things, you lose the marriage, right? Time is a significant value for men. And matter of fact, we call it, and also Napoleon Hill calls it, your most important asset. And many men will spend hours on end pursuing relationships, obtaining relationships, keeping the relationship alive. And then many times they will lose the relationship if they stop giving the time.
Right.
Now, the money part of it, everybody knows it's all transactional. You know, you've had girlfriends, you've tried to pursue women, you're going to give up money. Now, it's not a bad thing that the relationships are transactional. So when I say relationships are transactional, it's not a complaint.
Right.
Many people think it's a complaint, but it's just a reality. And we have to accept that reality.
Yeah, just like the reality of hypergamy. It's just a reality. It's just I don't. In fact, I've mentioned this a lot of damn times. I love hypergamy because I'm a competitor at the end of the day, right? So being a man that's a competitor, you love hypergamy because it gives you a degree of leverage because of the things that you've accomplished, because of the utility that you've implemented within your life. Let go.
Gotcha. Have you? So you've never seen Coach's content ever? Really?
I'm aware of almost everybody in the space kind of where.
That's cap. We've all seen each other's content to a degree. Now, what it depends on is how long that you've actually sat down and studied it. But to be a content creator, you have to understand kind of who else is out there. I call all the other content creators in the space my coworkers, but at the same time as being my coworkers, they're also my competition. You understand what I'm saying? It's competition, it's coworkers. It is what it is, friendly competition. But that's a bit of he has to have seen some of it.
Where Coach is at, a lot of people, I may have heard ideas from other people, but I don't think I've actually sat down and watched anything from like on length. I may have seen like videos or like reactions to certain people, but I've never actually sat down and said, okay, let me sit down and hear him. From my memory, it may have occurred in the past, but from my memory, I can't like quote ideologies or philosophies that he holds.
So what he's saying is that no, I did not watch his content, but maybe in the past I maybe watched his content. Already? Shit.
Currently.
But when you hear someone say, all right, protect your meat, and you're hearing him break that down, what's the first thing that comes to mind to you?
It sounds good.
Yeah, it sounds really good.
I think everyone should protect their money. Everyone should protect their time. Yeah. Right? Like, I think that sounds good. It's just how is that fleshed out? That's what I'm curious about, right? Because I think sometimes what I love about what you do so much, Adam, and I have to shout out what you're doing, is that you bring in people from different sides. You know, I'm really interested in, you know, hearing more about your life. I think it's an interesting dynamic, mom and OnlyFans. Were you the one who sat down with Ruslan?
I was.
Okay,
I love to call
I love what you do, Adam, because what you do is you provide an opportunity from different people to hear a myriad of ideas. I feel like a lot of times people on the internet sit in these silos of just one type of content, one type of information.
We're taking a cap off.
And so to me, I'm very interested in hearing all the unique different ideas so that the men can sit down and choose what is actually the best. What is actually going to tangibly improve people's lives, because to me, that's all that matters. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if it's from me or Greg or Adam or Ali. If the information makes you a better man, makes you a better father, you may not feel this way, but makes you a better husband, if it makes you better, that's a win. I don't care who it comes from.
I'm just a little bit confused here because, yes, he's right that people get in their own silos. And I've talked about this ad nauseum on the channel before, but now he's saying he appreciates hearing different types of content, but now he's also saying that he doesn't listen to one of the top men's creator in the space, Coach Greg Adams. Is that, chat, am I tripping? Am I tripping? L's down into the chat if I'm tripping. W's if you agree with what I'm saying. Is that not a bit of a contradiction, yes or no? W's if you agree with me, L's if you're like, yo, MTR, you relax. W's or L's? Let me see something. Why you always lying? Okay, there's a lot of W's that's down into the chat. All right, chat. Yeah, we're going to get active this particular section. I got to bring up the actual video, so in case I want to poll you guys, I'm going to bring up the different polls. Are we going to get active this damn stream? You understand me? All right? All right, let's keep going. I see all W's. I should put the cap back on, but I'll leave it off for right now.
And so I love the ability of unique ideas to being able to be discussed today, and I just hope the best idea always wins.
I love that. And here's what I'll say, and I appreciate that, Hafiz. Yeah. I'm not an ideologue, okay? Yeah. I'm a person who kind of...
I agree with him.
I'm more of an arbiter of conversation, an arbiter of truth, an arbiter of dialogue. I want people to have conversations, and sometimes they might be uncomfortable conversations. Sometimes they might say,
he's good. He's
you know
good
what,
interview.
Coach,
I like
you
him.
ain't no shit in the audience right there. And the Hafiz, man, bro, I got to tell you, respect, bro, but you're an idiot, bro. Or Ali, you're gorgeous, but you shouldn't be doing this. Or all good. Everyone, different strokes for different folks. But at the end of the day, what we want is the audience to get clear on what they want in life. That's what we say we want to get you paid, laid, and do it your way. It's your one life. I don't want you to have to live a life that's not yours.
Yes.
Okay, and there's so many people walking on eggshells these days, and there's so many people that are just basically trying to transform what they should say or shouldn't say. And on a show like this, it's like, just do you.
And to be fair, to your point here, a lot of men are kind of pushed into one direction.
Correct.
Based on a few things. And some people will say, hey, don't you want to get married? Don't you want to have kids? And a lot of men are uncomfortable with it because of what comes with it. And people will not really include what that is. And then he finds himself in it. And then he finds himself alone when it doesn't work out. The people that kind of told him to go that way obviously leave them. They leave him hanging. And that's where a lot of the frustration comes from. So it's a beautiful thing that now, in the first time in 70 years,
talk about it.
Men have the microphone. We have the power.
For the first time in how long?
70 years.
What do you mean the first time in 70 years men have the microphone?
You're old enough to remember this. You remember Ricky Lake. You remember Sally Jesse Raphael. You remember Oprah Winfrey.
Yes.
At that time, there was no counter opinion. There was no opportunity for men to say anything, even if...
What do you mean? There was Phil Donahue and there was
and you know
Dr.
Wait, who's...
Drew has been around.
Oh my God, did he say Phil Donahue and Dr. Drew? Listen, just because they're men doesn't mean that they're appealing to men. And that's the biggest thing. Like, just because that they're men doesn't mean... Steve Harvey. Who's sitting in Steve Harvey's audience? Is that men or women? Is Steve Harvey appealing to men or is he appealing to women? It's all been... The daytime talk shows, all the way... And it's even cross-cultural. Telenovelas. Shit, what's Lifetime? Lifetime is an entire network that was created to pander to women. Like, how many shows on Lifetime is women, soft, beautiful, elegant, was doing everything in her life to just make him happy? Man, big, strong, toxic masculinity. Get out of here, bitch. I know you're doing everything in your life to make me happy, but fuck you. And I'm going to go fuck my secretary. How much of content of Lifetime is that shit? Oh, we're so delicate and perfect and we do everything. And then you get these women, hold up. And then you get these women that take the information that they see on TV, on media, that panders to them, and they nitpick certain things out of their own relationship, and somehow they juxtapose the way that they feel in their relationships up to what they see on TV. How often does that happen? And it happens way often. It happens way more with women because women are a lot more emotionally based. They ride off of their feelings. They will feel like what they see on that show is what's happening to them in their relationship, and will compare you to it. Shit. Maury was created. First, it was just a normal ass talk show, and then they started doing the birth control shit. But I've talked about this ad nauseum. How many times has a woman come out and she's got 10 different DNA tests of 10 men? Does the audience ever boo her? No, but they boo the men that come on there. The guy comes on there, man, she's a thought. Duh. Where's the audience? Boo. Meanwhile, the stagehands are telling the audience to boo. If you guys never been to syndicated shows like that, those daytime talk show shit, they are telling you to cheer or to boo because they know their audience. Boo the guy. Decades. What did Coach say? 70 years. Ever since TV was TV. Let's keep going.
around forever. And
Well,
there were people
as you
before
guys
then.
know,
Jerry
those
Springer?
guys don't. Those guys,
Jerry
those guys
Springer,
typically,
yes.
you know, in
Montel?
order to survive, they tended to pander towards the consumer, and so thus
You're saying they weren't real men.
Well, I'm not saying they.
Jerry Springer was a bit different. Jerry Springer also did the paternity test and shit like that, but Jerry Springer also had a male audience. Why? Because there was a physicality component. Think about it. There was fights on Jerry Springer. So not only are you going to attract women for the drama, but you're also attracting men because of the physicality, the sports, right? The fights, right? That's why Jerry Springer rose up to the top, because not only did it have a woman's audience, but a male audience as well. Let's keep going.
Montel might hear this right now. But
See, I'm not here to challenge anyone to a physical fight or challenge their masculinity. However, we know how to survive in those environments, and that means you can't be overly masculine. You have to present a side that's going to address the consumer to sell dishwater or dish shampoo and that type of thing. So what's happening is men had to create their own lanes, essentially jump on YouTube and other platforms.
It's decentralized.
To get the mic to be able to say what they want to say without being canceled. So
TOS.
this is the beautiful time we live in, because now we get to see it. Even if you don't agree with it, you get to see at least another perspective. And it can't really be shut down, but it can be shut down.
I feel you on that. I will say that, I mean, as a dude, I'm with you. Like, I try to be like, as a dude, yes, but also as like a host of a show, there's a lot of guys out there who probably agreeing with you, but if there's women out there, be like, this motherfucker just said that men have been muzzled for the last 70 years.
And they don't realize it.
And they don't realize it. Do you think that men have been muzzled?
Hold up. Coach is hitting them.
70 years.
And they don't realize it.
Notice what he said right there. And they don't even realize it. Both the men and the women, they don't realize it. And that's the biggest issue. So if you don't realize it, you don't know how much of the shit that's put in front of your eyes that's strict propaganda. Propaganda. Propaganda has started wars. Propaganda has been utilized to take over nations, to kill men, women, and children. That's the impact of human beings being tribal in nature. Propaganda is real because we all want to feel a part of something. So if it's generated for the eyes of women, if it's generated for the eyes of pandering to women, but men don't even know that that's the case, then one must question, is it valuable to them? Uh-oh.
And they don't realize it. Do you think that men have been muzzled?
And just real quick, there's a lot of people that's writing down in there, I think, that's Jerry Springer was scripted. Name a show today that's not scripted, besides the shit that you see on YouTube. Anyway, let's keep going.
More women have been muzzled for the last 70 years.
I mean, I certainly don't feel like men have been muzzled for 70 years. I mean, I think there's been, plenty of, like you stated, women like on talk shows and such like that. I don't know that those platforms were used on either side really to voice the things we're talking about today. I just don't think people talked about it as openly as they do. Most of those were, as you said, around consumer or what was going to be catchy or get the audience's attention. Where I think today, like, there's just more of an open platform for people to actually have these conversations. And I think, I know it all too well. I'm judged every day. And it goes back to, like you stated, living your own life, living your own walk, and everyone has their own ideas. Nobody's word is law. And I think that's where a lot of people are getting confused today. It's like, this is meant to be an open dialogue.
Oops.
So you can kind of feel where you feel like is a good fit for you or where you would fit in. But there's just too much of this. It's not always black and white. And I think I'm a perfect example of that. I'm a wife, a mother, and I am doing something that is quite taboo for who I am. But I do it well. I balance the two. Nothing's really changed in my life outside of what I'm doing. And so I think I enjoy doing these type of shows because it does give me the opportunity to really show a different light to the industry, a different light to me as a person. I mean, who I am, Allie Ray, is very different who I am in real life, prior to this. And I think that's just the side that people don't get to see. And so it's always...
Every mother needs to understand that most of the content that hits your daughter and your son's eyes are made for girls or women. They need to understand that. You have to understand that so you can begin to curtail some of the things that they see in the frequency of what they have. There's a reason why men today are the most feminized that they've ever been in the history of our society. There's a reason because of that. It's multiple reasons.
something that I've got a cue cards and everything, and I'm just kind of but kind of all over the place here. But I find it interesting. You were married 9 years, okay?
Let's go.
And on the 10th day, he got out, kind of a thing. You've been married 20 years.
Almost 22.
22 years. If I had a cocktail, I'd cheers to you. And you've been married 1 year, okay?
Yeah.
And I was in a long-term relationship, single now, all good. What I want to know is, of your friends that have been married somewhat as long as you, I'm not saying as long as you, how many, let's say you have 100 friends. Let's just say 10 friends, just to kind of keep it simple. How many are still married? How many are happily
Great
married?
question.
How many are like, I just can't wait to be like Coach over here and just, I'm looking, and we're in the 8th inning, I'm trying to get out before the game's over, kind of a thing. If you would break that down.
Yeah, so that's actually interesting that I don't have very many friends, well, obviously because of my industry now, but even prior to that, because the friends that I did have that were in marriages, I've always been happy in marriage. I married literally to my best friend. We got married very young.
Here's what she wants to say. Damn, that was such a good question, and my answer is so shitty. So I'm just gonna talk about myself and my own marriage. That's essentially where she's going with this.
Young, I love him. I enjoy my time with him. We have fun together. I think what I would deal with is a lot of complaining. Like it was every conversation in the break room at work is everybody just hates their husbands. And it was like
these are the women complaining to you. And this is when you were a nurse?
Yeah, all the time. And I had a hard time connecting with people because it's like, well, here I'm going to be this girl like, oh, what? I love mine. We're going to go out and have drinks. You guys want to go? They're just the guys. I always noticed the husbands were always out with their friends and, the wives were always doing their own thing. It was a very divided household. And I've noticed this too. Even my sons, they're older now, but they've told me like at other people's house, it's just crazy. Like I never see the parents sitting on the couch together like you guys do, or like hugging or kissing, or walking in the kitchen. My husband slapped my ass. Like it's just those things. Like they don't see any affection, and so I've never connected with a lot of other people because of that. So to answer your question, if you said I had 10...
I really want to know her kids' feelings. I wonder how old her kids are, but her kids' feelings between her being adult industry. Does anyone know, write it down into the chat, is she the actress on her adult entertainment, whatever it is that she does, or is she like the producer? Is she behind the camera, or is she in front of the camera as a married woman with 3 kids? Does anyone know? Write it down below.
Friends in a room, I'd say maybe 1 or 2 have at least marriages for that long, but I've never met someone that I think is truly as happy as we are, or that enjoys their time together. And I'm not saying that's how a marriage should be, because a lot of marriages, they really thrive on that space apart, and that's important to them. And so maybe that's just not what they do.
Here's what I'm hearing. And then I'm gonna turn it over to you. You're an anomaly. Okay, you're in a loving, sex-filled marriage. And you had a
that's
career,
an anomaly.
And now you're doing OnlyFans. Like,
attention.
You're an anomaly, okay? Like, you're making more money than most women. You're happily married. Like, you're not the average. You're not the typical statistic. You're the
exception.
The exception to the rule, correct. But what I'm also understanding is that a lot of your women, 8 out of 10, are basically in this marriage where they're upset, annoyed, they're sick of their husband. Because a lot of times we hear on my show and shows like this, men kind of need to be like the man running the show, tell these women what's up. But, women have a voice in this perspective as well. Yeah. And they're kind of being the complaining behind the scenes. Go ahead, Coach.
Well, I want everybody to understand. I'm going to look into this camera right here.
Come on,
so
Coach.
I hope you see me very well here. I want everybody to understand and remember that everything I say from this point, she backed it up. All right. So it's basically 0. All right. You have no hope, no chance. Past the 20 years, and that comes from experience. It also is the experience.
You have no chance of passing 20 years, you're saying?
No. You can pass 20 years. You'll probably be roommates, and you'll probably be overweight in a busted Pillsbury biscuit can, or you'll probably be the exception to the rule. But the data shows us, plus the experience that she expressed, that it's a very difficult thing. Yeah. And this is what I want men to know.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is very difficult. Many people will simplify it for you. They will say, oh, just do this and do that. And they will lead you on a wild goose chase. And that's my perspective. That's all that I offer. I tell men to not get married, especially when you don't have leverage. However, I also tell you Do not listen to people who simplify this. This is a very complicated thing that most people fail at miserably.
Yes.
Got it.
And this is what I want people to
And here's the thing, guys, and I'm so open to the conversation of why it fails so often as what it does. But I think that's the importance of ensuring that you're having conversations with those, both on the good side and on the bad side. But it just seems interesting that there's so many on the bad side in modern times today. And is it correlated between the issues that we talk about on this channel regarding the modern man and the modern woman? I think that it is. Let's go.
Tee up Hafiz, because you used a few things there about not getting married. You said sometimes
if you
you'll
don't
turn
have leverage.
Okay, if you don't have leverage, we'll talk about that.
Huge.
And you talk about
and
turning.
Here's the thing. You know the best way to have leverage? Not get married. That's one of the best ways. But let's keep going.
To roommates. Well, this guy is the roommate, the host of the Roommate channel. When you're hearing this, you've been married 1 year.
Let me clarify that. If you get married, you are essentially saying, I give up my leverage. Fundamentally. You are fundamentally saying all of the things that I can utilize in order to ensure that you respect me, that you keep your waistline in check, that you won't take half of, right? It goes out the window. You lose a great deal of your leverage. Now, there's things that you can enact, such as a prenup, right? In order to ensure that there's components of your leverage where you're saying, listen, you're not going to utilize me for a pension plan. You understand what I'm saying? So there's things that you can be able to utilize. Shout out to the lead attorney down into the building. Shout out for the $100 super chat, my brother. You want to get married for love in 2022? Okay. These divorce lawyers are out here waiting on you. Salute, brother MTR. Shout out, my brother. If you guys are unfamiliar with the lead attorney, you should be. The lead attorney and I did a live stream. I want to say it had to be like a year or so ago where we actually talked about how to ensure that if you want to get married, your prenup is ironclad. He's a 20-year divorce attorney. He knows a thing or two about this particular subject. All right. Listen, at the end of the day, I want to ensure that men understand the things within their life that they can do to create and craft the most happy, the most joyous components of that life. And what are the tools that you can utilize? There's some men that believe that it's marriage. There's some men that I'm here today to tell you that it may not be, dependent upon yourself, your particular disposition, the amount of wealth that you've accumulated, and your goals into the future, such as having children. So let's go back down there and see what else that we can learn from the scholars. Shout out again to lead attorney, sponsor of today's stream. Let go.
And by the way, this guy's a sharp, informed, very intentional guy. My assumption is he didn't just trip and fall into marriage.
He's seen myself before.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So you've been you're a calculated dude.
100%.
Okay. So when you're hearing Greg say this, and even when you're hearing Ali say this, how are you processing this information?
This is really good, and I'm excited about how this conversation can develop because I think you've maybe did you react to me and AMS's conversation a couple of years ago about marriage?
I didn't react to it. I didn't do a reaction video.
Okay.
But yeah, I made a comment about it.
Okay, you made a comment about it. Okay. So
I think I actually reacted to that, but let's keep going.
So to me, I'm really excited about it, but it's also key to talk about experience. Mm-hmm. Experience shapes your view, right? Yeah. So a girl who's been abused by a lot of different men, she's going to have a very cynical leaning view towards men. A man who's been cheated by business partners will have a very cynical view about having potential business partners. Correct. So it's also unique to talk about we have to be honest. Yes. Yeah. Nobody here is 100% objective. That's one of my arguments always with red pill stuff. They say they're speaking the truth. You're not a robot. You know, you have your biases, right? Call it for what it is. We all have our biases. I have biases. You have biases. Coach has biases. As much as we think we are, we have to be 100% honest to the people about our biases.
Yeah, I 100% agree with him. But if your biases, if you want to call it that, are rooted in facts, data, and statistics, right? Because people can talk about their truth all day, but what does the truth compare to what the numbers show, right? Not your anecdotal experiences or you just trying to will yourself into something that works, right? Can I will myself into being #1 draft pick? No, I can't. I look at the stats of that as a young high schooler and I said to myself, you know what? I'm going to go this corporate America route because it makes a little bit more sense to me based off of my unique talents that I brought to this world. Let go.
If I'm an individual and I was divorced and I had a difficult experience via marriage, I'm going to have a biased opinion via marriage. Allie has a positive experience with marriage, so she's going to have a bias towards, well, great marriages can work, right? So similar to me, the people I admire the most, the people I look up to, are married people. Patrick Bet-David, Jordan Peterson, my father, Pastor Mark Driscoll, people who I look up to the most, right? Long-term marriages, the people that I celebrate a lot. Long-term marriages. My father and mother have been married for over 30 years. Great, healthy marriage. So that's my opinion. My pastor, Pastor Heidi Lewis, been married for over 25 years.
Okay,
that's my worldview. And so to me, hearing what he's sharing, there is truth in that. Everything what everyone's going to share is going to be truth in it. Yes, if you, like my dad told me a very powerful point. I love my father. He's such a wise older man. He said the most important decision you'll ever make in your life is the one you marry.
Choose.
And it can go one of two ways. And this is what I want the guys to understand. We're not teaching naivete, which is, marriage is a perfect thing, and you just meet the one and live happily ever after, and there's no issues, there's no divorces.
Right.
We're not teaching naivete. Marriage can be the worst thing in your life. It can be an absolute living hell, and I guarantee you, you can go for days, and you know so many different stories about people which marriage is an absolute living hell. But we don't want to teach being naive about the realities, but also we don't want to teach nihilism. Right? The other end of the extreme. Marriage is the worst thing possible, and the women are out to get your money, and everyone's miserable, and everybody's roommates, and everybody's this. Because there are some individuals, such as what Alex communicated, who are in happy, healthy long-term marriage, right? So you don't want to be naive. You want to be nihilistic. You want to be as real as possible. Give me the good, the bad, and the ugly. And my biggest thing is that I understand that marriage is a very difficult thing to get right. And the same thing is like, I love how what you do is marriage and money, right? I think we're going to be talking about those two things today. Adam, you're a 1% man financially, right? That means 99% of people are trying to get to where Adam is. Most people live paycheck to paycheck. They're struggling. Their lives suck when it comes to money. Most people are struggling, but they're trying to get to where you are. That's how I view relationships. Most people are in really sucky relationship. Most people, it's a day-to-day war, hell, the way work is, the way the gym is. But then there are some people who are having it at the highest of level. The same way nobody says, oh, well, most people are not going to be in the 1%, so screw it. You should even try. It's, 90% of businesses end in 10 years. You should even try. We say, if somebody's going to succeed, why not you? Which is why I love what you're doing. If someone's going to be rich, why not you? If someone's going to make money, why not you? If someone's going to have a great podcast, why not you? So for me, I acknowledge that the top of the mountain is rare. I acknowledge that. But what I also acknowledge is that if somebody's going to win, why not it be you? And how can we help as many men as possible get there? Everybody won't be able to get there, but how many
look at Coach.
As many men as possible get there. Everybody won't be able to get there, but how many people can we help get there? And that's what to me matters the most.
To me, it sounds like the hope strategy. So it's like, let me take it out the words that he's saying, and let me try to put some logic as a framework behind it. It's kind of like, let's take something completely different. Let's take let's say buying like a motorcycle or something like that, right? Right, like, can I buy a motorcycle and have fun with it? Right, I can hope that no one else on the road is going to do something in order for me to fall off that motorcycle and potentially kill myself. But here's the thing. I choose not to buy a motorcycle because I understand, at least, and then drive it on the main street, because I can't just hope and will myself that someone else will not do something illegal, right, or be staring at their phone, right, and then hit up into me, and then something then happens, right? So it's like you have to be able to take that risk. But see, the difference is that within this risk of marriage, it's sort of like, imagine signing up for a business partnership where if something goes wrong, I take 100%, maybe like 80, 90% of the bullshit, right? And you don't really take anything else, but we both sign up to the same contract. So it's unevenly distributed who gets the bullshit and the shit end of the stick, right? Because more often than not, she's going to take half your shit if you're the breadwinner. More often than not, she's going to get the kids. More often than not, she's probably going to get alimony depending upon how much money that you make, right? She will get. it's unevenly distributed. So it's like setting yourself up for something without understanding the other side of the coin is negligence, all right? However, everything in life can be utilized as a tool. Are there happy people out there that are in marriages? Yes. Are there people who have been riding motorcycles their whole life and haven't gotten any accidents? Yes. But it's all about the risk of your particular situations. If you want to buy a motorcycle and you live out in the sticks, that's one thing. You want to buy a motorcycle and you live downtown New York City, that's a completely different thing. Are you, from a relationship perspective, are you much more the person that's in the rural territory, or are you much more of a person that's downtown New York City? All right? Let's keep going.
Gotcha.
Preach. I love that.
Now, when you hear something like this, obviously he's sort of saying, all right, I hear you, coach. Your marriage didn't work. You got out, thank God, before the 10-year mark. So you'd probably be a little bit more spiteful than you are. I'm not saying that you're spiteful, but you'd be even more spiteful if you're paying a ridiculous amount of alimony and everything that you'd be paying. But is there anything wrong with that if he's saying? He's basically saying, I hear you, coach. It ain't easy out there, brother. Like, life's tough. Marriage is tough. Making money is tough. Things are tough. But don't tell me that I shouldn't get married, or don't tell me that I can't have a successful marriage. How do you process that?
I don't think anyone says do not get married. I think they caution people to say do not get married. If I say do not get married without leverage, that is a position, right, that you can change. Thus, if you read my book, it says once you get to that position, you can then make the decision. You'll probably come out better than going in it without it. However, this is what I will always say. When men do find that solution does not work out, they are left alone. There's nobody to help them. So people encourage people, hey, why not? Give it a try. But when you go bankrupt, when you lose your kids, when your kids are taken from you, when the courts kind of punish you for making this decision or punishes you for being a slightly better, higher earner, then nobody's there with information. Nobody's there with context. No one's there to help them. And I believe, not feel, I know, understand, believe, and I have evidence to show that men are left alone when they don't succeed in this endeavor. And that is the void that I feel. Because I can tell you, hey, men are alone in this situation. Men are homeless. Men are thinking about eating guns. Men are thinking about, they have no way out. Men are losing big time, and we're losing a fraction of men due to manipulation, due to people trying to, they may be hurt. A woman might be hurt in a marriage, or she might feel that she's not being appreciated. And then she throws a grenade in the room. What happens then? See, that's where I come in. I get to show you what happens when the grenade is there. And I also encourage you, you're not alone in this. A lot of people come to my content and they find out, oh, you too? See, before, as I said, 70 years ago, 40 years ago, 30 years ago, there was nobody presenting this side of the argument.
This side, I see what you're saying.
This right here. Nobody, they just left men alone and they said, well, you must not have been hitting it right, or you must not have loved her right, or you must have abused the kids. That's what she said. She said that you were, and nobody came to this position. So listen, there was a void open and I ran right through the
so
hole.
when you talk about
leverage, about what he said as well, shout out to Coach Gang. What's so interesting is that there's components of our media which have leveraged men's innate masculine want or need or crave to provide security, provision, and protection. Case in point, I got a old head, one of my old heads in my life. He's going through a significant divorce right now. I mean, he's being wiped clean. And within that, I thought through one of the biggest questions that Kevin Samuels asked on his channel when he's talking to these women is, at the point that you get pregnant with, whoever it is that you want to get married to, do you expect to work? Most of the women inevitably said no. This was key learnings from most men, that they didn't understand that. They thought that getting into a marriage, having kids, they were going to still work. And that's because a lot of women think that they will want to do that until that child is born. This old head that I'm telling you guys about went into the same marriage. They were both working. She had the kids. And then at the point that she had the kids, didn't want to work anymore. So within it, he had this idea in his mind that as a man, I must keep going forward. I must protect. I must provide. I must make sure that whatever that she wants, she gets, because that's what a real man will do. Well, guess what? They're going through a divorce right now. And because they're going through a divorce, and because he made that decision with her for her to stay at home, he is being wiped completely clean. Clean. And it's so sad when you see this shit.
Leverage. Break down what you mean by leverage. Are you talking about in a marriage before you get married? Are you talking about a prenup? You're talking about a set of rules, guidelines? What's this leverage you're referring to?
Well, a lot of men, a lot of men are looking to be loved.
Facts.
Right? So a lot of men, the transaction is always men.
And I try to say, listen, bump love. You want to be respected. Let go.
Women receive. So in this instance, once men do a lot of giving, they may sacrifice, they may risk things, but they're risking the little things that they have. They don't know what they're going to lose in the future, right? So by that point, they will probably avoid a prenup. They might say, I don't need a prenup. I don't have anything, right? And so he'll get married. He'll build some things. Once the commitment is made and once the investment is made, then he has something. So then when they say, well, you better love her right. You better screw her right. You better appreciate her right. And he says, well, it's still not working. She's not happy. Well, then he knows he can measure how much he's going to lose because he now has leverage, but the leverage is attached to a marital contract. And then at that point, he can say, well, I don't want to lose my 2 or 3 kids. I don't want to lose my house. I don't want to lose my car.
Earlier.
He knows then, and also he has no protection. He didn't get a prenup because he didn't have leverage. This is what a lot of young men in their 20s don't understand because they don't know what they're going to lose. They can't.
They don't know what they're going to be able
Once
to
you're 40 and you've accumulated things and you have leverage, you have position at a company, and a woman says, hey, I want to marry you. And you will know what you're going to lose. And at that point, you can make a conscious decision whether to engage in a state-funded marital contract. Yeah. That's leverage. Most men get married without the leverage.
Did you have a prenup?
Oh, coach! I wonder if the other brother got a prenup.
When you got married?
I was married at 28, 27, engaged at 27, 28. So absolutely not.
I did not have one.
Nope.
And if you ever get married again, would you get a prenup?
I would advise
Clearly,
every
yes?
man. I mean, listen, a prenup is somewhat of a protection.
Yeah.
It's just something to fight over in court. If there's something to be there, she could just fight it, and now you lost on the money, right? But I did not. I would encourage men to do so if they want to do
Allie,
it.
when you got married, did you have a prenup?
No, and honestly, like just hearing you speak, I feel like you come from a place that obviously had a negative experience with stuff, or you kind of, I guess I can't imagine ever looking into a marriage, like even going into the thought of marriage, maybe because I was so young and I didn't have to, with so much like guardedness. I feel like
fuck that. No one in this chat listen to her, okay? If she doesn't want to get a prenup, listen, for you young cats out there who are getting married with no prenup, that to me is you are buying the motorcycle in downtown New York. You live in Midtown, and your only way to get to work is with the motorcycle. Right? Like, you're putting yourself at goddamn risk. I don't know the actual statistics regarding motorcycles and kind of accidents and shit like that, but you guys know what it is that I'm saying. It's a live stream. If this is a pre-record, I go back and look at some data, facts, and statistics and bring it to you guys' attention. But we're in a live stream right now, so we'll figure it out. Shout out to Devil's Advocate. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Let me get this straight. The only happy marriage she knows of is her own. Yeah, you must be a little bit back in the stream. And she is paid to have intimacy with her husband. Oh, is that it? Does she have like an OnlyFans or something? Is this his case? It is the other men pay her through her OnlyFans. Yeah, it's a clown world that we particularly live in. Oh, you did donate $20. Can't make this up. Shout out to TLA and MTR. Shout out to Devil's Advocate. I appreciate the support. Let's keep it rocking.
Going into a marriage and falling in love with someone, there's a little bit of a leap of faith there.
A lot of it.
So sometimes when you make it too transactional, I don't know. I feel like for me, it would take a lot away. And maybe again, because I was so young, we were kids ourselves. We didn't have anything to protect. But I feel like maybe that mindset is what's quite toxic for people that aren't able to find love, is when you constantly live in that, well, she might screw me over. I got to protect this. Like, how can you ever fully let yourself like go and submit to just being in love and like letting that guard down? And I think the women have a lot to lose too. It's not just men, obviously.
I think that's a fair point. There is a thought in there that there's a lot of dudes in the red pill community that continue to go forth with this scarcity mindset. The stream yesterday, I brought the thing up about taking the trips and shit like that. And what I say, I think it comes from a scarcity mindset perspective. So there's a decent point within there is what I'm saying as well. But I think kind of the characteristics of red pill, it does breed a degree of scarcity, even though they teach degree of abundance within that, how to treat yourself as a man, to grow your abundance, da-da-da. But there is a sense in there of how could you ever be truly happy if you're so not trusting of anything around you. But anyway, let's keep going.
But we don't speak from the women's perspective because we're men.
Yes.
But we also have to understand people go homeless over this. People
That's a
lose their
fact.
lives over this. This is serious.
Yeah.
It's like saying I joined the military and I was just hoping that I came out of the war not injured, not disabled, not ruined mentally. And then, I don't know why you would go over there and think that. Well, this is a battle.
Well,
and the battles are won and lost in these
It's
marriages.
not a battle though. I think this is where the language has to be used correctly.
Okay, let's go.
And I think to me, I love the balancing act that's going to happen today, because I think what's going on is that I understand.
Let's go.
So there's this idea of Eastern versus Western marriage. Let's just say Greg is on the East, she's on the West. Eastern marriage is all about logic. Does it make sense? Arranged marriages, right? Two families, two worldviews, two ideologies. Doesn't matter how you feel. It matters, does it make the most sense?
They're the most successful, by the way, arranged marriages.
We can talk about
They
that
are.
in the
Yes,
future.
sure. Yeah.
So Greg comes from that mentality of, if you're gonna get in this agreement, you need to write out the agreement clear as day. What does this entail? What does it get? If you leave, you get this. If you leave without this, you don't get nothing. Like, it's a very systematized business kind of contract, because it is in essence,
business
a
contract.
business
So
contract.
why would you not have a terms of agreement for a business contract? He seems to understand that in more traditional societies in the East, it's more successful. And then he also concedes that it's a business contract. So why would there not be terms and agreements within that business contract? Shout out to this old lady, Patreon supporter. Thank you so much, Mama, for the $50 super chat. Relationships are transactional. Negotiate, communicate, and renegotiate. Love is a verb. Shout out to this old lady. I appreciate the love, support, as well as the respect. Let's keep going.
Right.
Because, and this is why when you were talking about the idea of like when men fail in marriage, they lose everything. That's wrong.
No, I didn't say they lose everything, but they lose an awful lot.
Let's stop.
Yes.
That's still wrong.
Well, why is it wrong?
Because,
I mean,
let me
let's
tell you
talk
why.
about it.
Because when men lose at anything in life, they lose a lot. You lose your job. Who's gonna come save you? Who, if you screw your friends over, like, as a man, that's the name of the game. You lose, you're gonna lose a lot. You fail, you're gonna fail a lot. So I'm not saying that it's wrong, like marriage doesn't count. I'm saying marriage is a part of all the things as a man where you cannot get wrong, which is why I agree with the message that you're giving at times. That's why you got to be 100% serious. You don't go at this naive. You don't go at this because you understand that there is a cost for this decision. So going back to
I think
Eastern,
what's missing in his comparison is that, again, you're signing up for a contract where if broken, it puts the man much more at a negative position. Am I tripping? W in the chat if you understand what it is I'm saying. L's in the chat if you agree with Hafiz from the roommates. W's or L's? I gotta see something. Shout out to the super chats that's coming in as well. Shout out to Wilson's4 for the $10. Is that a super chat? That looks like a super sticker. I appreciate the love. Shout out to Lightel. Facts, marriage was created for virgin women. That's why the wedding gown is white, which represents purity. If a woman even have one previous partner, she disqualifies herself from wife status. So I understand the argument that he's putting up, but it's not even. It's not even. And it has to be acknowledged. And that's just the thing. And the thing is that I don't shit on men that inevitably do this. But if I have a conversation with them and they don't know the stats, they don't know the data, right? Like they don't understand that the majority of women initiate divorce, right? Like if they don't understand what they're putting up for risk, right? If they don't understand these things, and it's just like, oh God, you just signed up for a contract that like, and the thing is, like, these divorce lawyers, they're waiting for you. They got their CD. They've worked their entire lives. Meanwhile, they're like $500,000 in debt, and they've worked their entire lives in learning, education, and salesmanship to get in her ear. Wait, what? Oh, he doesn't do what for you? Oh, God. Oh, well, come over here. Come into my office. Do you know what you're entitled? You've been married for her for how long? 10 years and a day? His eyes light up. Oh, that's about $100,000 I can take off of my goddamn student loans. His eyes light up. Oh, really? 10 years and a day? Cha-ching! Cha-ching! And then you got the fucking government. You got the goddamn... Have you guys read Title D? Where states get paid more for the more child support that they can charge? Like, have you guys taken a look at this shit? Mr. I'm engaged, at 20 years old, and I'm just riding free and blind into this decision. My thing again, I will not shit on you if you decide to I got boys in my life that are just like, they'll call me and be like, hey, man. hey, man. I'm like, hey, what's up? So I'm about to send you this wedding invite. I'm like, bro, I don't care if you're about to go get married. I don't give a shit. As long as you understand what it is that you're doing, all right? I've had family members everywhere. They're like, so I'm about to. Okay, I don't give a shit. As long as you know. Let go.
Thing. But on the West, you have marriage as all feelings. Oh my gosh, we love each other. Oh, we don't, you know what? You make $1 million, I make $10,000. We're gonna be together for the rest of our lives. Oh, you're this, you're that. Oh, your dad was an alcoholic. We'll never have any problem. Like, it's a very naive model, right? Mm-hmm. That's why Western marriages have issues, because it's all feelings. And to me, which is why I love Adam, is about balance. Mm-hmm. How do we balance these two ideologies? Because to Ali's point, I
think that's a W for Hafiz, because he acknowledges that the Western version of it is all emotions, But that also goes to what Coach was saying earlier, in a sense of that our media has been dominated by women, right? So it makes sense that the talking points that have pandered to women are feelings or emotional based, right? Like this idea of Disney pushing fairy tale princesses. It's female based. It is. I think that's a W for Hafiz. He understands that component. That component. Let's go.
All logic, it's boring. If it's all robotic, there's no passion, there's no excitement, there's no je ne sais quoi. It's just a dry thing that in the modern world, people don't want that, right? But if it's all feelings, there's no structure, there's no protection, there's no wisdom, there's no guidance. So I think it's a marriage of those two ideas to be able to create long-term solutions for long-term success. And that's why I just think sometimes when we come from too much leaning on one direction, either or, it becomes problematic.
I believe he agreed with me, though. I thought he was disagreeing.
Well, I guess I was agreeing. That's how I play. I was like, yeah.
So just to be clear, did you get a prenup when you got married?
No, and I
didn't.
I'll explain to you guys why. So I think, and I talked about this, I love the prenup conversation. I think it's important. Mm-hmm. There's three.
Hafiz. Shout out to this old lady, $20 super chat. Tell your body count, man. If you want to marry her, you have a right to know. Shout out to this old lady down into the building. Run the Carfax. All right? You can ask all you want, by the way. She ain't going to tell you the truth. Run the Carfax, says this old lady. Shout out. We getting wisdom from all around the world. I appreciate that. Let's get back in there. But Hafiz, my brother, who is your friendship group? God. You're an entrepreneur. Why not?
Did you get a prenup when you got married?
No, and I
you didn't.
Okay, I'm sorry. L's for Hafiz down into the chat. Why did you not get a prenup, my brother? Why? Shout out to Billy the Kid. Hafiz going raw with no prenup. Listen, here's the thing too. There's a religious base, but there's a lot of people that say that there's a degree of hope or within the religion base as well. There's a belief. You can't prove it. You just got to believe in it. And that's just what it is at the end of the day. So you're living in this abundance of something that has convinced you that it's a correct thing to be able to do. But as a businessman, I don't know. I'd also want to ask him, does he have a contract with his business partner? Because he said earlier that, yes, this is a business. So for his business partner, for the roommates, does he also have a contract with him? I would guess no. So when you go into a marriage contract, why not set that?
To you guys why. So I think, why. And I talked about this, I love the prenup conversation. I think it's important. Mm-hmm. There's three reasons why I didn't get a prenup. But the first reason is I actually believe prenups are good and bad. They're good because they protect you. They're bad because they don't protect you enough. What I personally believe is something which I did research about this called a marriage contract. You may not like this, but please get this to me. How many kids do you have?
3.
So let's say Ali married her man, and she said she wanted 3 kids, right? Yeah. She gets married, she wants 3 kids. All of a sudden, prior to marriage, gotcha. He agreed. She said, honey, I want 3 kids. Is that cool with you? He said, of course, baby, you want 3 kids. We're gonna have 3 kids. She's married. 5 years into it, hey, when are we having our kid? Next year.
Okay.
When are we having our kid?
Okay.
Next year. It's year 8. He's like, I don't want any kids anymore. Should she stay in that marriage? He agreed, and she both agreed that we were gonna have 3 kids. That's why she married him. When it was time to have kids, he changed his mind. Well, I don't want kids anymore. Should she stay in that marriage? Let's go on the guy's side because the red pill guys
love. Isn't that
love
more reason why not to get married? Because people change their mind. I mean, because here's the thing. I had heard him say that he was religious back in the beginning of this, right? And I thought that wasn't there a time period? And you guys quote me if I'm wrong because I am not that hip, but like, isn't the idea of a divorce relatively new? Like, wasn't there a time period where there was no divorce? It was just marriage, and there was just no choice to get out of that marriage. Because in the East, here's what I heard. In the Philippines, there's not even a word for divorce. Does anyone have any information regarding that? Like, I thought that there was right, like, it's just like, like, I thought that there wasn't a thing of a divorce. I thought, like, it's married till death do you part. So I think that it's interesting that even those that, have a religious backing for the way that they believe in the things, also lead in with this, possibility of divorce. But I don't know. Let's let him finish his point.
When guys are being the victim. So you're married when that we were gonna have 3 kids. That's why she married him. When it was time to have kids, he changed his mind. Well, I don't want kids anymore. Should she stay in that marriage? Let's go on the guy's side because the red pill guys love when guys are being the victim. So you're a man.
Hafiz. You throwing shots, bro? I think is interesting about that comment right there, which was a shot at anyone who follows Red Pill content, is that I think that there was a portion of content on their channel where they used to invite Red Pill content creators up there. I haven't looked at their channel in a long time. Let me bring it up real quick because I haven't seen it. Do they still post? Hold on, let's just take a look real quick. Hafiz. Hafiz is getting active. This conversation about to turn up. Hold up. The roommates. Okay. Let's take a quick look. Let's pause for a quick second. Let's go in the data collection mode right now. Let's go into data collection mode right now. Okay. Let me bring this over to the screen. Let me transition this back over here. Let's get the channel some advertising, okay? Christian way of becoming a superior man. Can you guys see this? Yeah, you can see this. Becoming a top 1% man. Okay, ladies, would you respect? Okay. Okay, it doesn't look like they're doing content with the typical shout out for the $10 super chat from Craig Spencer. Hafiz. And just so you guys know, like I've never had a conversation with Coach Greg Adams. I never had a conversation with Hafiz, and you guys already know. I already said that I haven't heard of this channel before, so I am not familiar with anybody within this space. It's been a minute. I think I saw this when I saw a little bit of the Alpha Male Strategies video. So it looks like they still doing content with some of them. Interesting. But there was definitely a point in time where there was, I want to say Kevin Samuel was on there because I think I did a reaction to that. I want to say, what's his face? Steffes Cold was up on there as well as AMS. So there was definitely a time period where in the content strategy was to do discussion with Red Pill content creators. But let's just go back in.
Going to kids, he changed his mind.
And let me just give credit to Hafiz as well, is that when he's saying the victim, that could be a component of the air that I was talking about when I'm saying that Red Pill often, maybe unknowingly, there's a lot of scarcity mindset within that. Maybe that's what he's meaning, Or maybe that's me just trying to clear up some of what he's saying so he doesn't come across as an enemy of the state. Shout out to John Wells. Greetings from Japan. We got folks in Japan. Red pill represents patience, logical thinking, and strategizing multiple spaces ahead. That's why people only see red pill as being scared. They don't see a red pill's end game. I 100% agree with you. It's all of those things. But to say that there's not components of red pill that doesn't help men develop nihilism would be a little bit short-sighted. It would be a little bit short-sighted. In fact, so much of the nihilism can essentially demonstrate itself in a term called red pill rage. You understand what I'm saying? When you finally figure out what the hell, it goes down into red pill rage, and that rage, it often shows itself in, it could be aggressive behavior, extreme nihilism. The issue is that I think a lot of men have to go through that rage stage, but they have to also get out of it. They have to chart themselves on a course to get out of it. They need to transmute that into being as awesome as they can within their life. It's happened to me, and I hope that it happens to every single man that it happens to, okay? Shout out to Rustlin KD. Shout out, brother, for the $10 super chat. Hafiz is attempting to help men have stable families for their kids. That's not the end goal of the red pill, but that is what most men want. That is why it's scarcity mentality and victim base. Here's the thing. Even within myself, when I look at the data, single parent household, not married versus married together in marriage, that's really the biggest business case, is when you look at the data for raising children within that. So promoting for family, and this is a large component of the reason why Kevin then dovetailed into that content that was pro-marriage as well, because it builds stronger families. Red pill often goes against that, right? So it has to be acknowledged as well. I appreciate that. Rustling KD for the $10 super chat, my brother. All right, let's keep going.
I don't want kids anymore. Should she stay in that marriage? Let's go on the guy's side, because the red pill guys love when guys are being the victim. So you're a man, and in your marriage, you agreed that we're gonna have sex, let's say twice a week.
Okay.
That's an agreement.
I'm just saying
That's
but that's verbal, my G. Write that shit in a goddamn prenup. What up?
We're agreeing that we get in there at least twice a week. All of a sudden, she's like, I'm not in the mood anymore. She's like, oh, now I'm on my period.
That won't be all of a sudden. That'd be almost immediate. But go ahead.
Okay, and then months into it, right?
Yeah.
She says, well, I only want to have sex once every 6 months. Should he stay there? You both agreed initially, like, yo, we're going to do this consistently, and now he's getting it. Should he stay there? So to me, what's very important about the marriage is that before you get into it, both of you guys need to agree upon everything.
But wouldn't you want to do that? Listen, you can make verbal contracts with whoever you want, but in a default divorce state, if she decides to upgrade to someone else, guess what that verbal contract is going to get you? A laugh from the judge and the lawyers at the same time. You're going to be at the goddamn docket. But judge, listen, we verbally agreed. The judge is going to be like, shut up. Backhand your ass real quick. The lawyer's going to be in the back of the goddamn shit laughing. Just belly laughs from the bottom of their shit as they envision their debt to income ratio from their student loans begins to decrease. Shout out to Alvin Sam with a $20 super chat. Hafiz is one disaster away from saying, you're not a real man unless you're married. He's low-key enabling women to use zodiac signs to justify her dating decision. Shout out to Ryan for the $20 super chat. I'm all for men having families and not being endless bachelors. Truth be told, guys, yeah, being the endless bachelor, it's not for me. It's really not for me. What I tell young brothers that do consults with me and shit like that is that I much more, as I've gotten older, much more appreciate my Saturday and my Sunday mornings as opposed to my Friday and my Saturday nights. I just can't go out the same way that I used to and don't want to anymore. You know what I'm saying? And the thought of just going from annoying woman to annoying woman, right? If you can find one that is not that annoying, I'm not gonna hate on you. And the thing is like, I think most of the dudes that follow my channel are like purple pill down to the core of it, right? Like they could be red pill as shit up until they meet a chick that they actually like, that honors and treats them with utmost respect. But the fact of the matter is that finding that cocktail of women amongst the modern women today, good luck. Shout out to Rob for the... Did I read this one already? I only read a component of it. I'm all for men having families and not being endless bachelors, but as a man and a leader, you must be aware of the lady of the land. That's what I was just saying. Meaning, you must be aware of your woman's nature and the nature of life. Ignorance is not bliss. Let me see, did we get any other ones that's coming down into the building? Shout out for this old lady again with a $20 super chat. Get in the mood quick. Negotiate. Thank you so much for the love, support, and the respect and your Patreon patronage. Thank you. Shout out to Rustlin again for the $10 super chat. Ever look at the divorce rates for practicing Christians? Lower rates of divorce across the board. This is empirically proven. Yeah, well, there's going to be certain things correlated to certain behaviors in our personalities, like true Christians, right? Like will most likely believe not in this feminist bullshit, female empowerment shit that I see most of these women put on their goddamn IG profiles. Right? Most of the women that I see but put on their Tinder profiles, and when I step out and I meet random women at bars and they start talking about all this female indoctrination bullshit that they don't realize is decades of information implanted into their heads to make them a fantastic consumer. I'm with you. But it's what are the women in your general space in our area? What is it that they're talking to? Let me also bring up some information as well, because I mean, this is a live stream, but we could bring up some marriage stats as well, right? Can we not? I don't know. This might take too much time. Marriage rates over time. You know what's also fallen with marriage rates? The amount of Christians in our country. Correlated? Let's talk about this real quick. Jesus. At its highest back in the 20s, women's marriage rate. Let's look at it today, back in 2020. It's fallen serendipitously, is that a word? Within that goddamn time. Hey, guess what happened in the 1950s? Birth control. What happened in the 1950s? Women's empowerment, right? And I'm not saying anything's bad about a woman being empowered, but feminism, right? Which started pushing all of this bullshit. What started happening during those times? Look at that, a 60% drop. If this is your stock portfolio, you'd be dead. It's crazy. It's what's been happening in that time that leads to the numbers that we are seeing right now. So point taken, my brother. Okay. Not lower divorce rates across the board. This is empirically proven, not a hope strategy. See my debate with Rollo Tomasi. Nothing wrong with a prenup. Rustlin. Oh, are you a content creator? I just noticed the check mark. Shout out, my brother. I appreciate the deep introspection. Did I miss any of the super chats that came down into the building? Shout out to Joy Trials and Joy. Seems odd to me as someone born from another culture and seeing how marriage works through the lens of seeing my parents almost 40 years. Yeah, the USA is not a traditional culture. Yeah, the culture matters. The culture matters. This is actually not what I wanted to bring up. Let me see if I can find the one that I wanted to bring up real quick. I have a whole list of shit right here. Is this the one? I think this is it. This is like the same numbers, but it's from a race perspective. Because I think that it's important to kind of tease out of that current number. What does it look like based off of what your preferences are? Okay. Yeah, we're doing data even on live streams. That's what you get when you tap down into my live streams. All right. Complete content. Let's get it popping. All right. Take a look at this. All right. Now, we looked at the 1920s. This one starts at the 1930s. It only ends in 2012. And what we know was happened from 2012 to 2022 is it's gone down even more than that. This deep-ass black line right here, this deep, dirty black line right here, those are black people. Look at that. The next gray line up, can you guys see this? Native Americans. I believe that's Native Americans. The line on top of that, Hispanic. The line on top of that, I believe, is white. This is very interesting information. Look at the difference between the races, right? So, like, it's just, we have to take a look at it. We have to break the data apart in order to understand what makes most sense to us in our particular situation. Anyway, let's keep going. You guys are like, get to the goddamn video. Shut up already. Let's go.
This is where I think the nuance in the evolution agree on everything, so the woman's protected as well as the man is protected. And so to me, that's what me and my wife did before we got married. We talked about everything. Every single scenario, every single thing. Me, I'm not a money guy. I'm not motivated by money. So therefore, the money, like, I'm different. Everyone knows me. I'm not a money guy. So you can have all the money. I have my brain. Mm-hmm. I can start from ground zero. I'll build the money back up. I don't mind money. But to me, because it's another argument that we can talk about later, is that the kids is a whole different conversation. Kids are more wealth than money. So I was more obsessed with children than money, because end of the day, like I said, we can talk about that later. But so to me, in regards to losing money, I don't care about losing money. Take whatever you want.
She does.
Worst case scenario, things happen. But by having a marriage agreement, both of you guys understand what's expected of you. And if one person obviously breaks this agreement, both families know. So if she wants a certain amount of kids and I say I don't want it anymore, then her family knows, though, yo, Hafiz, you promised my daughter this, you didn't give it to her, so it makes sense that this marriage is over.
And if you say that I'm not gonna be making any more money, listen, you think she's staying?
Is this, we all understand what a prenup is, all right? Like, it's signed, lawyer, date, bing, 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 bing. What is a marriage contract? Is it a verbal agreement? Is it a written agreement?
It can be.
You're saying that the families know each other?
Yeah,
what is that exactly?
It can be one of three things, right? It can be written between you and this individual, which is the least ideal. The second ideal is you can actually get a mediator or a legal arbiter to actually sign this for you. So therefore, like in the worst case scenario, if you go to court, this is now a legal document, right? So this is a legal document that can be able to be proved in court. But you know, I know a lot of the red pill guys don't like the idea of marriage being controlled by the state. Mm-hmm. And if you look at a lot of traditional Eastern societies, marriage is really agreement between families. So to me, I think it's really about the families agreeing to this and the families being aware of expectations on both sides. So therefore, there's family accountability, because what's problem in the West is there's no accountability. Like you say, if the wife...
Dude, we agree mostly on all of these things. You understand what's going on here. When you're talking about these marriages and business contracts and family, this is where we agree. Yeah. And unfortunately, we get into the loss into the romance and the feelings part of it, which feelings do change, right? 100%. Your feelings changed about me about a minute ago. People change, and thus,
life changes, right?
Thus, though, the marriage contract doesn't change with the state. So you have to have those things understood and be in the proper position.
Okay, so let me just paint a picture here. So I was married very briefly, okay?
Divorced?
Divorced. But I had a prenup. Yeah, but the entire...
Very interesting that now we're learning this information almost 40 minutes into the damn conversation, that he was divorced. Let's go.
Without, throwing myself under the bus here, she needed to expedite the marriage, you know what I'm saying, in order to...
Yeah, I got it.
So I said, I got you, baby. I love you, but, you're going to have to sign and date here.
The exact guy that should have heard this content before he did that. Let's go.
Yep. These are the expectations I've had if I do this for you, and... It wasn't like a marriage built to last. It was I'm here for a good time, not a long time type of situation. You could read between the lines here if you know what I'm saying, okay?
Got it.
But we're still cool. Shout out to you, Lauren, if you're watching. All good. But better believe that I had a prenup in that situation. She's a criminal. So that's when I was in my early 30s.
Dog, now peep what he just said. How is that not marriage fraud? You tricked him. Why is that not punishable by jail time? How is that not? How is that not? Like, did he think that he was paying for her to come across the country to actually be with him for the rest of his life? And then she came over, and then she decided to modern woman her way up out of the situation? Why? Damn, son. He did my bro dirty. He did my bro dirty.
In my early 40s, life's even better. You know, money's good, career's good.
Oh yeah, I see you guys saying that he agreed. I'm with you. He did agree. He did agree. All right, but listen, if you walk into a business and they say, "Yo, listen, I'm gonna give you this product," right? And then you don't get that product, and you paid $2,000 for that product, that business just stole from you. So, listen, if he was aware of it at the beginning, it's different. But I'm going under the assumption that he did not know that. All right, come on.
In shape, still what you would call sexual market value peak. All right, shout out to Rolo, who basically did a whole calculation. I'm in the 0.13% of men. I'm like, okay, my ego's pretty big already. Boom, now I just got an inflated ego. Thanks, Rolo. Boom. So life's good. But I had a conversation with a girl recently who's what I would say a very high value woman. Let's put it that way. Okay, and we're saying, all right, if we ended up ever together, I would want a prenup. No. I'm not down for a prenup, was what she says. I said, well, I'm glad we're having this conversation right now before this thing gets off the ground a little bit. She's like, no. And she made some very valid points as to why she wouldn't want to sign a prenup. And I'm like, well, granted, I hear you, and emotional and all that kind of, you know, like, I love what you said about East and West. And I said, yeah, I'm going to need the prenup, baby girl. Like, sorry, like, no matter whatever happens. So I'm trying to understand, like, the prenup, the marriage contract. At the end of the day, you'd be a fool as a successful guy to not establish some type of boundaries, some type of protection to say, hey, look, I hear you. You want to have this Fantasyland Cinderella Snow White vibe go down, right? Yeah. Beauty and the Beast thing. But like, first marriage is almost 50% don't work. Yeah. Second marriage is at 60 something percent. 63%. Third marriage is 75%.
Absolutely.
So like the more and more you get married, you realize, all right, this whole thing. So I'm understanding the balance between the emotional component, because you're going to have, hey, I love you. I want to be with you forever, or else we wouldn't get married.
Yeah.
But just flip a coin whether this bad boy is going to work out or not. At the same time, I hear what Hafiz is saying is like, everything can't be so robotic and so structured that you can't have any feelings and emotion. Yeah. So I'm trying to kind of grapple this.
Can I add something to this?
Go.
See, this is the thing that experience offers that sometimes experience doesn't. So he talked about experience and, you know, being open-minded to experiences, but a guy who has significant investment experiences has bumped their head as well. Yeah. They wouldn't be called bitter. They would be called experience, right? But in this situation, what people don't know, what's behind that curtain when you go into court and the love is lost, and also the agreements aren't being upheld with the marriage contract, are piranhas, sharks. They typically come in the form of lawyers, judges,
what I'm saying too,
and people in that industry who make a lot of money. With that being said, once you go in that room, I'm one of the only people that have been in those rooms. It's a dark place. We call it the belly of the beast.
And there's no help
and
for
until you've been there, you really haven't experienced a marriage. Now, let me just say this. You mentioned the divorce. Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second.
Courtroom? You haven't been to marriage?
Yeah. Let me explain why. Let me explain why. You mentioned the 50%, 63%, 70%. But do you know that these don't include the people who have already talked to divorce attorneys? See, many of those 50%, there's an additional percentage of people who haven't even talked to a lawyer, or I'm sorry, that have talked to a lawyer. And they've gone, okay, I'll stay, baby. It's cheap.
He's making so many goddamn points. Let's keep going. Because even of the 50%, how many of those that are staying in it that are not happy?
For the keeper. Happy wife, happy life.
Yeah.
I'll just accept what it is. I'll stay for the kids. I don't want to lose the house. So it's more than 50%.
So
and
you're saying tack on a couple extra percentage
points. We need to
points.
tack on at least 25 extra percent, because there are some people who have visited it, and many people reconciled. So it's bigger than that. And when I add on those percentages, it adds some perspective.
Yeah.
Oh, shit, there is more than 50%. These are 50% who legally got divorced. We're adding on the people who said, oh, shit, I'll just go on to stay.
What we call thinking about it.
Yeah, man, I'll think about it. Or the person brought it up. If you don't do this, I'm divorced.
Ali, let me get your perspective here. Because
he's good. Fire emojis down into the chat. Is it Coach Gang in the building? Fire emojis down into the chat. He's good. He's good. He's right. Fire emojis, W's and fire emojis down into the chat. That brother is cooking. Coach Gang, what up? Coach Gang, what up? Listen, all the ladies that are watching, y'all better. all 29.2 women that are watching this channel right now, you better be paying attention. Because as more men understand this, if you want to get married, demonstrates how awesome that you have to be. Understand me. Understand me. He just summed that up. That brother is cooking. It demonstrates how awesome that you need to be. You have to earn it. You have to earn it if you want it. You have to be shit. If you're walking in with a proverbial fat face tattoo, I'm not like talking about an actual face tattoo, although that would be an issue for me as well. But if you walking around with a scarlet goddamn letter, it may not be worthy. You got that face tattoo. It was your decision. It was your decision. And the choices that you're making, how closer or farther away is it bringing you to your inevitable end result? If I want to be a CEO of a Fortune 100 company, well, then I better not have any goddamn felonies, because the felonies will stick to me as I'm trying to pursue this track of being a CEO. Modern men today are tired of putting up with status quo. They're tired of that shit because of how hard that we have to develop ourselves to be goddamn awesome. And then you want us to put shit on the line to lose our leverage for love? CJA in the building. That brother cooking. Woo!
Again, you're the anomaly.
Yeah.
Happy marriage, living a good life, and killing it on OnlyFans. You know.
Oh God.
Circle back to that little, water cooler talk with your ladies. Why are because I think 70% of marriages are initiated by women. Sorry, divorces are initiated by women, and then it bumps
marriages.
up to. You were right about 100% on marriages, brother.
Right.
But and I think it bumps up to about 80% when they're college educated. So the more money they're making, the more independence they're feeling, the smarter they are. All right. What are the reasons you think that women are just over their man?
Oh,
well, I think there's a lot of
great question. This is a fantastic show. Shout out to, I think it's called Valuetainment Money. Shout out to them.
Women get in clusters and they kind of feed each other and it festers, and that's one thing I get.
Are just
here's the thing. I'm beginning to like her. She's growing on me outside of her career path and choice while married with kids, because she seems to be very truthful. We talk about the echo chamber all day. Pay attention.
Over their man.
Well, I think there's a lot of with women get in clusters and they kind of feed each other and it festers, and that's one thing.
They feed each other in clusters. You hear that? Sounds like a goddamn fungus.
I think about like my husband and I's dynamics. I've never really talked about any marital problems we've had with other people.
A parasite.
Maybe, a comment to my sister or something, but I don't like discuss our problems the same way he doesn't discuss that, because I think everyone else, has their own, like you said, biases and things that they've been through, and they may come from a different angle and put ideas in your head or your fears in your head.
You're saying misery loves.
I think so many women are so biased and they don't even realize it. They're so biased. Like, women have an innate bias towards marriage, and if you say anything against the structure of marriage, they will blow their goddamn top. They will blow their goddamn top. And how do I know that? It's happened to me within my life.
Loves company.
Misery loves
company. So if you're having an issue with your relationship or your marriage, oh, my man, let me tell you about my man. And then they just kind of.
We should do that. Yeah. And I think I've watched it. It's just incredibly toxic. And I think I look at marriage as a commitment between two people. True. And for me, and so when you speak about the family aspect, I feel like we didn't even have a big wedding because I don't need to share that with anyone else. It's between him and I just found it kind of corny to do so. So for me, I think a lot of women, I don't disagree with there's a lot of women out there dirty, and they will particularly prey on men who are successful. I do not dispute that.
Shout out to the video I did. I think it was this week, where the young lady went over to whatever that Drake song restaurant was, and she was talking about Target acquired on the dude that was sitting in the bar. She's a predator.
I don't think there's anything wrong with asking for a prenup. I think it could maybe change the tone, but a true woman that absolutely loves you would respect what you've built before you've actually, came together, and would understand if those are protections you need because of whatever you've been through in the past. If you were a woman who was in love with you, you would honor that and sign the prenups.
If I could, I just want to kind of get a listicle, and I get you don't speak for all women, and either will Natalia, and then I want to turn it over to the men. But if you could put a top 3 reasons why a woman is looking to divorce her man or break up with her man, in your opinion, what would it be? Meaning it could be money, it could be looks, it could be not communicating, it could be infidelity. Based on your experience, what are the top 3 reasons you're seeing women just trying to break up with their man or divorce their man?
I think I'll tell you what I personally think is happening in the marriages, and then I'll tell you the top 3 things I would say. Probably working too much.
That the man is working too much?
Yeah, I think a lot of women get, bitter about that if they're having to take on too much, of a role elsewhere. Because a lot of women work now too, right? So
they're working too much to make your life better. Jesus.
It's not like you can't really complain when you're at home taking care of the kids and being a housewife. Like that's your role. But when you're also working and doing that, and it's not a meet in the middle in between there, then obviously.
So it's the man working too much and her working too much.
I would say I've heard complaints, or maybe they're always on business or they travel or, obviously I think there's a distrust. There could be, something there where maybe they have a very active lifestyle outside of the marriage in which maybe they don't trust their friends or who they're around. Those are some common reasons. I guess
that's number 2, distrust.
Yeah, distrust. Okay. And then I think generally that I personally think not enough marriages do not really prioritize sex. Like, I don't think people understand how incredibly important that is. And a lot of women is like, get bitter and want to withhold. And I'm not, And I think that is incredibly toxic, not only for the marriage, not just for him, but for the woman herself.
There's if you guys are familiar with Reddit, there's a subreddit called Dead Bedrooms. And like periodically I go back down in there because from a content perspective, I'd love to bring one of those conversations up. Sexless marriage. Think of that for a quick second. Sexless marriage. Frequent as shit. Shit. Can you put something in the prenup regarding sex? Like quantity per week? Is there something in there that you can write into that bitch? Is it right? Like it's a real thing. Dead bedrooms. Yeah. r/dead bedrooms. There you go.
Because I think that's why a lot of marriages, I am almost shocked at these women say they won't have sex for months with their husband. I'm like, holy cow. Well, it's no wonder your marriages are in shambles.
Coach,
I
that's
like her because
unacceptable.
she's a realist. You guys already know. People who speak real shit always get a good thumbs up from me.
I really do believe that.
It's
and
very
I think
common.
That plays,
it's more common than you know.
Oh, and my husband hears it, would hear it at work. Other guys, like, he was always kind of the guy in the corner, like, they don't have, like, I can always say there's never been a day in my marriage that I did not have sex with my husband. Like
a day?
Literally, unless I was gone away from him, which
Steve,
really
Steve, Shout out to you, brother.
His cardio is fantastic.
But it's important, and I think that that is vastly undervalued.
And you're aware of that as a wife to say, all right, it is my responsibility to make sure my man is fulfilled.
Here's the thing, though. Is there a money incentive in that? Like, did anyone look up on her OnlyFans? Is it OnlyFans or what is it that is she putting up content with her and her husband? Did we figure that out yet? I don't want to look it up right now, but is that a financial incentive thing?
Yes, and I think women also give up. They don't try as hard. They think they don't have to continue to be sexy. A lot of women, and I've been there. I've gone through phases, where I didn't feel sexy. I'd had 2 kids back to back, basically, at one point, and I didn't feel great. I was overweight, and I still made time for that, though. But a lot of women immerse themselves in that lifestyle, and then of just taking care of the kids and just chop, and they totally forget to really like marinate and take care of their marriage.
So working too much, so basically not paying attention, developing a distrust, and then thirdly, sex. So this is coming from a woman who's been married 22 years.
Yeah.
So Nat,
yes,
you've never been married.
Yes.
You have a lot of suitors.
Yes.
You're a little hottie toddy out there. You're out there.
I'm a little smart.
Okay. Why do you think, like, speaking from...
Yes.
You've never been married.
Yes.
You have a lot of suitors.
Yes.
You're a little hottie toddy out there. You're out there.
I'm a little smart.
Okay. Why?
Uh-oh. Do we have a manipulator on our hands here? She's got a lot of suitors. I'm a little smart. Okay, got it. Let's listen.
Do you think, like, speaking from a young woman's perspective, I'm not even talking about marriage, but you've had boyfriends, a lot of your girlfriends, your sisters, they've had boyfriends. What are the top 3 reasons they break up with their men?
Well, in the dating, I don't find like money to be too much in dating. Now, when you're married, I know money is definitely one. Attention is another one. And I mean in like all areas, so in the bedroom, like going on dates, like attention in all aspects.
So number one, attention.
Yeah. Yes.
Pay attention to me.
Attention.
Yeah.
I want some quality time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Something about that meat right there,
There's
coach.
meat.
Yeah.
I just said that.
Which is what I was referring to when I was talking about like working too much. Like
Yes.
they're not getting the
Attention.
attention. Yeah.
I'm gonna come back. I gotta come back to a point.
Well,
Go
we're
ahead.
coming
Oh,
back
yeah,
to you
yeah,
guys
yeah,
right
yeah,
after
yeah,
this,
yeah.
100%. So number one, attention.
Attention. Obviously, if you're married,
No, not married.
Not
You're
married,
not
just dating?
Yeah, I'm having people speak from
from
experience, here.
Okay.
Dating.
So for dating, attention. What else is lack of clarity of the relationship? So like you're just dating a date and like you're like just Netflixing and chilling. And you're like, this is going nowhere.
And
So lack of clarity.
So to be clear, that usually happens right around the 3-month mark. You'll get the so where's this going? And the guy
I
will
was
always
even like after like the first month. After the first
okay.
month, you should kind of get a
Low key, guys, I kind of want to skip her part because it's like I think it's a little bit difficult to listen to right here. But what's so interesting is that, and I guess this should be taken how it is because it actually makes sense. The points are never from a male's perspective, and oftentimes you'll see men echoing these same exact points as well. And it's like men have been conditioned not to talk about their reality of the situation. It's so often. Anyway, let's just keep going before I keep on giving my
get a
thoughts.
feel of like
Got it.
where is this going? Like, are we consistently going to the same places? Like, are they adventurous? Do I like this? So
She needs
don't waste your time.
the
It's
excitement.
Okay.
a month in, you should know. And then the
Number
last
3.
one. The last one, I would say. I would say maybe just the interest goes away. Maybe just like a lot of other options. And that can be a really big distraction.
It's a jungle out there,
Yeah,
baby. It's
yeah,
a freaking jungle out there.
But it kind of
All
gives
right.
some clarity, so that's kind of like my
Listen,
3.
I appreciate. Listen, I want the young men and even young
She
women
seems sweet.
listening at home to be like, got it, Allie, boom, 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 Natalia, cool, makes sense. All right, coach, and then Hafiz, flip it on us, right? Because we established the fact that 70 to 80% of marriages, relationships,
Correct.
the woman initiates a divorce or a breakup. But oftentimes, sometimes a man will initiate a breakup. From your perspective, what are the top 3 reasons men
Talk
end a
to us, Coach.
relationship with their women?
I would say number one, lack of respect.
Talk to him, coach. Talk to him, coach. A woman would never say that shit. Why would a man break up with you? Because quality time and feelings and emotions. Talk to him, coach.
So that goes to, like I said, men want to feel loved, but oftentimes are the giver of love, and nobody really not a lot of people focus on men receiving.
Oh!
So
That's
if
the
there's
number
a
one.
lack of respect. He may pull the trigger on that one if it feels like he's gonna lose. He's not gonna lose his children,
Yeah.
right? So that would be reason number one. I would say lack of intimacy. People can say sex, but she can lie there like a Carl's Jr. star, and he can pump her 5 strokes. It don't mean that he got sex from her. He's out, you know what I mean? Most of the prostitution-oriented sex is in marriage. But with that being said, if he does get a couple of pity duty sexes out of his wife, doesn't mean he got anything.
So you're saying that
Yeah,
there's a difference
quality.
between sex and intimacy.
Absolutely, intimacy.
Here's the thing. I agree with that one less, and it's because I think there's a lot of men out there that, are happy enough, but then they just cheat. But they'll stay in their marriage as long as they get sex somewhere else. So she's not giving intimacy, she's not giving sex, but he could deal without the intimacy as long as there's a degree of respect there. And I think respect is actually synonymous with the ability to give intimacy as well. Because if you're not respected, she won't be intimate with you at all. In fact, she'll look at you like, ew. You understand what I'm saying? So there's a correlation there. But how many men are just like, well, fuck, I'm not getting this from her, but I'm getting it from such and such over there, and it's okay, I'll just stay in my marriage because I get somewhat of the other things, or the risk of relinquishing what this is and getting a divorce, to me, is not worth it. Let's keep going, though. Shout out to Omni Romna down into the building with the $100 super chat, now co-sponsoring with the lead attorney, Coach Gang member in the house. Coach always wins these debates. Shout out to the Coach Gang down into the building right now. You understand what it is that I'm saying? The coach is cooking. Let go.
I mean, guys are looking for intimacy, and sometimes it's better to pay somebody for some intimacy than to get it from your own wife. A lot of marriages are going on right now because he's paying for intimacy somewhere else. But with that being said, if he's not getting intimacy and respect from his wife, he gonna leave if it doesn't hurt him.
Come on, coach.
Got it. And then third?
I would say
you said respect, sex / intimacy.
Yeah, I would say obviously then the kids. I mean, there's going to be something associated with the kids. If he knows he can keep a relationship with his children, aka she screwed up and he can get up out of there, and he can use that as leverage to make sure he doesn't lose time with his kids, then he'll pull the trigger. Yeah,
got it. Okay, go ahead, Afis.
Yeah, I want to take a little differently because there's nothing that I'm going to add to it that Coach Greg Adams hasn't shared. I think I agree with it. The third one may hit or miss, but here's the nuance I think is lacking in the conversation, especially to the young guys who kind of consume this kind of content. There's always truths in what people say.
No.
Like you say a lot of things that are true.
Sometimes it should be dead damn wrong. So sometimes it should be dead wrong. Hold on, Hafiz.
The nuance I think.
Wait, hold on. Before this happened, my bladder's about to pop. Guys, let me go use the restroom real quick. Keep yourselves busy. You know what? Let's take this back into 1995 AOL chat rooms. Age, sex, location down into the chat. If you see someone out there that's in your goddamn location, you better say what up to them and greet them appropriately. No, I will not wash my hands. Shout out to Evidence down into the building. Keep yourselves busy real quick as I go in there. No, I will not wash them. Shut up. All right? I'll be right back. Especially the women. There should be at least 24 women in here that do their age, their sex, and their goddamn location. Put it down into the building. You understand me? This is the MT Army down here. Let's get it popping. Sorry it took so long. I had to get myself a little bit of protein snack. You understand me? Some chocolate whey. Oh, my goodness. South Africa in the building. Nigeria in the building. Houston, Texas in the building. we got, damn, we international like a shit. Guys, I'm not going to wash my hands. Sorry. I guarantee you I did not piss on my hands. How about that? Charlotte in the building. South Florida in the building. Shout out to Blue Baggins with the $101 super chat. He knocked out the previous co-sponsors, TLA and Omni Romna, for being the sponsor by $1. It's like we're playing Price is Right. Shout out Hafiz doing a whole lot of talking but ain't saying ish. Now, co-sponsors. Shout out to Blue Baggins down into the building. He came over here and said Price is Right to y'all. And went $1 higher. Shout out, my G. I appreciate the love, the support, as well as the respect. Shout out to the worldwide listeners of the MTR platform. There's anyone new that's down into the building, what's up? My name is Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews, affectionately gone by MTR. Up here, we like to have critical thought and or discussions based off of viral video topics or just some of the opinions that we're are accustomed to seeing within the damn space. Welcome. This is your first time. We have a lot of fun over here. And now we're getting back into live streaming, which actually goes back to the roots of my channel. But it is what it is. We got to fight the goddamn algorithm because the algorithm is just showing me no damn respect at the current junction. Let's go. My plan is to go ball at some point today, so I want to make sure I get the nutrition needed to perform optimally. Let go.
Especially to the young guys who kind of consume this kind of content.
Wait.
There's always... I want to take it a little differently because there's nothing that I'm going to add to it that Coach Greg Adams hasn't shared. I think I agree with it. The third one may hit or miss. But here's the nuance I think is lacking in the conversation, especially to the young guys who kind of consume this kind of content. There's always truths in what people say. Like you say a lot of things that are true, but if you end the sentence there, it's not going to benefit people's lives. And so to me, I think one of the fundamental challenges is when you come at things from a perspective of things are going to fail, when you come at things from a perspective as worst case scenario, like, so this is interesting. I won't get too lost in the sauce, but
I think it's
interesting
important to understand the reasons as to things can fail. It's important to see not only how this turned out correctly, but how it turned out incorrectly.
Show where this guy he spent an hour watching the worst events in humanity. The worst murders, the worst rapes, the worst thefts. He saw the worst in humanity for an hour. After watching the worst in humanity for an hour, how do you think he felt about humans, Adam?
Yeah, obviously he was just
probably felt like crap. He probably felt really bad. So what happens so often in the marriage conversation, like I said, it's balance. It's too many guys in the comments in this red pill world. They are consumed with the worst case scenario. And there's enough stories like that for days. He can spend 48 hours telling us every single worst case scenario, and he's only touching the tip of the iceberg of all the stories he's heard. There's enough information about the worst case scenario, about marriage, about divorce. Oh, she left me. And there's enough of that in this world. And so my biggest thing is that how does that make society better? Especially, I'm passionate about it, going back to like black community. The biggest issue that's plaguing the black community, when asked Candace Owens on the right, if you can ask Dr. Eric Dice on the left, they'll tell you it's fatherlessness, broken families, not enough husbands and wives coming together, raising families. That's what's destroying the black community. That's what I'm passionate about. And so to me, the biggest thing is how is simply spending all day, keyword all day, majority of my day, hearing about the worst case scenario about marriage and divorce and alimony and getting screwed over. How is that going to help black men become better fathers? How is that going to help them become better husbands? How is that going to equip them with the tools needed to build healthy families and to create legacies of change? And so to me, that's one of the biggest reasons why some of the conversation to me is just boring. It's like, okay, you have data, and then even some of the data is like 50% of marriages end in divorce. Is like, have we not looked up some of the most recent data? It's just like everything is biased, but it's biased to not lead to long-term success. And if we're honest about long-term success, a lot of this information is not it.
Shout out to Joel Atkins for the $20 super chat. You're right to say Hafiz is talking, but not actually saying anything. For a guy who idolizes Dr. Peterson, he seems to have forgotten that Rule 10, be precise with your speech. Someone is telling me to block someone down into the chat. I don't know what's kind of going on in there. Mods, whoever's, I don't know what's happening. Anyway, here's the thing. He did say a lot within that as well. You know what? I'm going to let them talk before I come back in.
I got a question for you. Do you have car insurance?
100%. I know where you're
All right.
going.
Do you have homeowners insurance?
100%.
Do you have life insurance?
100%.
Do you have medical insurance?
100%.
Did you get tired of your insurance agent talking about the possibilities
Oh
of
my
you losing
God.
your life and being rewarded?
Truth be told, if he said what I was just about to say, Coach is saying it better. And Coach is saying it better because he's using the idea of, listen, you don't want to talk about death. However, having insurance, having an estate plan, having these things kind of set up would be within your best interest. You don't want to talk about it. However, it would be good. It would behoove you to understand the potential risks and to set up your life appropriately. And that's what it is. We're talking about the potential risk. And I think that goes more in line with what it is that I try to deliver this content at the same time. Like I said earlier, I don't just be telling men, don't get married, don't get married. I think it could be used as a tool, depending upon what you're trying to get out of life. It could be a tool. Shout out to Elia. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat, man. I've been watching this and I didn't even realize it was live. Yeah, it's live and direct, baby. All right. Until you left to go drain the weasel. Brother, look to running a commercial like CGA does. Your Tees Hanley commercial will work perfectly. Well, now I'm doing live, I'll probably, people who work, the brands that work with me, try to reach out and say, hey, what's up? What's up? Shout out to you. Appreciate the support, my brother. We live, though. All right, let's start. I love what he just did right there.
This information is not it.
I got a question for you. Do you have car insurance?
100%. I know where you're
All right.
going.
Do you have
Be risk aware.
homeowners insurance?
100%.
Do you
And
have
move
life
appropriately.
insurance?
100%.
Do you have medical insurance?
100%.
Did you get tired of your insurance agent talking about the possibilities of you losing your life and being
Because
rewarded?
here's the
Hold on
issue.
for a
If you
second.
only talk about the other side, which most of us have only been exposed to. Most of us only been exposed to, you're not a man until you get married. Most of us. Irrespective of having children, irrespective of building wealth generation, irrespective of all that things. Most of us have been indoctrinated with, you are not a man, you are not mature until you can settle down and become married. That's the other side. Most of us has only been hit with that without understanding the negative repercussions of what can happen to you. That's the other side. There's no class in school that teaches this. It's no class in school. There's not a manhood, masculinity, how to make sure that you live the happiest version of your life. But meanwhile, the media is controlled and dominated towards women, of the audience of women. It's for women. And women are pushing those ideas. Why? Marriage is $1 billion industry. You know what else is? Divorce. Divorce is $1 billion goddamn industry. So why not have a different component of information to interject so that you can make the most appropriate decision? Because if you don't hear that information, then these women, they can put you into something that'll be the worst decision that you will ever make in your life. If you understand how bad that car accident can be, if you can understand the rates around buying a motorcycle and getting into a motorcycle accident, how many people actually survive that? If you sat down and you look at that shit, you might actually say to yourself, damn, I may not want to get a motorcycle, or at least driving on these crazy ass city streets. Shit, where I live at right now, half of these sons of bitches can't even fucking parallel park. They can't even parallel park.
Yeah.
You expect for me to trust you while I'm riding on this shit without protection next to you in a 4,000-pound vehicle while you're texting? Listen, at the end of the day, make the most appropriate decisions for you. I'm not telling you not to get a motorcycle. I'm not telling you not to get married. But understand what you're putting yourself up into. Shout out to Omni Roma with the $150 super chat. New sponsor. New sponsor of today's stream. Shout out my G. Hafiz's utopian dream will only work when women go back to being traditional again. We're not marrying these 304s. No, Mo. Shout out, my T. I appreciate the $150 super chat. You are now the lead sponsor of today's stream. Appreciate your love, support, as well as your respect. All right, guys, make sure you guys are going and liking the video.
I know, but
question.
don't be a but person. Here's the deal.
ask me a question.
Here's the deal. You have insurances, although it's a very uncomfortable situation, and life insurance people who sell it tend to be scumbags. They tend to be looked at as scumbags, like, I don't want to have this conversation about me dying, but you surely will die. So you better have the conversation. The reality is, yes, it's a very tough conversation. I have to spend a lot of time talking about it. It's very difficult. However, there needs to be some insurance, and there's no insurance, and so we must talk about it.
I don't want to put words in Hafiz's mouth. I'm gonna let you answer this, but here's how I'm interpreting this. And believe me, I've made millions of dollars in the insurance world. All right, so
which is
I'm
so
good.
because if you work in the insurance world, then you are gravely in understanding of risk. That's all insurance is. They're just trying to mitigate your risk. So what's interesting about that is that even with him making millions of dollars in the insurance world, he still got married to someone that he inevitably got divorced up to with no prenup. Shout out to Aaron Laura. Thank you so much. Is that? I can't quite see. Yeah, Aaron Laura, that is a lady that's joining the channel membership. Crazy. Third live this week. You're spoiling us. Thank you. Appreciate your love and support and joining the membership. I appreciate that, especially as YouTube is showing me no respect in the algorithm. Let's keep it rocking.
I'm good on that.
Here.
Exactly. Ironically, I don't even sell insurance. I buy insurance off of people because they're sick of paying for their insurance. That's another conversation.
Because many times,
However,
they don't get anything from the insurance that they pay, right? But I don't want to put you out of business.
No,
I love insurance over here.
Life's good. You're not going to change anything.
Exactly.
But here's my point, and this is kind of Hafiz's point, is you're
Shout
talking
out
about...
to Blue Baggers, a new sponsor of the damn stream. I'm out here like CGA. I will not lose. Shout out to Blue Baggers again, coming through with the $151 super chat. He just prices righted. Who did he just prices right again? Omni Romna. He just prices righted. Omni Romna with the $1 on top of it. I appreciate the love and support and respect. Thank you so much, guys. You guys don't know what it means to me to be able to get up in here and continue to create, develop content for you guys and commentate over what is happening down into the space so you guys can live better, more happy, more successful lives in the future, okay? It really, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I really appreciate it. Shout out to TJ with a $10 super chat. You going back to your roots this week, MTR? I don't know. We'll see. Oh, shit. Shout out to the original. First time seeing you in here with the $200 super chat. The price is right. That just made me think of the price is wrong. You remember Happy Gil? Was it Happy Gilmore? Waterboy back in the day. The price is wrong, Bob. When Bob Barker was up on, you guys, let me not talk about movies, but thank you guys. Thank you so much. The original for the $200 super chat. Just as I was saying before, I created all of this just in my crib. You know what I'm saying? So to be able to impact so many people, for you to so graciously donate to the content like that, thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much. I've got over 1,000 videos on the channel. I've worked very hard to try to get this information out to you guys, and your support means the absolute world to me. Thank you so much, the original. All right, let's get back in it.
You're getting a car accident. Your house is going to flood.
I might have to back it up for a quick
and he's
second.
like, stop talking about the negative shit. What Hafiz is saying, and I'll let you.
30 seconds. We'll get back. What the fuck? Shout out to Billy the Kid. $201 super chat. The price is right in this bitch. He just climbed up over the original. $200 super chat from Billy the Kid. Billy the Kid said, you need to do more live streams, MTR. Well, Billy the Kid, I absolutely, fundamentally will. I appreciate you guys from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. I appreciate the love. I'll do more live streams. I absolutely will. All right, because bump the algorithm. If you guys need the information, I will absolutely put more live streams that's down into the building. But thank you guys so much. $201 super chat. Thank you. All right. You guys, what the fuck? Shout out to Wife's End for the 300. Holy shit. For the $300 dono. MTR, love your work. Keep shining. On my way to the Patreon. Turn this up. It's getting a little bit dark over here. Thank you, the Wife's End. I had to shut down the stream real quick. Thank you. Thank you guys for all the love, all the support, all the respect. Thank you. from the bottom of my heart, thank you guys for so much of the love. I'm going to ensure that I translate all the super chats that are coming in here, the upgrade shit that's happening in the studio and shit like that to continue to give you guys the absolute best content. Thank you guys so much for the for the support. I don't even know what to say at this point. I'm literally speechless. I had to zoom in on this particular so you guys can understand from the bottom of my heart. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. All right. I don't even know what to say at this point. Thank you guys. All right, let's back it up so much. Let's back it up.
Interpreting this.
Yes, it's a very tough conversation. I have to spend a lot of time talking about it. It's very difficult. However, there needs to be some insurance. And there's no insurance, and so we must talk about it.
Well, I don't want to put words in Hafiz's mouth. I'm going to let you answer this, but here's how I'm interpreting this.
You guys are awesome.
Believe me, I've made millions of dollars in the insurance world, all right?
Yes.
So I'm good.
We love insurance
I'm good on
over here.
Exactly. Ironically, I don't even sell insurance. I buy insurance off of people because they're sick of paying for their insurance. That's another conversation.
Because many times, they don't get anything from the insurance that they pay, right? But I don't want to put you out of business.
No,
I love insurance over here.
Life's good. You're not going to change anything.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, guys. I can't. It's been hard for me to pay attention to the stream after all of that support. Thank you guys so much, really, from the bottom of my heart. Shout out to Craig, $10 super chat. The support came in so heavy, I thought MTR was gonna cry. Fuck no, I ain't crying. God damn it. What I will say is that you guys don't know how tough that this is. If I wanted this life to be easy, I would have stayed in corporate America. To be honest with you, this shit is stressful as shit. You know, you lose family, friends, relationships, depending upon your ideologies that you put up on the internet, because to put yourself out there, people will hate you for it. And it just is what it is. So thank you guys so much for your love and support. Shout out, Wife's End just became a channel member. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Really. Let me back it up real quick. My bad. I'm losing train of thought. Thank you. Sorry, guys.
It's very difficult. However, there needs to be some insurance, and there's no insurance, and so we must talk about it.
Well, I don't want to put words in Hafiz's mouth. I'm going to let you answer this, but here's how I'm interpreting this. And believe me, I've made millions of dollars in the insurance world, all right?
Yes.
So I'm good.
We love insurance
I'm good on
over here.
Exactly. Ironically, I don't even sell insurance. I buy insurance off of people because they're sick of paying for their insurance. That's another conversation.
Because many times, they don't get anything from the insurance that they pay, right? But I don't want to put you out of business.
No,
I love insurance over here.
Life's good. You're not going to change anything.
Exactly.
But here's my point, and this is kind of Hafiz's point, is you're talking about you're going to die, you're getting in a car accident, your house is going to flood, you're going to flood. And he's like, stop talking about the negative shit. What Hafiz is saying, and I'll let you kind of go from here, is, well, let's talk about what happens if that doesn't happen. Let's hear some positive stories. Let's hear about the lovely home we're going to build, the amazing car we're going to drive in, the fact that my house isn't going to get blown away in a hurricane. And I understand what you're saying is like, yeah, brother, you can have the most beautiful house, you can have the most beautiful car, you can have the most beautiful life, but you do need some protection.
Just be fair.
So it's almost like a both. You need both.
But just to be fair, when two people enter into that agreement, that's what they talk about. They don't sit together talking about, hey, when we get divorced, they sit to talk about those things. So the conversation is being had, but it's almost between those two people. But when divorce happens, it happens in the court of public opinion, and it happens in the public court.
Yeah. So you asked me a question. That's why I was responding, because you asked me, and I was going to respond to the question, but it is what it is. So,
Hafiz. Hafiz.
When divorce happens, it happens in the court of public opinion, and it happens in the public court.
Yeah. So you asked me a question. That's why I was responding, because you asked me, and I was going to respond to the question, but it is what it is. So remember, you asked
happens. So the conversation is being had, but it's almost between those two people. But when divorce happens, it happens in the court of public opinion, and it happens in the public court.
Yeah. So you asked me a question. That's why I was responding, because you asked me, and I was going to respond to the question, but it is what it is.
Hafiz. Oh. Notice when he also did it that he wasn't looking at Coach Greg Adams.
Talk about those things. So the conversation is being had, but it's almost between those two people. But when divorce happens, it happens in the court of public opinion, and it happens in the public court.
Yeah. So you asked me a question. That's why I was responding, because you asked me.
He's not looking at our coach. He's not looking at the coach.
I was going to respond to the question, but it is what it is.
Hafiz.
So remember, this is how you know, Adam. This is a true test. Ali, if you want a true test to how someone views the world, see how balanced they are, right? So like, let's see somebody politically. The best people politically are people like Adam. They can go hard on the right and go hard on the left. They can see the good in the right, they can see the good in the left. They have a balanced perspective of both sides. When someone's only going hard here 24/7, you notice a little bit of offness.
I don't think that he's positioning it correctly. I think he's using an extreme. I think he's using an extreme in order to be able to prove his point. You understand what I'm saying? Because how many times have I said within this stream that I don't care if y'all get married, okay? I just want you to do what's best for you.
Like, when my biggest thing is, I said balance. I didn't say far west emotional. I didn't say far east logical. I said balance.
Correct.
My point is that if you're trying to tell somebody about buying a house, use a house example. Let's stay with the house example. If you're gonna sell somebody a house, because you know human beings need houses. Of course you're gonna add insurance to it. But this is how you're not gonna sell a house. Let me show you this beautiful house. Do you know if your house burns down and you're inside of it, you're gonna die? Do you know that there's all these electricity problems? You know when a hurricane comes, your house is gonna fall down.
Yeah, you lose your commission if you sell it like that.
And if I'm trying to sell something to you and telling you every worst case scenario, hey Adam, come drive this Lamborghini. Do you know that Lamborghinis, you can get in a crash, you can die? Do you know if you drive a certain
Wait a minute.
Lamborghinis, you can get in a crash, you can die? Do you know?
I feel like, hold on, I'm so sorry. I feel like Coach is here. I feel like he's in the stream right now. Wait, hold up. Wait, hold up. Look at W's in the chat for Coach. W's in the chat for Coach. He's like, do you hear? do you hear this shit? Look. I feel like we live streaming with Coach right now. Do y'all hit it? Do y'all hit it? Do y'all hit it? Do y'all hear this shit? Do y'all hear this shit? I'm sorry for continuing to pause, my G's, but listen. Look, we gotta break this shit down. We gotta break this shit down. Coach Gang in the building, what up? Coach Gang in the building, what up? Wait, hold up. Wait, hold up. Look. Oh, wait.
Do you know that Lamborghinis, you can get in a crash, you can die? Do you know if you drive this?
Oh. Let's. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. One more.
You know that Lamborghinis, you can get in a crash, you can die? Do you know if you drive a certain...
Wait, did you see him low-key smiling at the end of it? Well, look.
Lamborghinis, you can get in a crash, you can die?
Nigga, what?
Do you know if you drive...
Nigga, what? Oh, I'm crying. Oh, there's a tear. Oh, there's a tear right here. Oh, God. Okay. All right. Let's keep going. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Wait. Fit to screen. How do I do this? Fit to screen. Oh, Jesus. I am. Oh, God. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I am. That is so unprofessional to me. That is, oh, God. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Hold on. Let me get the positioning that makes sense here. Okay. Sheesh. Let go. I needed a laugh like that too because you guys, after all those donations, that impacted me a little bit. You know what I'm saying? That impacted me a little bit. So I had to transition to something else. Shout out to CGA for that laugh right there. All right, I'm okay. Let's just do the whole thing. I am so sorry, guys.
You sell it like that,
and if I'm trying to sell something to you and telling you every worst case scenario, hey Adam, come drive this Lamborghini. Do you know that Lamborghinis you can get in a crash, you can die? Do you know if you drive at a certain speed, you can like? It's not either or, because this is what it blows my mind. I know how nihilistic these guys on the internet are because they can't even tell the nuance. It's not either or. It's both.
Here's the thing.
I want you.
Hafiz's credit. I'm sure he encounters a lot of dudes on the internet that have an extreme degree of nihilism. So although he's saying it, I get what he means. So let me be 100% clear when he says that, because I see it too. I see the extreme degree of nihilism within some portions of those that understand, Red Pill, watch Red Pill content.
Please sit down with Coach and hear about the worst case scenario. Hear about how to protect yourself. Hear about the insurance. I want you to have that. But if all you're doing is watching him, I'm telling you, you're going to be deceived because all you're going to be consumed about is the worst case scenario and the big bag boogeyman, aka the state, aka your woman screwing you over. Mm-hmm. You got to hear the balance. You got to hear the best of stories. And I remember Patrick Bet-David, shout out to PBD, said, I would love to hear do a debate. On one end, people who've been happily married for 40 years, a beautiful marriage, and then the guy who's been in the worst divorce in human history. And then let the people hear both of the stories. Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm talking about. There's also good. That happens. There's horrible, but there's good. We need to share both stories. And my biggest problem is when we spend all day long, most of our time, because there's a profit model in it. And I shared to my guys in the Standard the profit model in it. CNN doesn't share anything positive about Donald Trump. Why? Because you don't make money that way. If I'm doing content on internet, I don't make money talking about healthy marriages. Who wants to watch that crap? Know how to make money?
Women.
Crazy, delusional.
What do you mean? Women love that content. What do you mean?
And talking about healthy marriages?
I'd argue that if you were to put in like a meter of how many people make money off of pro-marriage content versus not, or criticizing marriage, I bet you, and I don't have data to support this, I bet you it's not even close that there's been more money made off of pro-marriage content than not. Shit, look at all of the shows since the 1950s. What was the first, The Love Connection back in the 1960s or 70s and shit like that? They've been profiting off of pro-relationship, pro-marriage for so damn long. It's so damn long. It's 100% indoctrinated within our society. There's just a new rise of something different because men are itching for information that doesn't help them lose their leverage or lose their happiness or lose this. It's something that's happening. Shit, when you have 90% of men that are successful in committing suicide. I shouldn't even say that goddamn word. That's going to get me thrown off of YouTube. In anti-life of themselves, there's a goddamn issue. There's something that's going on. And CGS said it earlier. There's men that are going through situations like this that had no idea the conclusion of the situation, that are not too far away before putting a Second Amendment instrument near their body to finish the deed. You understand what I'm saying? Deletion.
Who wants to watch that crap?
I couldn't get the anti. Yes. Sorry about that.
anything positive about Donald Trump. Why? Because you don't make money that way. If I'm doing content on internet, I don't make money talking about healthy marriages. Who wants to watch that crap? Know how to make money? Crazy, delusional women screwing men of their money. Clicks, views, CPM through the roof. I know how it works. I can show you for days. I can pull up my analytics. I know how all this stuff works. And so my biggest thing is that if we're going to have a conversation, we need to have a holistic conversation for the benefit of men. If we are saying that what's wrong in society is too many men being raised without their father, I want every man, even the nihilistic red pill dudes in the comments, I want every single man to have an ability to raise his son in his home. That's how I was raised. That's why I was made the man I am today. I had an amazing father who was able to raise me in his home. I want every man to raise his son in his home. And I want to give you every tool possible to be able to have a healthy marriage, to be able to be a father who's present. And so my biggest thing is all we're talking about what's wrong, especially in the black community, all that's going to lead to is more single moms, more broken homes, and more of the same BS that's going on today. And to me, I'm sick of it. I want to move forward in society.
So is that essentially your biggest problem with the red pill community? Is that it's all negative?
We're getting into the combo now.
Adam, insurance, it's all what could happen bad.
And they have to be real. There's an incentive structure for it. I shared some of these people these numbers. I'm gonna share some of these numbers with you. I did a video because it's so funny because the red pill community, those kind of guys, they're so fickle. And they love you when you bash women, but the moment you share any objectivity, showing both sides, now all of a sudden they're demonizing you, right? So it's very interesting that I do videos.
I just did a whole live stream yesterday where I talked about the bad behavior of DJ Academics and Sneeko in regards to women, and I got overwhelming support for that video.
That are critical of.
Here's the thing, though. I'd be remiss to say that there's not a degree of truth there is to say that he calls it bashing. He's using all these different type of words that I think is just not fair. But yes, when you do content that is pointing out the toxicity in our society as it refers to the modern woman today, then yes, it can get a lot more clicks. It can get a lot more views because you're inserting talking points within something that generally people don't talk about. So this, because there's not a lot of people talking about it, and there's a lot of men that are looking for this information, is why they were treating incorrectly, then you're going to get a lot of people that's going to click on that type of content. And it's brand new. It's brand spanking new. You understand what I'm saying? So yes, it can happen. Now, within that I feel in a certain type of way when I'd see 100,000 views on a video that goes over something like that and 8,000 views on a video that was talking about financial education. Yes. But I also didn't understand the YouTube algorithm at that time as well. Anyway, let's keep going.
But the moment you share any objectivity, showing both sides, now all of a sudden they're demonizing you, right? So it's very interesting that I do videos that are critical of modern men and modern women. I try to be as balanced as possible. I know for a fact my content will be weak if it's imbalanced. So I like to do as balanced as possible. I did a video a couple months ago called the why women today are not marriageable. I did that video talking about some of the principles that I believe are true, why women have issues, and we can go on that for days.
It got a lot more views than this other one.
Did over 500,000 views in 2 weeks.
Big time.
I did another video called The Sad Reality of Beautiful Women, talking about how sometimes attractive women have an air of entitlement about themselves that makes them difficult in relationship. Another video, 500,000 views. The reality of the matter is, in that month alone, I told the guys in the Standard, I'm just being transparent and honest, with those two videos, and then Candace Owens coming on the podcast.
Can I also, let me also interject this as well. At the end of my last thing that I just said right here, I said because I didn't understand YouTube. I think when I first got up on YouTube and I looked at the roommate's channel, I was a little bit confused because it seems like that most of the people that they were interviewing was much more in the pro-marriage space. But then they also just dipped over into the red pill space, and they started interviewing people like Kevin Samuels, Steph is Cold, Alpha Male Strategies, whoever else, right? So it seems like they had different content strategies at different periods. And then now I'm not exactly sure what they're doing right now. And I'm saying that to say is that there's been different periods of their content. And within that, being a man, focus on male improvement, they were bringing up red pill people. There were certain red pill things, and I think people were actually at a point putting them in a red pill kind of content manosphere. Since then, they've denounced it. They don't talk about it anymore. But at the same time, I think from a content perspective, there was a lot of shift and changes throughout their trajectory as a channel. And one thing I know, shifting on YouTube, it is not good. It is not good unless your audience is ready for that particular shift. Case in point, PewDiePie, one of the largest content creators on the platform, started off in doing video games, scary video games. Now he's doing something completely different. He eventually dipped into other things depending upon the numbers and the things that was happening at that particular junction, okay? Fact of the matter is that who's your market on YouTube? There's a lot more men that are on the internet. Why? Because they're not allowed in other spaces to speak their goddamn mind. So yes, there's a lot of men that are looking for information like this, but it confuses them when there's a shift in kind of what your strategy is as you're going on in creation within that. Anyway, let's keep going on.
The problems of modern women. We made $55,000 that month. $55,000 just doing a few videos. And I know almost everybody in the space.
Wait,
everyone
what?
shows me $1,000 just problems of modern women. With those two videos, and then Candace Owens coming on the podcast talking about the problems of modern women, we made $55,000 that month.
Okay.
$55,000 just doing a few videos. And I know almost everybody in the space, and everyone shows me their money. And I was making the least of what everybody else is making.
Okay.
But when I do the other content, Adam, the more balanced content, there's not clicks in it. There's not views in it.
What type of content?
Like let's say if I was do a video about, hey guys, here are signs, like let's say the 5 things to pick in a wife. Those kind of guys don't want to hear that. They want to hear 5 things wrong with women today. Yeah. That's what they want to hear.
Listen, this is a difficult conversation. I've never had a conversation from a content perspective at all with Hafiz. But I think that, again, it is confused. You've confused the algorithm, right? So, like, there's another content. His name is, he focuses in female pro-marriage. We could just say Derek Jackson. That title and Derek Jackson's audience would fly through the roof. Pre the real Derek. You know what I'm saying? It would go up to the moon. But then the question is that are you force-feeding men content that they don't want to see because it doesn't speak to their particular experience? From a content perspective, you have to make a choice.
They want to hear more of the negative stuff. They want it reinforced, like CNN. Like CNN does not want to hear 5 things great about Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. Hell no. CNN don't want to hear that. Give me 5 things wrong with Trump. And so to me, when you're doing balanced content, even when you're doing male improvement stuff, because I think there's a difference between real male improvement, because it has to improve the lives of men. Fitness, emotional health, spiritual growth. When you're doing that don't get views. And views in my comments would always talk about this, that dang, the girl stuff gets 10x the views of the male improvement stuff. And also when Fresh and Fit will tell you the same thing. When they do their finance stuff, they've always told me, I don't know if things have changed, they've told me when they do finance, dudes don't watch that, but they want to watch the girl stuff, right?
Well, and look at the girls that they have, the Fresh and Fit, you know, I've talked with them and I told them I would love to do a one-on-one, but I'm definitely the exception rule, so I'm not great for that. But they bring girls on there that are very
I don't want to make it about Fresh and Fit because nothing but respect. I don't like to criticize anybody who's not in the room.
Gotcha.
I was just bringing them up about the point of they told me when they do finance, the other guys don't watch them.
It's true.
So my thing is that there's not a financial incentive. So if you're a content creator, Adam, and I'll give you an example, and you know if you do this type of content, you're making $50,000 a month. You do the other, you make $6,000. Which one are you going to lean towards?
Yeah,
but here's the thing as well is that but you also stepped into the space and invited these more red pill shit. Having Candace Owens on your shit. Candace Owens might go the hardest out of all of us. Have y'all seen her channel recently? Candace Owens be going the goddamn in. And then it's also in conjunction with your behavior, your attitude, the different things as being a content creator, which is going to speak to how your audience gravitates towards you. So it could also be said that of the things that you are doing in the manner that you're doing it, for the people that you're doing it with, it made sense. And then if you flip it on the other side, maybe it doesn't make as much sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit, look at the number. Even Coach Greg Adams. What type of views is Coach Greg doing on his channel right now? I'd imagine it's not near the numbers that I am doing. But that's because I figured out what works for me in my particular content space for the audience that I've been talking to. And I also think he got hit with a couple of channel deletions, perhaps. So maybe it's not a fair comparison. But Coach Greg Adams is doing his own thing. But here's the thing. Coach Greg Adams has a loyal following, a loyal fan base. And he hasn't switched the meaning or the purpose of his content as he's gone through the different strategic waves. Let's just keep going. Wait, I can't find my mouse now. Okay, here we go.
Of course.
Yeah.
So as a content creator, who like I this is our first time we're meeting in person.
Sure.
But you strike me as a person who's just telling it like it is, based on your life experience. Okay. You don't seem like the type of person who's like, well, I could say this for clicks, but this does better. Right. But there must be a little bit of element in that, maybe how you do thumbnails or titles.
Absolutely.
So Hafiz is speaking very impassionately, making some very valid points.
That's what he's talking
did make
about
some
is
good
absolutely
points.
true. But what we have to understand is when you're doing content, you have to kind of pick a lane in the genre. I mean, if you go to OnlyFans and you start wearing a mother gown, you ain't gonna get no clicks.
Hey, there's a market. There's a market for everything.
There's a market
You went
for
the
it.
wrong
But
place,
you know what?
Coach.
I know.
Don't
There's a
fight
market
the
for it.
business. Don't fight the business. Don't fight the algorithm.
But I
Come
don't
on.
see you doing that tomorrow. But the reality is this. I have 12 YouTube.
Dog, if you walk in, this is business 101. If you walk into a goddamn, and some people might call business 101 selling out, you can go screw yourself. We live in a capitalistic society, so my mind is in tune with business. If you walk into if you have a store and you have option A for breakfast and option B for breakfast, and you understand that option A is getting way more purchases than option B, well, then you got to slide over the option A. If option A is against your morality, well, then you got some decisions to make at the end of the day.
Two channels. All right. And not all of them are this content. And it is true. Those channels struggle if I'm doing something else.
It is true.
But that's the reality of the situation. It would be like I love the example that he gave. You wouldn't sell a house like this. Of course, no wise salesman would give you the negatives. Yeah. They would tell you something in order to make the commission. So in essence, he's shooting himself in the foot. But on my side, I have to keep a lane and make sure people understand what that is. Of course, if I crossed over and I brought balance, sure, it might fall flat on my audience because they may not be interested in that.
That's real.
However, I'm going to say this and I'm going to add this. Many times if I brought on a female content creator and sat down and had an interview in a one-on-one, most of the conversation, if we did bring the balance, will start leaning over to her. And people know this. They watch television. They see movies and stuff like that. Every 1 point that they would make towards a man to get him to pay attention, they'd have to make 5 or 10 points for the woman. So it's kind of like, hey, CGA, you raining down on their head over here today. And then they would tell me to back off. All right, come on, man. We can't let them feel
That's also very real.
Way. And that's kind of just how it works. So I have to stay in that lane and be honest to my approach. The minute I bring it over to the other side, then the other side's going to lean. And I'll just add this. If I really wanted to make money, I'll be out here praising the woman. I'll be out here uplifting the woman. I'll be a millionaire.
I think it goes
That's exactly what I'm just saying. Time and time again, it's proven that on the other side of the coin, you could make that content. He just said it. He just said
back
it.
to personal accountability too, though. People consume. If you're going to sit there and consume the same content,
that's their thing.
Personal accountability. I consume content that I generally align with, but I'm also very wise enough to know I should also consume content that counteracts with what I believe, because otherwise then you never learn. And I think I don't think there's anything wrong with staying, like you said, in your lane. You got your niche, and that's kind of where you go.
Choices. And one more thing. If people wanted to watch finance, if I came on and I do some finance related videos, but I don't have a finance degree, I'm just offering advice. If people want that, there's how many billions of YouTube channels out there? They can find somebody else for that. And that's probably why my finance video won't get clicks. Right. They know my lane and they'll want to hear this information.
People need to make sure they're having accountability.
Well, to circle back to what he says, and I love how passionate you are, bro. Life is all about balance. Okay, if you're living in echo chambers, or if you're an extremist to whether it's politically, whether it's financially, whether it's romantically, any sort of extremist has major blind spots. So striking the balance, whether it's the East and West, whether it's the pros and cons of marriage, I think is important, and it's a very nuanced discussion. A lot of people are, this is the way it is, and it's black and white. Like Ali mentioned, there's a lot of gray area in all this. Let me move on to the next topic. Nat, do you want to weigh in here on any comments you want to Super chats, or should we wait a sec?
We can wait. Let's get some questions. I know we have a lot of super chats that are comments. I want to get some good questions for our guests today. So if you guys want to put those in the chat, I'd really appreciate it, and then we can read them in a little bit.
Awesome. So we've got about an hour left. We'll definitely spend
live.
some 5-10 minutes answering some questions. So we can do that towards the end. So Nat, you keep a track of that.
Gotcha.
I want to kind of go deeper on the mindset of women today, right? So you've done a video, vetting women, basically choosing the right woman versus basically the dangers of the wrong mate selection. And you talked about basically her financial situation and her background, how student loan debt, 70% of women have student loan debt. You assume their debt. Modern women, you talked about entitlement mentality. But you've spent, 20 years coaching women?
Yeah, right around 20, 15 to 20 years.
And you were a basketball coach.
Basketball, yes.
Okay. And you've said things like, women are not special. They only care about themselves in certain videos like this. What have you learned about female nature being around this many women for this many years?
Well, I don't know what you're paraphrasing for. I don't know if the women aren't special. I don't know if I said that exactly. I think possibly what I was alluding to is that we've put them in a position in society to believe that they're the prize when we bring valuable things to relationships. So I want to make sure I clarify that.
Okay.
A statement like women aren't special was very generic. So I don't believe I said something like that, but I probably could have said something like that. With that being said, I want people to really look at the long-term pictures of relationship, and especially for men. When men pursue women, we have to pedestalize them in the sense, and we have to demonstrate to them why they're so valuable at that point in life. However,
a lot of this dating game is you can't really tell the truth, right? And let's just keep going.
And the tide changes and the pendulum swings. There's significant amount of value that men have and bring into relationships that they discount. And I'm telling men, you're discounting this value, and men don't find out what that value is until later.
Yeah, you're saying play the long game. Essentially what you're saying.
Understand the long game, because a lot of times we only look at the short term, right? There's a phrase with married people we use, men get married and hope their woman will never change.
Right.
Women get married, hope their men will change. Inevitably, both of them are disappointed. And we know this throughout the statistics and mostly through experience and conversations we've had. The reality is men look at the short term. They don't realize, as we know, women aren't going to sleep with you as a husband. Or they may leverage that, continue to leverage that as she leveraged it in your pursuit because you pedestalized it. That's going to be an error, and you're going to have a hard time trying to realize that. Not only that, there's nobody you can turn to that can help you.
Right.
Nobody's going to go to your wife and say, hey, you're doing it wrong. Go sleep with your husband. Go suck him off. All right? Go make your husband feel good. Go tickle his balls. Guess what? He has no way to leverage. He has no way to turn that tide. And then he's stuck. And as we know, he's not going to pull the trigger on that marriage. That's just a reality.
And that actually made me think about her first comments back, the lady's comments about the echo chambers, the viral, parasitic, just destructive echo chambers that they can find themselves in because they refuse to look at or watch a Kevin Samuels long ass stream. They buck up against it. That's how much that they hated that. They hated so much about the uncomfortable truths of men's position within a relationship. The lack of empathy that women have for what men think is truly mind-boggling. And the crazy shit is that I go into so many live conversations. Like you guys ask why I get so passionate regarding this shit. It's because I actively work in this shit day after day. Shit, inviting me to a goddamn discussion night is like, it's ridiculous. And although we get up here and the numbers are looking good and juicy, these people watching in daily lives, we still behind. Let's keep going. Shout out to Anthony Baker for the $50 super chat. That blue suit is perfect for Hafiz. show Hafiz some respect. Shout out to Anthony Baker. I appreciate you.
Women have these types of conversations that he's kind of alluding to, and the fact that you're like, I go my husband gets sex all the time. Do women have these types of conversations internally?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard women talk about it and stuff. I have a different perspective because sex has always been important to me in marriage, but I would agree that for the male, on the male side, it's far more of women I don't think care about it as much as that way. I mean, I guess I don't like to speak generally about other women in general just because.
Why?
everybody's a little bit different, and I'm kind of the exception to that.
Course.
But I would say that,
generalize.
women talk about, there are women that don't feel sexy or don't feel given attention or paid attention to, or that don't get their intimacy actually, fulfilled on their end. So, I mean, I guess I guess I don't really have a direct answer of what I think either way, just because I don't live that life. Like, it's always been the same, my husband and I. Our expectations are the same. We've both been able to be comfortable in our intimacy.
Yeah.
Okay.
What we call that is
it's always
anecdotal evidence, right? And so she's probably trying to support her argument based on her experiences, as opposed to me. I'm more general. I can't speak to her. I can't speak for him. I can only speak generally. And some people try to speak specifically about things. I just go in general this, and then this gentleman might have a different position. She might be able to say,
hey,
based on my experience,
the spammer.
But that doesn't help anybody
Extraterrestrial,
because they're only using their
that
personal experience.
Yeah, I would say it's less common for women to be sitting around thinking about. I mean, in my opinion, I've heard it less. It's not like something that,
But back to the fact that you've coached women for 20 freaking years. You've been around thousands of women. Is there some sort of like...
What were the age groups of that?
We're talking about, I probably coached them from middle school all the way to end of senior year.
And do you have a
I was like, who is talking?
Sorry.
I was like, who is it? Where this is coming from? Yeah.
Do you have any children, daughter, son?
I do. I have a daughter and a son.
Oh, okay.
Shout out to them.
Okay.
My son's probably
That's
watching.
How old, Coach?
They're teenagers now, 16 and 15, back to back. Yeah.
So I do have a question. What would be kind of the language you would speak to your daughter about these things? Does she?
Good question.
16.
16.
Yep.
So like she's getting into like the boy age and all that stuff. Kind of. Yeah. Look at that.
He's
smile.
like, don't mention
He's
it.
Like, oh no. But what would be like? How do you give advice to somebody who is your daughter, knowing the good and the bad, and knowing that you do want her to get married?
Is she a Blasian? It's the sweet nectar of our land. Let's keep going.
And find a high value man. How is that language transferred to someone like that?
Well, see, I don't speak to that age group in terms of giving my content, so I wouldn't sit a group of young women.
But there are people who are that age receiving the content.
They're men, young men. Yeah, so I'm not going to talk to a group of women my daughter's age and have this conversation, especially as direct.
That's real.
So this personal conversation about my daughter is not relative to who I send out to my audience.
Okay.
So I don't target her. I don't target people in her age group. I don't target that. Now, if we have personal discussions about what she should look out for and what I'm looking out for her best interest, I'm hoping that she doesn't come in the spirit of rebellion, which typically is of women that age, because I've coached them. I know this to be true. If she does operate in the spirit of rebellion, as any other Disney movie that you can see, the daughter rebelled against the king father. And it's actually supported in society. I try to have as minimal conversations as I can with this, because if I send a certain approach to this age group, they're going to rebel. They're going to believe that I don't know what I'm talking about, X, Y, and Z. So I've seen enough Ariel, I've seen enough Jasmine to know that if you push these things in this way to young women, especially young women that are your daughters, it's not going to be received well.
So how do you feel?
Here's the thing. I can't answer this question because I don't have a young daughter. And the thing is like, he gave an answer that I think is like mid to me. But here's the thing. I don't know how to give a better answer than that, because here's the thing. You're in constant combat with society. I was having a chat with a young lady the other day who watched her mother serve her father, right? They've been married for like 30, 40 years or something like that. But watch this happen. In her young 20s, she was not like her mother. In fact, she thought her mother was weak because of that. So then I probed a little bit deeper and I was like, well, why did you think that she was weak? Because, she would prepare, 3-course meals for your father, would ensure that he had his lunch, would ensure, like, doesn't that just sound like and meanwhile, the father, she's not working. She's a stay-at-home. The father is working his goddamn ass off. Like, why would you not think that that's a dope symbiotic relationship? And what we drill down to is that because the media has pushed to her that is weak. Oh, we got the sweet nectar up on the screen right now. Remain focused, guys. The media has promoted that is weak. So you're in constant consternation between the things that hit their eyes. It's a difficult. I don't know. I'm not a father, so I was hoping for a little bit more besides what he just said. Besides, he just doesn't kind of encroach on that topic. Woo!
If like
I don't feel anything.
Okay, you don't feel anything. That's fine. What would be your take if your daughter gets married and he's a high value man and he's cheating on her? And she comes to you in a sense like, Dad, this is how I'm feeling. This is what's going on. Like, what do I do?
Well, as I said, I can offer her some fatherly advice in the situation.
Can you give us an example?
No. Because what tends to happen is people use this particular argument to try to see if I can change my position.
No, it's not even a change of position.
I know. But see, this is a very. I know it's
because there's a lot of men who are fathers and they think about that and they're like, wait, how do I,
Exactly.
And that would be a realm of like. You know how many, like a lot of men have daughters out there and maybe they don't know how to have that conversation or like how to seek some sense of comfort for a young female girl going out into the world.
The best way to have an open ear of a woman is if she's experienced. So a lot of times if I tell her, obviously that's going to be a situation where she'd be more likely to listen. But anybody that's ever been a father and had young women, and of course I'm sure you have a father, and to Hafiz's point, we probably saved a lot of men from being single fathers or at-risk fathers. At this point, when you're dealing with young women, they need to get the experience first until they have an open ear. With men, on the other hand, because they have a lot of places to turn to, but I wouldn't use my content and then try to frame it in a position.
I'm sorry, Coach. We gotta give you some L's, Coach. L's down into the chat. Here's my reasoning why. He never answered the question. She asked a very simple question. Well, I'm saying because it's a simple question. It's not a very simple answer. But what would you do if your daughter was getting married and the guy is cheating on her? He did not answer the question. There's some L's in that. I know there's some CGA gang down in here, but we got to hold them accountable just like we're holding all the other people on the panel accountable as well. He didn't answer the question.
Position of what I would do with my daughter, because that's a kind of a personal situation, right? It's a personal situation. Because that way, then you say, "Oh, are you telling this guy not marry your daughter and to cheat on your?" No. Because my daughter, same way as I wouldn't date my daughter, but I could date people in that daughter's range once she's 20, 25, 30. So it's not the same thing.
Gotcha.
Do you want your daughter to get married? Yes or no? Or you're not going to answer
Hafiz about to go in. Hold up. Oh, this about to get good.
that question?
She can get married if she would like to.
Do you want her to?
I don't think it's necessary in this age. No.
For a woman?
For a woman.
Absolutely not.
Okay. You don't think it's necessary for a woman to get married?
Why?
Can I give a quick answer real quick, guys? I think really marriage is the contract in front of the government. That's really what it is. That's really what it is. So can you not be in union without the marriage? You absolutely can be. Let's see if that's his
marriage.
answer.
There's no longer a necessity for it. Unless you were looking out for something in the future, potentially if you want to have children. So if she said, hey, I'm looking to get married, I want to have kids, I'd probably say the best context would be to get married. But that doesn't mean get married to anyone. You see what I mean? There are ways that I can level this. Do I want her to get married? Yes or no? Well, who is she marrying? When? Where? How long? There's a whole bunch of context.
But to me,
it's just not a yes or no question.
So, Hafiz, what's your issue with this? Go ahead.
Keep going.
It's always an interesting conversation because to me,
you bring up children.
Like one of the things I'm obsessed with, and Dr. Peterson talks about this so well, is that the more your words are in line with the truth, the more powerful those words are. And I don't know where you are, if you believe in God or not. I don't know who kind of person you are, but like when you...
Does Jordan Peterson actually say that? Because here's the thing is that there's a lot of wrong people who appeal to people's emotions to sway their opinions. And it has nothing to do with the truth.
Are in line with the truth.
To me, it's just not a yes or no question.
But so, Hafiz, what's your issue with this? Go ahead.
Let's go.
It's always an interesting conversation because to me, like one of the things I'm obsessed with, and Dr. Peterson talks about this so well, is that the more your words are in line with the truth, the more powerful those words are. And I don't know where you are, if you believe in God or not. I don't know who kind of person you are, but like when you line your words up with God, like that's when to me your words have the most weight. Dr. Peterson, that's why I feel like he's so powerful. His words transcend humanity and it speaks on this divine level. And so to me, when you're giving advice, your advice has to be as in line with what God believes the world should run as possible. And so to me, the best advice benefits men and benefits women. That's the best advice. To your opinion.
He's not red pill. He's God pill. I get it.
We had 70 years of advice only benefiting women and men suffering as because of it. That is a lie. That is wrong. And the opposite extreme is wrong as well. A world where it all benefits men and the women don't benefit, it's wrong. That's why it's about the balance. And so to me, I'm very curious about, I love her questions because it was like, it's not a gotcha question. It was a genuine, serious question. Shout out my guy, AMS. I love AMS. He did a video about, advice I would give to my daughter where he actually answers the questions directly. And so to me, I'm very interested in those questions because like when I would watch Kevin Samuels and God Rest the Dead, and it was so powerful because he would always push women to being married because he knew the beauty and the value and the protection and the safety, like being a woman and being married. Nobody wants their daughter to be 41 years old, single, baby mama of 3. Nobody wants that for their daughter, especially if they want kids. So to me, I think the part of the conversation needs to be: is this information benefiting both human beings? When you're on Team Men, it only needs to benefit Team Men. If you're on Team Republican, it only needs to benefit Team Republican. If you're on Team America, it has to benefit all Americans. If you're on Team Human, it has to benefit both males and females. So that's why I loved her questions, because I think the best, like, I can give my hardcore advice to benefit men, and I know without a shadow of a doubt, the most hardcore advice that benefits men simultaneously benefits women.
One more thing I'll add to that, and I hope I don't mean to offend you. There's no God in marriage in the United States, so that's kind of... I'll add to that, and I hope I don't mean to offend you. There's no God in marriage in the United States, so that's kind of misleading, and people will find that out if your marriage is destroyed. You go back to your pastor and you say, hey, my marriage is being destroyed. He has no power over that because it is a state agreement. So,
and in fact, when you go into the church, it's not really made for men nowadays as so much as the pandering to women that are filling up the collection plates.
I will bring you back to make sure you understand, and I counsel men. There's no God in marriage. That's been gone. Listen, it was an old idea. It's absolutely gone unless you live in an American South.
But I will say though, just because I got to keep them 100. There's no way that you would want your daughter to just be single throughout her life. I don't know if you would define it as marriage. There's something that Hafiz defined earlier that wasn't marriage. It was like something else, some type of other contract, union, cohabitation. There's no way that you would just want her single throughout her life, single childless throughout her life, unless you wanted to be childless. There's just no way. So it's interesting.
Most people on the West Coast, many people in the East Midwest, there's no God in marriage. So
we break that down. What do you mean there's no God in marriage?
There's no God in marriage. So people get married.
It's so interesting as well because when you bring up the Bible discussion or the God discussion, well, do you see what they say about marriage in the Bible? You're just going to take the component out that talks about woman submits to man? You're going to ignore that part? Oh, okay. Like, I wonder if we ask Hafiz, does your wife submit to you? What he would say. I wonder, Coach, you better ask him that question.
One of the things that they will do is they will seek counsel of the church. And then as such, the guys will give them guidance and it will be biblical principle. However, they will say we can't do anything until you sign this state-sponsored agreement with family law.
Nothing
context,
to do with God.
All right. They're not going to have a Bible in there.
Nope.
They're not going to have a Bible in that divorce court. The judge is not going to ask you, do you like God? And what about God in your marriage? There will be no context to that. And such, what is the overriding principle here?
Hey, listen, but they'll involve God when they put you up on that stand, reading your rights. If you're unable to pay that child support that was court ordered to you.
Does he
your
have a
marriage
point there,
is state funded,
no,
not God funded.
He just made a random point that
I didn't make it random. I told you that this will offend you. And
what
it's
did
now
I say?
offended you.
What did I say? No, it didn't offend me. You're just wrong. Let me.
Oh shit! Hold up!
Such, what is the overriding principle here?
Does he
your
have a
marriage
point there,
is
Hafiz?
state funded,
no,
not God funded.
He just made a random point that
I didn't make it random. I told you that this will offend
first,
you. And
what
it's
did I
now
say?
offended you.
What did I say? No, it didn't offend me. You're just wrong. Let me say what
I'm
I said.
wrong. Wait.
Let me.
Hafiz is he's laying off of the passive aggressive, and my bro Hafiz is getting aggressive. Hafiz, you just wrong. Oh, you just wrong. Oh, hold up here. Triggered. Hafiz's about to be about that action. Let's get it popping. In this corner, Coach Greg Adams standing at 5 foot, I don't know, 100 and I don't know pounds. Hailing all the way from, I don't know either. Ready to do battle in the name of men. And in this corner, 5 foot, I don't know, hailing from God knows where. Ready to take the belt from Coach. Let's get it poppin'.
And what about God in your marriage? There will be no context to that. And such, what is the overriding principle here?
Does he
your
have a
marriage
point there,
is
Hafiz?
state funded,
No,
not God
like
funded.
he just made a random point that
I didn't make it
absolutely-
random. I told you that this
So
will offend
first,
you.
was I?
And
what
it's
did I
now
say?
offended you.
What did I say? No, it didn't offend me. You're just wrong. Let me.
He said, bitch, you took my words out of my mouth and you are just wrong. That's what he just said. Uh-oh.
Funded.
No,
Sorry, guys.
Like,
Let's
he just made a
let's
random
digest
point.
I didn't make it random.
appropriately.
I told you that this
So
will offend
first,
you.
was I?
I got to show Wits End some respect here. Shout out to Wits End for the $20 super chat, who's now a channel member. Marriage for me is a long-term contract. If I found her, meaning if she's traditional, etc. I don't know what that acronym is. IYKYK. I'm spitting the game to my daughter. She has 3 choices. Be traditional, career, or both, etc. Shout out to Wits End for the $20 super chat. Let's go.
And
what
it's
did I
now
say?
offended you.
What did I say? No, it didn't offend me. You're just wrong. Let me say what
I'm
I
wrong.
said.
Wait.
Let me finish.
I'm absolutely right.
Let me finish.
There's no God in the marriage in the United
Let me finish,
States.
and you can talk. Let me finish.
No, hold for a second.
Let me finish.
Are you going to say there's
can I
no
finish?
God in
Hold on.
marriage in the United States?
Coach,
Let
finish
me-
your point. You're saying
Yeah, yes.
there's no God in marriage in the United States.
Correct.
Got it.
That was
Hafiz,
his point. So
go
I
ahead.
can now I'm going to talk. So
Sorry, guys. One more time. All right, we're going to go. We're going to go this time.
This will offend
first,
you.
was I?
And
what
it's
did I
now
say?
offended you.
What did I say? No, it didn't offend me. You're just wrong. Let me say what I
I'm
said.
wrong. Wait.
Let me finish.
I'm absolutely right.
Let me finish.
There's no God in the marriage in the United
Let me finish,
States.
and you can talk.
Let me finish and then you can talk. Listen, Coach is way less emotional in this conversation. I think, is there a correlation between the talking points or the ideologies believed and the degree of emotionality and how one demonstrates themselves? Some might point to yes. Okay, we're going to go.
And
What
it's
did I
now
say?
All right, I'm not going to pause it.
What did I say?
I'm
No,
not
it
going
didn't
to pause
offend me.
it.
You're just wrong. Let me say what I
I'm
said.
wrong. Wait.
Let me finish.
I'm absolutely right.
Let me finish.
There's no God in the marriage in the United
Let me finish,
States.
and you can talk. Let me finish.
No, hold for a second.
Let me finish.
Are you going to say there's
can I
no
finish?
God in
Adam?
marriage in the United States?
Coach,
Let
finish
me-
your point. You're saying there's no God in marriage in the United States.
Correct.
Got it.
That was
Hafiz,
his point. So
go
I
ahead.
can now I'm going to talk. So I made a point and I said, if your truth aligns with God, that truth is most powerful. That's what I said. If your truth aligns with God, meaning the word that you speak aligns with God, those words are the most powerful. Then he made a point saying there is no God in marriage. So first, that's a semantic thing because God is everywhere. Whether God chooses to supervene in things or not, I will never be the person that says God is not here. I will never be the person that says God is not present here.
Oh my gosh! So we're just doing the belief strategy. So you're putting the belief strategy into what happens to men at the point of divorce. Wow, Coach has the W here. W's in the chat.
Could we argue that is God blessing every American Western marriage? Of course not. Of course, God is not blessing every American, but God is definitely in my parents' marriage. So when you say there is absolute statements, there is no God in marriage. False. Correct. There is no God in some marriages. There is no God in most marriages in regards to by being there no God, meaning that God's not blessing it, right? So if you're saying that God is not blessing what's happening in most marriages, that is a true statement. But to say there is no God in marriages, period, that is a false statement because God is in my marriage and God is also in my parents' marriage. And I will continue to say, when it comes to even understanding the ideas of God,
I'm trying, guys. I swear I'm trying. I'm trying to be as unbiased as possible. Okay? before this interview, my man went into the bathroom and chopped up some straight Believe, chopped it up and sniffed it. Oh my gosh, what was that? Here's the thing. Do we know what marriages God is in and God isn't? So is it just at the point that divorce happened that God was never in your goddamn marriage? Does God only stand in your marriage if there's not a divorce that happens? How are we just, this believe thing, this believe thing is just, this hopium in an attempt of copium is just.
Present here. This to supervene in things or not. I will never be the person that says.
See, this could be a component of the reason why when the content on the other side is dedicated to men just doesn't work that well, because you have to hit men with data, facts, and statistics. You have to. And you can't just give the belief strategy, because at the end of the day, the women have the belief strategy. The women feel, right? And I'm not saying there's anything negative about feelings, but there is something negative about me not doing the math equation before I get in here and assessing all of the risk or putting insurance on this house. That's why that message doesn't appeal to men as much, because men suffer the brunt of this believe strategy, this hopium strategy, this I hope it works, will it work strategy. Men get the shit end of that stick. Shout out to Carrot Juice Podcast. The notorious CGA is one of the realest men out there on these YouTube streets. Keep spreading your message and living the free agent lifestyle. Shout out to MTR for the commentary. Shout out to Carrot Juice. Appreciate the love, support, and respect. Let's get back down in there.
God is, if your truth aligns with God, meaning the word that you speak aligns with God, those words are the most powerful. That he made a point saying there is no God in marriage. So first, that's a semantic thing, because God is everywhere. Whether God chooses to supervene in things or not, I will never be the person that says God is not here. I will never be the person that says God is not present here. Could we argue that is God blessing every American Western marriage? Of course not. Of course, God is not blessing every American, but God is definitely in my parents' marriage. So when you say there is absolute statements, there is no God in marriage. False. Correct. There is no God in some marriages. There is no God in most marriages in regards to by being there no God, meaning that God's not blessing it, right? Mm-hmm. So if you're saying that God is not blessing what's happening in most marriages, that is a true statement. But to say there is no God in marriages, period, that is a false statement, because God is in my marriage and God is also in my parents' marriage. And I will continue to say, when it comes to even understanding the ideas of God, God gives human beings free will. It's a very simple concept. You can freely sin or you can freely obey. And God, like a good father, if you want to touch the stove, you can touch the stove. And so to me, I just think when people make statements like this, how do you expect people to feel? There is no God.
I don't expect anybody to feel. I want them to know. I want them to understand. We want them to know we can't feel anything.
I'm talking, and then you get the opportunity to talk. So to me, it's how do you expect people to react? And so my biggest thing is that what I'm only communicating in regards to the.
I'm just confused. You know what it is that, again, you know what?
Stove, you can touch the stove. And so to me, I just think when people make statements like this, how do you expect people to feel? There is no God.
I don't expect anybody to feel. I want them to know. I want them to understand. We want them to know we can't feel anything.
I'm talking, and then you get the opportunity to talk. So to me, it's how do you expect people to react? And so my biggest thing is that what I'm only communicating in regards to the marriages is that if you are a man, do your due diligence. Be able to see if she fits your life. Be able to see what is her family background. You can't protect yourself 100% from business failure, from friendship failure, from anything in life. But there is wisdom, there is godly principles that you can adhere to that can benefit you. But there's no absolute guarantees that everything in life will be successful. No one's teaching anybody that.
All right, instead of the emotion aside, he's right there at the point. It's not anything to 100% protect yourself from anything that you want to dive into. But the 100% way to never get a divorce is to never get married. I mean, that's 100% protection. But if you want to, just understand the risk. But man, this is it's difficult to watch the degree of non-stoic communication patterns. Watch the difference between Coach and watch the difference between Hafiz as they continue to communicate themselves. Okay?
And I'm not the most religious person here, so let me just give that disclaimer out there. You either,
right?
But
Yeah.
I feel like God is all faith. It's all, I believe in this, and no matter what you tell me, you're not going to convince me otherwise, because this is what I believe. I'm sure that there's tons of...
And that's why he gets so emotional about this, because it's his belief system. So when you try to combat his belief system, and it's not even just marriage, guys, it's anything. And if he really got...
Marriages.
He really got up on it when he started talking about God. So this is deep rooted within his belief system. Deep rooted. Deep rooted. Okay? So I get it. But that's why this conversation is so important to happen, because when you're going against people's belief systems, and if you try to put in information outside of their belief system, they feel like you're attacking them. That's why Coach can just talk about it from his perspective of the things that he's experienced, because he's not attached to that idea and not get emotional over it.
Out there that they believe, they go to church every Sunday, and then next thing you know, they get divorced, and God was in their marriage. So I'm just trying to establish what a godless marriage is, or God-filled marriage
Great
is.
question.
Like how that...
I really like him as an interviewer.
That genuinely curiosity, like how that works, because he's saying no. I think what Coach is basically saying is like, look, I don't care if you go to church every Sunday or not. At the end of the day, your marriage is between you, your significant other, and the
right
state.
here on earth.
That's what he's saying.
Not in the clouds. And
that's what he's. That's essentially
did you
what he's
ask
saying.
him a question, or
no?
I'm
just bringing this out to the panel.
What we tell people is that hope is not a strategy. All right, hope is not a strategy in anything. I hope my business goes well. I hope I don't get injured today. I hope I succeed today. We tell people real life principles. All right, we don't live in the clouds. We live here on earth, whether you believe this is heaven or hell. So I want you guys to understand you're dealing with earth here. This is a reality.
Are you a believer?
Absolutely not. No.
You're not a believer of God.
No.
Okay, but obviously, Hafiz, you are.
Yeah, and
Were
so
you ever a believer?
So how can you say that?
Here's the deal. What tends to happen is people are introduced to things based on someone else's biases. Okay, and those biases are introduced to children and so forth and so on. So yes, at some point, that was the only story I knew until I investigated on my own, decided as a man what principles to stand on, and then realized I don't live by hope.
Hope is not a strategy. Pay attention and listen up.
I don't live by cope. I live with what's real here. Okay. And let's talk about what's real instead of the mystique of this damn thing here. What's real is hope is not a strategy.
So if you don't...
I love it. Can I address it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So first and foremost, like I said, it's very interesting. I've always told you got to hear someone's background, and then you know where they lean. That's where you know where their advice gears towards. So it's such a even when I talk about God, like the idea of God in his brain is not the idea I'm talking about. It's this interesting verse in the Bible. I won't get too lost in the sauce in the book of Isaiah, where God is somebody's like farming, and he's talking about the intricacies of farming. And he says, even that wisdom comes from God. God is not the God of get married happily ever after. That's foolishness. God gives you wisdom. What is the wisdom? Actually do premarital counseling. What is the wisdom? Actually be able to decide, okay, if things don't work out, what are we going to do? Where are the kids going to go? What's the money going to go? Things going to work out. Who's going to be the primary breadwinner? Who's not? God gives you the wisdom to be intelligent, to be able to navigate. Hope is not a strategy. 100% right. Hope is not a strategy. But God's message is not just simply blind hope. It's wisdom.
What Hafiz is saying essentially is that faith without works is dead. That's essentially the argument that he's positioning right now, but that's a different argument than what Coach started out with. It's a completely different argument. What he said is that there's not a physical arbiter. There's not a physical being. There's not a God that can physically come in here and help you when your life's work, your children, in custody of them, and half of your money moving into the future in the form of alimony is on the line. There's not an arbiter at that point that's omnipotent that's going to decide. It's going to be the court, the strength of your lawyer, and the strength of the judges. That's the difference. That's why he says that he talks to men in reality. And when you deal with the end of a contractual obligation that you didn't sign a prenup for, there's not an if Hafiz was saying that people in marriages have God, or people without marriages it does not have God is where my brain goes to after that. Well, yeah, he's definitely not there at that point, because he ain't going to save you at that point. You can cross your fingers and believe and hope all you want. Shout out to Kilo C with a $20 super chat. I love you guys. Do not read the what? Kajivi Bible at all. Have absolutely no knowledge of God and what the word says. This makes you in your emotions because you clearly don't have the wisdom. Shout out to Kilo for $20 super chat. Let go.
Literally, Jesus said, be as wise as a serpent, but as innocent as a dove. You have to understand how to, what does a serpent do? He's able to navigate on this earth. So 100% right. No one's teaching hope as a strategy. That's a straw man argument. But true godly wisdom is relevant. True godly wisdom is what made Adam a millionaire. True godly wisdom is what made Patrick Bet David build this amazing company. It's actual practical step-by-step guidance that benefits people's lives. So no one's talking about hope being a strategy. Simply pray to God and your marriage is going to work out. That's foolishness. What did I say? Naivete, nihilism, realism is in the middle. No one's saying being naive. So when I'm talking about godliness in marriage, those are certain principles and wisdoms. Is it going to be that if you follow God, you'll never get a divorce? No. There's nothing in life where nothing bad is going to happen. You can do everything the right way and the wrong thing can still happen. But does that mean you should do things the wrong way? Absolutely not. And so my biggest thing is that we need to give men as much practical wisdom, and women as well, give them as much practical wisdom that can build a healthy, successful marriage. When he talks about don't get married without leverage, I guarantee if he expounds upon leverage, those are all godly principles. Those are all biblical principles that what he's going to describe in what he defines as leverage, being masculine, you know what I mean, protecting your assets, all the things he would describe as leverage, that is godly wisdom. He may not view it as godly because his view of God is just some old white man in the clouds telling you to simply just do whatever you want, right? But to me, true godly wisdom is relevant. It's practical. It improves lives because like Jordan Peterson said, it's in line with the truth. And if you're in line with the truth, they can give you the best case scenario. Not a perfect life, but the best life.
You should have been a preacher, brother. You could have killed that thing. I appreciate that. Let me ask Ali a question. You said, are you a believer?
I've never been exposed to religion, so
you're not,
I'd have
you're
to say
not
no
in religion
because
whatsoever.
I don't want to.
So I'm gonna frame this. I don't want to be inappropriate. You don't believe in God. However, you are married for the past 22 years. So you're in a, I'm just gonna use air quotes, godless marriage, right? You also
I wouldn't call it godless.
Okay. You also do OnlyFans. So there's gonna be possibly people on this panel that are gonna say you're sinning.
I respect that. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Again, zero judgment here. I don't give a shit. I've dated an OnlyFans girl. I've dated a girls who go to church. I'll date all your girls. I don't give a shit. Okay? I'm human. So when you hear God, no God, sinner, OnlyFans, work, marriage, let's just say, God's looking down, and let's say Ali and Steve are married for the next 50 years. They have this amazing, beautiful marriage. They've got kids. They've made millions. She's blessed the world with kids and grandkids, and they've been married forever. Amazing. And at the same time, OnlyFans and coveting other, everything that kind of goes with that. Like how do you,
to the question.
Essentially I'm asking Hafiz this, but I'll let you answer first. How do you, grapple with those two polarizing opposites?
Yeah, I would say our home life and our family structure. I do believe in the nuclear family. I believe in, husband and wife. And I think there's probably quite a few godly principles in our home and the way that we feel that are morally and ethically the right way to do things. That's not come from any exposure to religion. It's just what I personally believe is the right way to do things and wrong. And I grew up in a crap home, crap parents, terrible life. And my husband, same thing. So we didn't really have anyone to mold or model that off of. But I would say our home, it definitely runs that way. For me to balance the two, a lot of people are fascinated by my story because of all the money I make and yada yada and what I'm doing and how do I do it. I'm always more fascinated by how am I the exception to this, right? Because how does a healthy marriage, because I would consider my marriage healthy. We have a great family, we raised our children, everything's wonderful. How does this even intertwine into our life, and how do we manage it? And how does my life is it still so normal family in a way? I mean, behind what we're doing behind closed doors is what we were doing anyway. We just have a camera now. But I'm more interested in that aspect and the psychology of it, because I think I don't, like I said, I can't really label my principles in our household because I don't have a religion and I don't oppose to anyone. I just always live my life by what I feel and what, my husband and I, what we feel is the right way to do things. And I think a lot of people get really hung up on labels and got to do this. Well, there's these, and I've never wanted to live that way and I never have. And so for me, I feel like I am my own religion. And that's just the way, the principles that we've chosen.
I think what's so interesting about your story is that it's hard to pin you down. It's like, well, women need to be, obedient and subservient to their husbands. You're like, well, I kind of am.
That's what we're doing together.
Right? And, women need to be sexy for their husbands. Well, every day, baby.
Yeah.
Right? And women shouldn't do OnlyFans. It's like, well, I do, and I make a lot of money from it, but I'm also married, so it's like...
Just a couple of quick points. I think Hafiz would make a fantastic preacher, to be honest with you. Second point is that, is there any interviews out there with her and her husband? I would love to review it. I'd love to be able to go over it, because I got to learn more. I want to find out more. I want to understand. I want to understand. You're doing OnlyFans. You have 3 kids. Do you show the most intimate components of your life publicly for people to look at? What is going on? I am just confused. I'm deeply disturbed. Shout out to Metal Heart, $10 super chat. Thanks, MTR. Been watching you for 2 to 3 years, loving your content, and you really impacted my life heavy. Shout out, my brother. I'm happy you made it out of remission. Thank you. Well, I'm in remission. And that truly stunned me the day that you posted about it. It stunned me as well, my brother. But thank you so much for your support. Let's go.
Yeah,
this also wasn't my It's very hard to pin you down and say, well, you should do this. It's like, well, it's working for me.
Oh, and a lot of people say, oh, she has no education, she'll go broke. It's like, I have a doctorate degree. Like, I'm an incredibly intelligent woman. I've done my career. I was in the medical field, and I weighed my options at that point. And of course, a lot of it, I was pushed out of the situation, unfortunately. And I'm not going to play a victim. I seen your show about OnlyFans and victims, and I don't play
Hafiz's or Coach?
Coach. You had an episode on that about OnlyFans girls playing the victim when their stories come out, and I had a very viral story. I certainly don't play the victim, but I do feel, that I was obviously pushed out too early from what I wanted to do. I was very...
You would still be being a nurse right now.
Absolutely. I literally graduated the same month that they let me go. Like, I got my doctorate degree. I was going on to do nursing research. So for me, I think a lot of people look at that, and to me, it's just more I'm really interested in how that shift happened. But people think that we have some chaotic life at home and like things are just running wild, swinging from ropes. And I'm like, it's a very, very normal household, and nothing has changed except there's a camera.
It's a very unique situation.
Very unique.
Go ahead. Final word for you, and then we'll move on to the next topic. I sent you a clip that I sent you on Tyler.
No, I think to me, like, kind of even hearing what she was sharing. Obviously, disagree with some of the OnlyFans stuff, but it's my personal opinion. Who cares? But it's like, there's certain principles that I consider godly principles that if you implement them, your relationship will be successful. If you're forgiving, if you're kind, if you're servant-hearted, like, there's just certain things that, like I said, it's like no matter, these are what I consider godly principles. So if you're choosing a partner, because you asked about what leads to divorce, I guarantee when you find out what leads to success, forgiveness, right, servant-heartedness, and gratitude. Right, and all these things are godly things, and if a person has that, I think
I am so sorry. This is to me, this is very hard to listen to. No shade whatsoever. So she just said that she does not live a godly life. I think she said something like, I should be in my own religion or create my own religion or something like that. So you're taking pieces and components of what she's saying, and then you're trying to find semblance in what you say and what it is that you believe in. What is going on here? I'm just so confused. Irrespective of the godly principles that you talk about, it is not in there. There is, if she is in a no-fault divorce, if she's in a no-fault divorce state, and she decides to upgrade because of her hypergamous nature, what does God have to do with that? Faith without works is dead. If she works her way out of this relationship because something had happened in a no-default divorce state, one of which you did not get a prenup in, what is that? Like I said, he'd make a fantastic preacher. No shade, absolutely not. But I think that it's a believe strategy. It's a hope strategy. It's not a... MTR, would you rather understand more? Shout out to Kilo again, $20 super chat. Would you rather understand more from the OnlyFans guest and not God's? Wait, what? Not God's word? What the hell, bro? No, what did it? I'm trying to understand everybody's arguments, and I'm trying to decipher of everybody's arguments. Shout out to Devil's Advocate, $10 super chat. No one is here preaching hope as a strategy then foregoes a prenup. He relates red pill creators to horrible car salesmen, and then most marriages fail, and he refuses to address the gravity of why. You know what's interesting about that is I guess now he's married. I think he said in the beginning that he was married for a year. I'm assuming that's around the same-ish time that he stopped doing content with red pill content creators. I could be wrong. But anyway, let's just keep going.
I think you'll be able to have a healthy relationship in the long run.
And have you always been a man of faith? Like, you were raised that way?
No. I mean, I was raised that way, but I became a Christian, which is interesting enough. I wasn't raised in the church. People think I was raised in the church. No, I came to believe as an adult male on my own, studying the Bible, studying the Word of God. And to me, the reason why I'm so passionate about this is because God is really real to me. And I respect how you feel, but I know it's like if someone has never experienced love, there's no way you can convince them that love exists. If someone has never experienced God, it's like God is just an ethereal thing that grandma told you back in the day to make you behave yourself. Yeah. So God is extremely real for me. I experienced God in 19. He really transformed my life. He's why I'm even here today.
What was your aha moment
Man, I think to
realize
me,
God was in your life?
Long story short, when I realized he was in my life, I think when I was 19 years old, I wanted to play college football. I was playing college football. I was a typical guy, college football player. I was finally getting girls at that time. And then I just realized that, man, I realized that my entire life I lived for me. And then I realized there was something greater than myself. And then I realized if I followed God, it could totally transform the way I lived, and especially for obviously what Christ did on the cross. And so to me, when I became a believer, everything changed. I got smarter. People are like, oh my gosh, you can talk so well. I wasn't always like this. When I actually became a believer, that's when I got smarter. That's when I got more intelligent. So to me, all of this, that's why God is so real to me, because I know the reason I'm sitting down here talking to you and having this amazing conversation is because of God. And so I understand where he's coming from, that because God is not real for him. Obviously, his life experiences has shown him otherwise, but I'm just really passionate about it because I just want people to experience the best thing possible. And for me, if it's God, I want other people to experience it as well.
Coach,
I'm going to have to take a time out. I'm going to have someone else come in and I need a tag team partner. I need to hit someone else in to decipher what that was. I'm just low key, I want to go back. I don't want to listen to that part again just because I want to ensure that I'm trying to understand as much. But did he say he followed it and he became smarter? Is that what he said? So what? Am I tripping? You remember that movie Limitless back in the day? You took the pill and then he became smarter? Is that a real thing? Right? You got more intelligent? I don't know why this is. We got to get out of this religion type of conversation. We got to go to much more of the reason why everyone's here. You know what I'm saying? Let's just keep going.
Final word on this entire conversation. You can wrap it up, and then we're going to go to play this clip. You got that?
Yeah. What particular part? What do you want to talk about?
You're not a believer whatsoever.
No. Okay. I respect everybody's belief system. I've taken a lot of classes and understand the world is very, very large and vast. People have a lot of belief systems. Yes. So, my biases about my spirituality is going to be kept at home because this is a journey and walk that I would have by my own. I don't go out and preach to other people about how they should live because in their world or their neck of the woods, that's just not the reality. So I just leave that and respect people's position on it. And there ain't no need to argue it because we all going to find out one way or another. When that bell tolls, you're going to find out one way or another.
Way to end that one. That's that. Boom, short clip. Done.
I mean, that was a fantastic way to end it. You're not going to go back and forth regarding someone's belief system. Like I said before, it's because it upends the very basis of how they are living their life. So, I think at the end of the day, that's a super much respect to the way that he was able to hold that. I'm just, maybe off stream, I'll go sometime and re-listen to Hafiz's thoughts because to me, it's just, I got more confused listening to that. I got more confused listening to, because the brother over here asked a fantastic question is, how did you come up to this epiphany? Which I think is important because it underpins his beliefs regarding marriage. But I don't know.
Nat, I put a video up there. This is Coach talking about, I hope this is the correct video about, let's just make sure production room that we get the audio and good to go, but I think this is the clip that I wanted to discuss with Coach about what's basically going on with social media today and what you would call the young men versus young women social media disparity. Can we play this clip?
Yes, I'm going to play now.
Group, young girls develop, they're gonna get a lot of attention. Young boys are simply not. He's gonna witness his female counterparts on TikTok, 10,000 followers, 20,000, 30.
Did he say TikTok?
Group, young girls develop, they're gonna get a lot of attention. Young boys are simply not. He's gonna witness his female counterparts on TikTok, 10,000 followers, 20,000, 30,000, million followers. What does that do to the dynamics and the hierarchy on campus? Can he get this girl
Blows him
now?
up.
He has no chance, and he's gonna grow up with them through high school believing I have no chance at women. The self-esteem of this kid is going to get killed. The only thing he can reach out now to are Instagram thoughts and pornography. At a certain age.
Yeah. So very interesting conversation here. Okay.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. He doesn't need to only just reach out to Instagram thoughts and IG models.
And this will have a, so basically, if I can sum up what you're saying, 21-year-old guy, 21-year-old girl. 21, maybe you're, a senior in college. Maybe you've been working for a couple of years as a guy. 21-year-old female, same exact situation. Maybe you're a senior in college. Maybe you're been working for a couple of years. The only difference is, as a woman, you can kind of get a lot of eyeballs out there on the social media platforms.
Yeah.
Like, it's taken me hard work to get to where I'm at right now. And a girl does the exact same thing. All she has to do is put some bikini pictures out there. Much easier for a woman.
Way easier.
Much easier for a woman. And you're basically saying it for a 21-year-old, comparing himself, trying to get another 21-year-old female. Oh, man, life is going to be tough for you, brother.
It's a little bit tougher than when I grew up in the olden days, in a time where a woman probably wouldn't get maybe 3 men in their entire city or county or neighborhood or school. If that, she might go to the rival high school potentially and get some attention. Now, it's a little bit more vast.
Yeah.
There's a lot more choice for
Global
her.
sexual marketplace.
And here's the funny thing.
out.
My young lady here,
Natalia.
She mentioned this earlier because she's in the dating minefield. She says, she has a lot of options. I get a lot of offers.
Both ways, too.
She's beautiful.
And she should. And
Yes.
what we have to understand is, as young men, this is where I position myself as young men, typically 70% of men tend to be invisible to the world until they, as you said, put in 20 years worth of work. And then it's easy for you to hop on social media with the Bugatti and the Lamborghini, and you handsome and you got your beard in and you got all of that stuff. Oh, you can jump on now and you can get a lot of attention.
Back then, they
but that's a
didn't want me.
waiting game that men at this particular point, I'm going to say, based on the pornography industry being $1 billion industry, we know young men are consuming it. Based on Instagram, I can put a post up on Instagram. Ain't nobody going to like it. But if a young woman just comes in and gives her what Mother Nature has blessed her with, or what the miracles of modern science has injected into her, now she gonna get a whole bunch of attention, and then that puts me in that same age group at a significant disadvantage that people aren't addressing. I don't like when people complain about it. I just present it as a reality in the situation, and until the porn industry becomes bankrupt, my opinion is going to be true.
Well, what about athletes now? So male athletes
Which
get
is a
far
very
more
small-
attention.
Sorry,
They get far more attention than women, and that's another thing off their what God grace gave them is their athletic abilities.
It's the same thing.
And it's the same thing. And I also have to ask, your Instagram thought comment. Obviously, I'm on Instagram. I post bikini pics.
TikTok.
And TikTok thought, whatever it is. Am I Instagram TikTok thought to you? I mean, am I the person you're just when you say that? Am I the category or is
I mean,
this,
that's how you make your money, right? That's how you
But what is
butter
a-
your
what-
bread.
Hafiz, you chill out for a quick second. Coach got to go in on the mother. Coach gotta. Come on, Coach. Woo! Let's get in there. Come on, Coach.
And you're just when you say that, am I the category or is
I mean,
this,
that's how you make your money, right? That's how you
but
that's how
what
you
is
butter your
what
bread.
is a thought to you?
Hold on, let me come back. Let me come back and answer something here. When we talk about athletes and male athletes, I actually addressed
I
this
want
and
him to
I
answer that
addressed it
question.
this morning.
Far more.
What male athletes tend to fall into the same category as
way less of-
female people who get attention.
I think they're way upper
However,
echelon.
watch this. What percentage of men are successful female athletes versus
successful female?
I'm sorry, successful male athletes. Sorry.
Today.
What percentage of? Let me
Now
say
we're
this
opening a whole
again.
nother can of worms here.
Yeah. Let me say it again. What
Versus what percentage of women are popping on thick thought? Or what percentage of women that can make a living off of OnlyFans in comparison to men?
percentage
I'm the
of
best WNBA player out there.
correct, yeah,
Facts.
correct.
I knew it.
Let me say it
I'm
again.
the worst NBA player.
What percentage of males are
Yes.
successful male athletes? Very small.
0.0001%.
Very, very, very
Yes.
small. Now, what percentage of young girls jumped on TikTok and went on there and got 100,000?
What do you consider successful though? Because there's a lot of people that have millions of followers, and I know some of these girls they don't make nothing.
Nothing.
Like
I
that's
know
not.
that too.
That's
and that's
why.
the trap. Well, that's
I don't even have that much followers. They would never think I make the
But
money I
that
make.
is the trap that I'm trying to make you aware. See, we showed
Yeah.
a 20-second clip, and you're trying to jump all of this, and you're saying, "What about this and what about that?"
Well, you said
we live in-
Instagram thoughts. You said TikTok thoughts.
but that
so
doesn't
I
mean
like
you're
to know
making
what-
money. That doesn't mean you're making money. You could just be getting attention. And
And it's the attention argument. That's his point.
Is that a
attention-
problem if a woman gets attention? Men's get attention from various.
It's not but he outlined what it can lead a young man down in that path, or that utility that young man has in comparison to her utility.
things. Was that a problem? if a-
very small percentage of men get attention in comparison.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not
is
even an
new
argument.
news.
I
This is
mean,
not
listen,
even new-
you could probably agree.
No, I would agree.
This is coming from the same young lady that doesn't understand that most of the media today is generated towards women's eyes. So okay, let's just go.
This
as
is
a woman-
absolutely agreeing. The normal average woman can get way more attention
Absolutely.
than a male
How is
than
she
a
even gonna
male
fight that?
normal average male, which puts the percentages at, if we just want to be general, 70% of the men are consuming and paying attention to a
most of
majority of women, as
Yes.
opposed to the opposite.
Yeah.
When it comes to women on social media, they are producers more than they are consumers. And if they do consume, they might be consuming a makeup channel.
It's so true. And the athlete is mostly being paid for by other men supporting whatever sports and activity.
They might be consuming something else. They're not consuming the vast majority of male athletes that have even succeeded.
Facts.
Because even those guys have to jump through hoops and hurdles when he jumps in his DM. That woman probably would get more attention if she made a video and said, "These basketball players are in my DMs."
And let's not even talk about that. In order to be a basketball player, how much work that you have to put in order to actually do that. Like, yeah, you got to have some genetic gifts as well. But how much work that you have to create that utility, as opposed to being born genetically awesome as a woman. And it's just completely different.
As opposed to her even getting married to that guy today. That's where the problem
Coach,
is.
let me hone in on this because I want to tell you a story. But is your the reason that you're doing this
Go back
is
to the
is to
TikTok.
do what? To basically inform men, hey guys, you're gonna have to get in line and wait your turn.
Yeah, well, that
you're gonna
came-
have to grow up and become
Yes.
the man.
Increase your
I mean, 'cause
okay?
that was an hour and a half speech
Yes.
that they took that 20
Right.
seconds from.
Well, that's
so
how
there's
work-
more.
life works
Exactly,
these days,
exactly.
okay?
So the
Yeah.
broader argument
Yes.
is money, energy, attention, and time.
Gotcha.
Over time,
Yes.
men have to kind of work for their position in
Yes.
life. And this isn't a complaint. A lot of
Yeah.
people think, oh, these red pill guys are complaining. It ain't going to be any different
Right.
anytime soon, especially with social media. But the reality is, you're going to have to put in that work. You're going to have
Yes.
to apply yourself to get to that position.
Yes.
Because at the time, and I also tell men, the generation of women that you're trying to date, they're not your women.
Correct.
I say that. That's not
What do
your
you mean
women.
by that?
Which means you're going after, you're a 21-year-old man.
Yeah.
You're trying to impress a 21-year-old woman who has access to a whole bunch. I say,
That reminds me of that Kanye clip. Instagram got your bitch. Instagram got your bitch. She sent the picture off to Instagram before she sent it to you.
really focus on yourself. And then when
Yes.
you're 30, go get a 21-year-old because
Yeah.
at that point you have the what? Leverage and options.
Can
This is all
let
what
me
it
give
is.
you one.
Woo! Shout out to Elias for the $10 super chat. This is why I'm a loyal follower of the notorious CGA as well as MTR. Facts are always spoken. Shout out to Michael in the building. Patreon gang in the building. She has no clue on how difficult the male struggle is. No, she has no idea. Let's keep going. Thank you guys for the support.
Story, okay, of why I appreciate what you're saying with this, okay? I'm 18 years old. I'm a senior in high school. There's this girl at a different high school.
They better get back to this TikTok conversation. And she asked a very direct question, and I want them to go back there. Please let them go back there. Someone wrote in the chat, Jezebel shot down. Take it down. Let's
That
go.
I am obsessed with. Okay, I'm like, yo, bro, what's up with so and so? You know, I'm telling I'm like, this is we don't have cell phones. We got social media. I'm trying to use like old school carrier pigeon for my boy to holler on my behalf. Okay, and This girl deserved a lot of attention at the time, okay? Rightfully so. At that time. She was 17, I was 18, okay? Long story short, I find out that, sorry, bro, she's not interested. She's dating so-and-so who's already in college that's driving a BMW. And I'm like, life's not fair, bro. I love this girl. I can't believe it. Like, life sucks. Fast forward, I see that same girl at a birthday party for a friend of mine's 40th birthday party. Okay, I'm like, and I go, wow, she don't look so good.
No.
I said, oh, life's been kind of rough to this girl. Great girl, but I'm glad that I didn't get what I wanted when I was 18 years old. Okay,
Right.
and since then, I've gotten that girl times 10, a million.
Exactly.
Okay. But guys are very myopic. When you're 18, you want that. Oh my God, I want that.
Right.
If you're willing to wait the time and invest and improve upon yourself when you're 30 or when you're 40 and your sexual market value peak and you've taken care of, your.
Why am I doing this? As men's value goes up, women's value, here goes the wall right here. Bow, they bust through that wall. As men value goes this way, bust through that wall. It's an inverse relationship. You understand what I'm saying? Let go.
Your physicality,
absolutely.
your mentality, your pocketbooks. Now the world's your oyster. It's just very hard when you're young to realize that.
Well, it's hard, and also you have
Very hard.
Mother Nature and Father Time.
And it's at the time where your hormones are going the most crazy. And you have the least degree of masculinity. You have the least degree of financial foundation. It's difficult at that age.
I'm playing a cruel game on you, hyping you up on testosterone, which is a powerful drug, which is a need for you to have it now. And a lot of guys don't want to wait. They don't want to hear me say, slow down.
No.
Slow down. They like, I want it now. Tell me how to get it now.
Exactly.
And then you kind of get walked down
That's
the trap
why dating coaches
that
exist.
you cannot dig out of, or it might take you 20 years to dig out
And here's the
of.
difference between back then and now is that there was no social media then.
Right.
So she was getting hollered at by the 21-year-old cool guy that picked her up in the BMW. Now it's that guy, and I lived in Miami.
Now he's
so that guy in
flying around
Miami is
to
hollering
Dubai.
at her. But now it's guys in Dubai, in Australia, in Europe.
Crazy how I be calling
in
shit
London, offering
It's
these
all over the
women
world. Yeah.
everything.
It's tough.
So women have the advantage. Allie, you're gorgeous. You're married. Don't get offended. Women have the advantage
From a sexual perspective, they still don't have the advantage from a relationship perspective. Let's keep going.
18 to 29. They're hot. They're young. They're beautiful. They're vibrant. They got the advantage. Men have the advantage 30 plus. 30 plus. Because it's going to take time to become the man that you need to become.
The maturity level. I think
Exactly.
even in my marriage, I mean, I'm matured faster than my husband. I mean, certainly I think women, we start from little girls wanting to be married with baby. I just feel like women do, and I think even medically, like women mature quicker than men. And so I think even when a woman is 22, if she's not in her 22, if she's more of an advanced.
Physically, women mature physically quicker than men. Okay?
It takes the man a little bit longer before I feel like that leverages out, which I do see why a lot of women, kind of as you get past 35 for men, it just becomes more successful in terms of relationships and stuff. I think young men and young women at the same time is just a disaster.
Well, I always try to look at terms and things of money and finance, and I'm always telling young people, stop day
Good way
trading.
to look at things.
Okay?
Yes.
Day trading is
Stop day
not, if
trading.
you're thinking short-term day trading, I'm
we
up,
can
I'm
talk
down,
money all
it's
day.
now, I'm a big advocate of decade trading. I started started investing in 2008, 2009 at the bottom of the market. And every year I've just been throwing money in, and it's turned into a lot of freaking money.
Good job.
But if you can kind of use that analogy for life and relationships, it's like, yeah, you might not be getting a lot of action now or on eyeballs now. Just wait 5 years, wait 10 years, let it marinate, improve upon yourself. You'll see what happens.
I like this guy.
Your mindset is so much different than when you were 19, right?
Yeah.
Of course, no, and I think it's really good. And like I said, it's always an interesting relationship because so much of the wisdom, and I love that part because I'm all about personal accountability, right?
Okay.
And I think sometimes it's like
We all should be.
we talk about what cannot be controlled. And I love what Coach Greg Adams just talked about as a man, what can you do? Okay, we've watched 100,000 problems with women today videos. You know the market is difficult. You know the SMV. You know the graphs. You know everything. What now?
And that's the part where I'm obsessed with, right? And I love that information about actually now, how can we become better as men? How can you make yourself more desirable? How can you make yourself more competent, successful, overall a better individual? And so that's what I'm consumed about. And so I really appreciate you sharing that. I think what's important for the guys to realize is in life, there's things you can control. And there's things that you can't control. If you're going to fight the system and things you can't control, you'll be miserable. But if you can control what you can control and build yourself up to be a better man, every man can have a better life, and that's what it's all about.
Let me. Are you guys familiar with the Minect that we have?
What the hell
Super
is that?
chats? All right, cool. We'll get to that in a second. We've developed an app here at Valuetainment where you can ask questions, right? I think you guys should all be on it, by the way. We'll talk after this, where people can ask you questions and you give advice. I think all three of you would be amazing giving advice out there. I got this question, okay? I'm not going to put this dude's information out there.
I'm just
No. But he asked me a question. He's basically saying, hey, look, I'm 23 years old. I'm making good money, okay? I'm debt-free. I've saved up, but I'm really lacking in the relationship department. He's saying he's a virgin, and in fact, he's actually never been kissed, which is kind of intense situation, age 23. And, I had to give him advice. Okay. And I'm like, yo, bro, kind of gave the shit sandwich. Like, congratulations, you're making money. Good for you. Congratulations. Keep up the good work. That's, a part of the battle. It's part of the equation. Now as far as your relationships go, and he said, listen, I'm not Brad Pitt, but I'm not bad looking either. Okay. I respect, awareness, very important for a guy. But then he said he didn't have a lot of friends, like guy friends.
And just be clear, this is not ultra rare. 3% of the men under the age of 30 are virgins. This is not ultra rare.
Okay, that was kind of part of the reason. And I was like, well, look, naturally, most people will say, well, get out there and go start picking up chicks, bro. I said, listen, you need to develop a good network of homies to go out with. Because if you're with good friends and you've got a good support system, the homies, the squad, we all know this, you guys will run into a crew of chicks, 2, 3, 4 girls, and good things will happen. But it starts with you. You're making the money, check. Maybe you're a little overweight. Kind of got to deal with that. All right, cool. But
it's the worst.
I had to give this guy advice. I've never met him. He's probably listening like, oh my God, I'm so freaking embarrassed. But from each of your perspectives, what advice would you give? You know nothing about this guy other than what I've told you. What advice would you give him? Coach, you want to go first?
Oh, man, I got to see a picture of this guy.
I know.
I
can't put him out there like that.
Smile.
Yeah. Man, because oftentimes when you're giving advice, you're giving a couple of points, and then when you start peeling.
And this is why, like, when people email me questions regarding what should I do about a girl, like, oftentimes I just look at them and I just say, I don't have enough information. I don't have enough information about this situation because Coach said a picture. Sometimes you need to look at a video. Right? Because irrespective of what he looks like, irrespective of the money that he makes, if he's just awkward, he doesn't have any charisma, he doesn't know how to talk to women, he doesn't know how to make a woman smile, right? Those things can go so far. In those cases, I would say it'd be a lot more beneficial for them to get maybe not even just internet dating coaches, but like in-person coaching of what they're doing wrong. Oftentimes in conversations, I see men making mistakes that in my mind I'm cringing at, but in order to keep the openness of a conversation or the flow of a conversation, you just kind of ignore it and keep on walking. But I'm thinking to myself, damn, that's so cringy. And that person probably doesn't even know how cringy that they actually are. If they were friends of mine, maybe I would communicate to them in regard to the things that they're doing wrong within a conversation in order to induce cringiness. But sometimes some dudes just don't know what they don't know. Right, like, and there can be a little bit of autism within that as well. Shout out to Unlucky Sevens. Hafiz Disingenuous Invest. He's shuffling for his wife watching at home. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat.
On that onion, all right, you see there's layers and layers to this, and there's something going on there, but I can't really describe it. I don't know many 23-year-old male virgins making 6 figures, but there could be. So I would want to know more. Yeah. But if you just ask me what advice I can give them on this one is understand what manipulation is. You're a prime target. So you fall into a small a category.
Defensive coordinator of the year.
Not that many 23-year-olds are successful and that are virgins and never kissed a girl.
That's why I was like, what? What's going on?
You're a big old target. You're a big old fat, juicy ass target. Right. And I think if you make a decision based on your feelings and not being logical about it, you could be led the wrong way. What he could do is what we call it, go to the junior college. You know, we can go over to the junior college and have a little bit of fun. My audience knows what that is.
I don't, Coach, define it.
The place with the daycare workers.
He can go get him a little comfort. You know, he can go get a little bit of comfort and have somebody rub his leg. You know, somebody at a young variety that might.
What I call the shrimp club.
Yeah, he can go
shrimp.
He can go over there.
That was masked
him
so well.
Yeah,
it's like,
really
what are we talking about?
He can get him a service provider and then pay her about an hour, and then he can have his every wish is granted.
You know what's crazy?
That's what he can do.
I'm cool with that advice.
Yeah.
There might be a little bit of, throw him off the deep end, to a professional. You know what I'm saying? Get that boy an ACU scholarship, all right? Just real quick, all right? So, but here's the thing. You got to be able to monitor that because hopefully he don't get addicted to that shit and that just becomes his damn life, all right? That's not healthy either. There's a balance in everything within life. Let's keep going.
Go get your
some
leg
experience
rubbed.
out there.
Yeah.
Get a hug out there.
Get a hug
at the shrimp.
Get one of them Instagram
club.
thoughts. Right?
Yeah, you can go with the thought.
we going back to the thought conversation.
Come back to that, don't you?
I do because I understand your message. Like everybody's got their thing, and I'm not hating on that, but there's a.
Oh my gosh! Just real quick before we get to this conversation, I low key want to do a poll on this. Do we think that she's going to demonstrate delusion within the things that she's getting ready to say? Are we going to assume that her lifestyle is one of which that you would not think that there's thought in that? There's thought-like behaviors of the things that we say, sexually deliberated, you know what I'm saying? All that showing pictures, videos of your inside. Press a 1 in the chat if she's been realistic this entire conversation. So big ups to her. Put a 1 in the chat if you think she's going to be delusional. Put a 2 in the chat if you think she's going to come across this situation with a degree of logic and understanding. 1 delusion, 2 logic and understanding. Write it down in the chats right now. Come on. Come on. That's the most amount of 1s I've ever seen in my life. Okay, there's a 2. There goes another 2. It's about 90% 1s. We don't need a poll for that. Let's keep going.
The way to present things, and then when you come out that bold, like Instagram thought, like you're basically labeling all girls on Instagram who are bikinis, the acting that way is like a thought. And so
Yes. Women, you have to understand this. I don't care if it's your business. You have just become unmarriageable to a masculine man. Yes. Look at Coach's face. Wait a minute. We got to get a zoom in. Because here's the thing at the end of the day. Did she start this before she got married or no? Here's what he's thinking right now. Does she want to hear the truth, the whole truth, or nothing but the truth? Or does she want me to lie? Yes. That's exactly what it means, mama. I said this last night. There is nothing from a digital footprint perspective. If I go up on her digital media and I don't see twerk videos, I don't see bathing suit photos, I don't see tongue hanging out their mouth and shit like that. If I see dressing where she's covering up her tits, if I see family photos, girlfriend photos, and they all look like knowledgeable, modest women, you got to understand. Yes. The answer to your question is yes. Why is this such a weird thing? Yo, so we should do a meme contest. Whoever can meme this picture of CGA right here and then email me the meme with the top words at the top and the bottom words. I may have to do like a little community chat thing where I will give you for the number one, I'll give you like $30 for the number one pick. Email me a CGA pick, a meme. Let's meme CGA. All right, we got let's hold on. Let me make it a little bit smaller so I can screenshot this shit. Let's meet CGA when she thinks that, you know what I'm saying, do the top and do the bottom. Let's go. We gotta get the community behind this. Email me, mediocre towards her Bruce. Whatever. I'll do a community chat post about this. That if that's not a memeable face, come on, we gotta see it. You understand what I'm saying? Hold on. Let's get back in there. Hold on. Let me make this weird to say. When she says, I don't know, I can't think on the fly about it right here. when she says this wearing bathing suit pictures and exposing my areolas on Instagram makes me a thought. The face that you give her when Coach finds out you capping, shout out to Alvin with the $10 super chat. Meme this shit immediately. When the coach discovers what? Email me, damn it. Email me, damn it. All right, we got. Wait a minute. I hit the wrong button. Hold on. Fit to screen. Let me. All right. Let's get. Let's go back in. Coach is like, oh goodness. Oh my God. All right. Blung.
I want because I look, I understand your message. Like everybody's got their thing, and I'm not hating on that, but there's a way to present things, and then when you come out that bold, like Instagram thought, like you're basically labeling all girls on Instagram who are bikinis, the acting that way is like a thought. And so I don't see myself that way. Obviously, I'm triggered. I'm a little triggered. I'm a little triggered, and I guess what is with the bitterness with men caring about how much attention that men are giving women? Like we're getting it from men.
Wait, what?
Yeah, attention that men. I'm a little triggered, and I guess what is with the bitterness with men caring about how much attention?
Here's the thing, guys. I see people that's writing it down in there that she's triggered. I don't think that she is. I think she's just doing a good thing of content. She's not being emotional right now. She's just asking a question. I don't agree with that.
I don't see myself that way. Obviously, I'm triggered. I'm a little triggered.
I think she's just saying it from a content perspective. But
I'm a little triggered, and I guess what is with the bitterness with men caring about how much attention that men are giving women? Like it's
about you being naked.
You want to go ahead? Go ahead. Bring the God into it, then let her know.
It's about why pay for the milk if you can get the cow for free. The most sacred part of your relationship is online. Okay? Might work for you in your particular relationship, but it is an outlier. Like a mofo. Shout out for EO for the $5 super chat. When Coach sees an OnlyFans thought and says, I've got money. Shout out to Laughing Man. MTR, I trust her to be a woman unagreeable, masculine now, and very emotional. Shout out my G's coming through with the $5 super chats. Big says when she says, he's like my brother, don't worry. That's a good one right there.
Yeah, you bring God into it. I am a straight thought.
Now I believe it. Go ahead.
Is this helping our 23-year-old friend here?
Yeah, she want to know. She want to know. But I'll tell you one thing. Go ahead.
Okay. You want us to give him advice? You want us to? It's your show.
Let's give this guy advice, and then let's go back to Allie's comments, and then we'll wrap up here.
I think Coach I love what he said at the beginning because there's so many layers to it, right? Mm-hmm. In my opinion, he's a tech guy. If he's making that much money at that such a young age, he's not a lawyer, he's not a doctor. He has to be a tech guy, right? For him to have a career making that much, but not just making money off the stock market, got to be a tech guy. Tech guys are really low with social skills. That's why he's a virgin. That's why he never kissed a girl. So I love your advice about the community of men that he needs to be around, because that's really what's important, right? Yeah. Because even to Coach's point, he can go to maybe a Columbia and meet some daycare workers, if you know what I mean. But the reality of it,
it was just in Columbia. A lot of daycare workers. Shout out to all the daycare workers.
But the reality of it is he'll come back to America and he's not playing D1. So he might get some junior college reps, but you're still not ready to play D1, right?
Right.
So I love your advice where it's like, yo, find some great men and be around them and actually build yourself up. Because the problem is you think you're not good enough because you haven't kissed a girl or you haven't had sex with a girl. You have strong identity issues. And the quickest way of ruining that is to find a woman. And because if he finds a girl and he has sex and she gives him sex and a kiss, he's whipped.
Gone.
You know it. Coach knows it.
He's
He's
gone.
whipped.
True.
He has no identity. He has no backbone. He has
She's
nothing.
gonna own that man.
Absolutely.
She will.
That's what he's saying. He's a sitting duck.
And,
right there.
and that's and then what coach said, he has no leverage.
Yes.
The leverage as a man is
Yeah.
having the confidence, having the community, having the support system. So I
Yeah.
love I think your advice
It's
head
great
on.
points.
Find guys, build that confidence, build the community, build who you are, and then I guarantee you when you start beginning to interact with women, because in due time, if you're around winners, women go around men who are winning. You know, there's that old school red pill line that women just wait at the finish line, right? If you're with your guys and you guys are winning, women will come around and then you can navigate it then, but you got to build yourself
But
up first.
here's something else that guys will do. I don't know if girls do this.
Yeah.
If let's say the three of us are going out, right? And I'm in
W's for Hafiz down into the chat. He deserves that. Okay.
this suit and you're in that suit. I'm picking on Coach for a second. We're going out and I go, Coach, what's the deal, homie? Like we're suited and booted, and you're looking like you're about to coach a basketball game, and you're like, yo, I'm a coach, homie. I mean, I get it. But we'll call you out. We'll say, go ahead, change. Like the running joke that I have is anytime that I go out in South Beach and I bring people out, and every once in a while a dude shows up in shorts, I'm just like, go home. Go home. Go home. And he's like, what do you mean? Like, I'll just go change. I'm like, no. You got to change what's going on up here. Like, go home.
If you want to kick
Yes.
it with me, that's not how it's
Exactly.
going to be.
Like, you're showing up in shorts and flip flops to a club. It's like, go home. And they get the memo. Okay, but the point is, guys will, hey, bro, like, you smell. Like, bro, you're fat.
And it may
clean
come
it
off
up
as
a little
harsh.
bit.
It may come
but
off
that's
as
how
harsh.
guys operate.
Right.
So that's
coming
maybe
back to
that's
her
why I'm
point.
saying he needs
Yeah, let's get back to her point because we're not done with her yet.
to go. Okay, there it
coming
is.
back to you.
Which we will tee up. Anyway,
Yep.
let's give this young man advice, and then we'll let you go one-on-one with Coach
I
Craig.
love the advice
23-year-old man.
of being around other men, because like you said, he's probably a tech guy who's immersed himself in his career and done great. I mean, he's 23, he's where he's at. I think he's probably doesn't realize just how prime he truly is. I mean, given that he's successful, he's tackled the career aspect of it. So to go out with other guys that can show him like, okay, here's how the game is played.
Yeah.
I think that would be the wisest advice
Gotcha.
too. 'Cause
Needs a mentor.
He needs a mentor,
100%.
and he'll pick up on things, and he'll get rejected, and then sometime he'll have some wins, and I think you learn from that experience
Exactly.
of what
He
works
needs
and what
needs
doesn't.
someone to be like, listen, you're a
Yeah.
fucking dweeb. Okay? I love
And
you.
here's the thing: he may have to pay for that mentorship because not everyone is going to always take the time in order to try to build you up. You know what I'm saying? So like if he needs to fast track that, he may need to invest into people that can actually mentor him that specialize in that.
You're my homie, but girls aren't trying to bang the dweeb.
Start
so
fit the bill, yeah.
Start, getting a little more alpha. All right, before we wrap up and get to super chats, Allie, just so I can tee you up here, you took some issue with Coach
finish
Craig
that.
and the thought comment.
Yes.
Yeah, people.
Okay.
Look, I've been called far worse.
sure
Okay,
you have.
I'm a
Yes.
horrible mother. I'm the devil. You know what it is. No, it's not that. I just like to. You kind of skated a little bit in Natalia's questions, and then you're on YouTube calling Instagram girls thoughts. I feel like you gotta own some of your stuff. You gotta if you're gonna say it, if it's for views, it's for clicks. If it's because it gives people that factor, it is what it is. I get it. I'm in content creation, but I feel like you gotta hold you to that, and you gotta what is it that. Just because someone's on Instagram getting attention, why does that got to be thought? And what is a thought to
Mind if I
you?
did that for you?
I thought
It's on you.
No,
Oh,
let
shit.
me go. I'm gonna handle it.
Yeah.
You can go ahead and follow up.
Yeah.
So what it's Allie, right? Allie would like a wonderful description and me for write a book of how to describe these women. And of course, it's not to slander you. It's a description. I just described who you were, and people can immediately associate it with it. So if I have a few seconds to grab your attention, I can describe it as an Instagram thought, and everybody knows what it is. So I don't have time to be like, well, this young lady who
it's not
got
time
her
for
titty out,
caveats.
and this one over here who got the butt out, and this one over here who done plumped her lips, and this one over here who stripped her for the camera. I don't have time for that, and so thus I have to give it a name, and I can say TikTok because that's what my app's popularity is. It's for those holes over there, and so that's what the.
So you're describing it as a girl on one of these platforms who's either shaking it or doing something for attention. That's your idea of a thought.
and or money, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the quote, but it's shake it, but don't break it.
She agreed with
Took
that.
your mama 9 months to make it. That's Uncle Luke, all right?
Yeah.
You learned that in kindergarten if growing up in Miami.
Kindergarten.
But anyway,
Oh,
did that make sense?
Okay,
No,
let's
I
see.
mean that's how you describe that. I just
Did you know what I was talking about? If I say Instagram thought, do you
100%.
immediately know?
I think it's just when I think of thought, I think of promiscuity, and it may just be my perception of thought. And so when I hear that, I'm like, well, not every girl that's on TikTok or that's on Instagram in a bikini is acting
Go
in
ahead,
that way
Coach.
in
You
life.
got
I mean,
this.
I'm a
It's easy
married
for
woman.
you.
I don't sleep around with
This a
other
layup.
people. So that was my perception of the word. So that's why for me,
Ali, we've already established that you are an anomaly.
That's what sucks.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I think a thought is not necessarily someone who's doing an act at that moment, right? We don't know what she's doing after she puts the phone down. So the reality is she may not be promiscuous. Odds are she is to be able to cross that line.
Do that.
However, promiscuity and thought I don't think goes hand in hand. She's selling, she's advertising. So at that particular point, you're a car salesman, and if you tell me, well, I actually am a distributor of motor vehicles, you're a car salesman. All right, at the end of the day,
Coach, I just got to ask you.
Yes.
You're single. You're successful. Life's good.
Oh my
You know, from the mustache up, you look young. From the mustache
Hey
down.
man, the younger girls at the junior college, they love all
I'm
this.
sure
Boy.
at the
They be
JUCO.
running all this.
That's good.
What type of women
demonstrates
do
this.
you date now?
Well, I don't date. I mate. You know, I practice the art of mating. But dating to me is dead in terms of the sense of what it used to mean. Right?
Okay.
In the past, people used to court to find mates.
Yes.
And then they transitioned to
said,
this
"I don't
dating
date,
thing
I
where you meet
mate."
strangers and you gift
I
them
gotta use
things
that.
based on some sort of entitlement, and thus it has turned into prostitution. And now we're in the all-out act of prostitution. So I don't date like that.
Yeah.
All right. I might go out and have a little fun and treat some women to some good times and all of that stuff with the expectation they're gonna rub my leg. All right. And that's the situation. And then they go home. Sometimes they might sleep over. I don't know what's gonna happen. But there's an understanding that this is not gonna
But the
lead
fact that
anywhere.
you've been married, divorced, and have kids, and you've kind of gotten all
that out
that
of the way.
stuff out of the way,
Yeah.
does that give you the freedom to be like, listen, come, go,
Yes.
please, come. I don't give a shit.
Which is an interesting point because a lot of men haven't been to that
Yes.
point, and
Right.
then that's the curiosity. So if they
Yes.
hear me and I'm like, "Oh, do this, do that," and they're like, "Well, you already got your kids, and you already married."
Yeah.
So I tell them, well, if that's the case, get leverage first. If I can give you a
Yes.
bit of advice, get leverage.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, a guy's going to pick the path that they got to figure out. Like your path is different from my path, is different from Pete's path, different from Allie's husband's path. Like I'm at the point now where now I'm in my early 40s. All my boys got married when they were in their late 20s, early 30s, and now they're starting to deal with the, well, I don't know,
Yeah.
divorce, looking around,
Yeah.
all that.
Yeah.
Yep.
And now I'm at the point where it's like, I want to, like, if I do ever get married, whether it's with the state or not the state, or whether there's a prenup or there's definitely a prenup, whatever. Like, I know that I want to have kids. I know that I want to have a family. I know that. Okay. So right now I'm going to a lot of JUCOs and, and kind of just seeing what's out there.
There you go.
But I don't want to be like, I don't want to get married in the next couple of years and then be that bitter divorcee in my 50s and be like, these fucking hoes out here. Like, I want to.
You're gonna dude. I'm telling you, that itch that you have is gonna set you up for failure. You know the statistics.
How do you mean though?
Well, listen.
Yes.
We know the statistics, right? You already been married.
Yes.
You said 50% on the legal chart has been divorced,
Yes.
right? But then the second marriages are what?
Yeah. Well,
What is it, 63%?
I wouldn't count the first one.
Yeah,
as
that's right.
like
If you hear what, if you hear the story off camera, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot different.
Right.
It was an agreement.
But two
Yeah.
things I thought about,
love to hear
and
that story.
I wanted to address what you said, and I want to also address another thing that you said. In regards to the Instagram thought comment, I just want to share about it briefly. It seems like it's very harsh words, but men use harsh words to describe very blunt behavior, right? And it may seem like he's insulting, but he's really describing what men genuinely feel. And like most guys, when they genuinely feel a woman half naked parading herself on the internet, there's not a level of wife. There's a level
exactly
of
what I'm
for the
saying.
night.
Yes.
That's how that's their brain thinks about short-term mating right now.
Yeah. Well,
And-
Ali, I showed you that video when I interviewed all those guys at the Male Excellence event, and they the conference from CME, and I asked them, "Would you marry an OnlyFans girl?" They're all like, "Hell no, for the night. She belonged to the streets. Hell no, fuck that. Maybe for the night, like whatever."
Right.
So, but you remember that?
I'm the anomaly.
So it's
Exactly.
it's a hurtful thing to hear him say it, but he's just describing an emotion that men feel. And so I just
And again, what's so interesting about that is that men talking, men shit. It's feelings, emotions. That's not fair. Am I that? Da 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 da. Meanwhile, y'all have created talk shows explaining and detailing men's eggplant size. Do y'all understand? Like, like You make entire shows about eggplant, Ricky Lake and shit like that. Entire shows on eggplant size. Your podcast shit and shit like that. Oh, but it's okay to judge us based on eggplant size. But at the moment that I bring up that there's different types of viscous innards and dependent upon your genetics passed down, would then determine how viscous your innards are. Some of y'all working with some bullshit ass viscous innards. Let's talk about it. It's not very valuable what's down there. It's actually quite trash. But see if I call that out. Oh, God. Misogynist. Well, when y'all talk about eggplant size, does that make y'all misogynist? Oh, is that a quality that I hear over there? Oh, y'all wanted equality, didn't y'all? So it means we can equally talk about the things that we see from y'all as y'all talked about for us for decades. That's what that should mean if you really care about equality. Okay? So allow me to be a viscous innardsologist over here. Yeah, relax over there. Okay? Let's keep going. By the way, I did not plan on doing this entire video, but you guys have been so supportive throughout this stream. Shout out to all the major super chatters. Let me just repeat them real quick. Wife and $300 super chat. Billy the Kid, $201 super chat. The original, $200 super chat. Blue Baggins, $151 super chat. Omni Romna, $150 super chat. Jesus. Blue Baggins, again, a $101 super chat. Damn. And then Omni Romna with another $100 super chat. I had to pause and just give grace to you guys. Thank you guys so much. And as well as everyone else that's down up in there that I don't have time to go through all of the other super chats. But thank you guys so much within that. But because of that, I'm just like, bump it. And all the people that are hitting me up right now, let me just keep on going because they showed me so much respect. But thank you for everybody that donated during the stream. But we still got a little bit more to go.
I wanted to kind of, you know what I mean? It's.
I'm not gonna fees and the coach on the same
Hit
team.
the damn like button.
Hey, look, most of the stuff we talk about, we agree with.
Of course,
deep
we're
down
just
inside.
we're having fun. We're having fun. There's nothing but content. But to the second point is that's the thing with Coach, and I respect him a lot because I also have that Patrick Bet David thing with marriage. Like I'm only getting married once. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, you know, worst case scenario, I'm with you in about 10 years. Go to Columbia. You know what I mean?
Sauce coach
At that junior college.
So but my thing was, if I'm gonna do it once, I want to do everything in my power to make it work.
Yeah.
Because Coach is blessed. Like I view fatherhood as the greatest gift in humanity. I'm not a dad yet. You know what I mean? Adam's not a dad. I know a lot of guys want to be dads.
Yeah.
So to me, I'm like, if you're going to be a dad, try to give your child the best life possible. And the best life possible, as Ali said, is that nuclear family, right?
Yeah, I believe in that.
Protect yourself. If you want to do the prenup.
W's in the chat for Hafiz talking about nuclear families. Yes, that's what the data shows.
Do the prenup. If you want to get leverage, as Coach talked about, get leverage. Protect yourself 100%. I'm not anti-protecting yourself, but my biggest thing is I know a lot of men want to be fathers. I know a lot of men want to be able to at least try to have a family.
W's in the chats for that.
If you're going to do it, get all the tools, not hope. As you said, hope is a bad strategy. Get all the tools, get all the wisdom, get advice from men who have been married successfully, who look at their wife like, oh, I want a woman like that in 30, 40, 50 years. Use that then to make your decision. And so my pushback is always, that's why I wasn't calling you a bitter man. I was saying that his experience, why would he want to get married again? He already has the kids. He already did the marriage thing. Yeah. Why would he? His whole worldview is different. But for most guys in your audience, in my audience, and I'm not sure your age demographics, 18 to 31, bro, they've never done any of this before.
Possibility.
Right.
They want that.
Have that hope.
There's a primal drive
exactly.
related to that.
And Coach, and the reason why I'm so hard on men like Coach is that, like, Coach has all the wisdom in his brain. And I'm not saying you're not doing this, so I want to clarify.
Just real quick, I got a couple of emails regarding these Coach memes. I'm gonna go through these Coach memes on stream real quick at the end of this. All right, we're gonna go through the Coach. Damn, there's a lot of them. There's at least 5 of them right now. We're gonna go through the Coach memes at the end of this. Okay.
Like men like Coach have all the wisdom in his brain to give guys the best plan possible. Since he's seen all the worst case scenario for marriage, he understands.
So get them in right now.
This. If you don't do this, he can create a healthy, amazing blueprint for men to never experience what he went through.
But that's what he's doing.
So to me, I want more of that. I want more content like that. I want more content setting men up for success because, like I said, the reason why America is the way it is and everybody can attest to it, is not enough people are connected to their family and too many people are connected to the state. We need stronger families. We need men leading their families. We need men raising their sons. We have a whole generation of men like that 23-year-old guy who probably has no dad, which is why I love Minek. Shout out Minek. But he's having to call Adam for advice instead of going to his dad. And so to me, I think I'm so passionate about every man having the family that my father had, the family that Patrick had, and I'm consumed with it. And I just want more information out there to help them get wise, protect yourself, get insurance, right? Obviously get insurance, but at the end of the day, pursue what is good and don't just fear worst case scenario.
The benefits and the side effects
Both.
is what
Let
you're
that
looking
hope
for.
still live there and people to know that, it's.
I think what's so interesting about his conclusion right there is that Coach has been saying all of that. I mean, that's the purpose of his platform, from my understanding of it. Literally everything that he was just talking about. But I think it's interesting is because maybe Hafiz doesn't understand how much of what he is saying is the believe strategy, is the hope strategy. It is. I think it'd be a different conversation if, you know what, let's just
Possible. You can still live like, there are obviously things that can happen, and like you state, you should have protections in place for that. But I think to be so fear mongering and kill everyone's idea, or I shouldn't even say you, I should say the person to only consume that fear mongering, that putting that fear in you, this is destined to fail. It's 67%, so you might as well go ahead and just get it all in writing now because it's going to fail. Almost makes people not.
I think one of the questions that I would ask him if I had the opportunity to is, how much do you believe that of the things that you believe in and the way that you believe it, how much do you think, like, what's the percentage that you think it's not the hope strategy? Because if he says something like, no, it's not the hope strategy at all, then it to me, that's delusional. It's not, you're not coming from a realistic perspective, because there has to be a degree of hope within that to do it without a prenup. Logically, I don't see how you get around that. Let's keep going.
Not even have that drive to want to even pursue it. It scares them so much, which then puts a negative towards, it's not really a positive towards what your initiative, you're saying, and what most of our initiatives are, is to have more fathers in the home, and to kind of build those nuclear families. If people are scared, then that's not what's going to happen.
To use a medical analogy, speaking of pills, taking pills, red pill, blue pill, essentially what you're establishing is like, look, talk about the benefits too, homie, but also the side effects.
100%.
So don't just talk about the side effects. That's it. That's it. You're gonna.
You will get nausea.
Exactly. Right. As a nurse, she's a full-on nurse. Take her advice.
And most of the benefits typically are going to be seen as that guy has to put forth that benefit in order to receive the marriage, right? And so she's bringing something, and a lot of people understand that it takes two to tango. There's a yin and a yang, and but the guy has to gamble his benefits, and then he doesn't know what the result is. I actually can speak on that side. So that's what I show, where a lot of people hide. They might hide that. Well, even his mother, hey, I just need some grandkids. And then when he gets divorced, you can't move in here, right? And so that guy's then left alone. I actually bring that type of reality.
Just to wrap this up, then I'm going to turn it over to Nat. Chances you get married again?
Zero.
Not happening.
What if you become an exception to the rule?
Hold on.
What if you become an exception to the rule?
He's zero.
I'm the exception to the rule?
No.
If you become one.
No, I am the
You're saying zero. You're saying zero. What are the chances?
Did she just hit on CGA? Did she just hit on the coach? Get over here, you little bleezy.
I'm the exception to the rule?
No.
If you become one.
Zero.
Not happening.
What if you become an exception to the rule?
Hold on.
I like her
If you become
voice.
an exception to the rule?
He's not. He's zero.
I'm the
Zero.
exception to the rule?
No.
Hold up. Is she choosing our boy?
Hold on.
Is she choosing
What if
our
you become
boy?
an exception to
Uh-oh.
the rule?
He's not. He's zero.
I'm the
Uh-oh. Look at that smile. Uh-oh. She flirting? Flirt game on 1,000. I think she's giving our boy CGA some choosing signals. I see some signals. Do y'all see it? Am I tripping? W's in the chat if y'all agree with me. L's in the chat if you do not. Let me know. Am I tripping? Do I see some choosings?
The
0.
exception to the rule?
No.
Uh-oh.
If you become one.
Uh-oh.
Hold on.
What if you become an exception to the rule?
He's not. He's
Me?
0.
I'm the
0.
exception to the rule?
No.
Choosing signals. I know it when I see it.
If you become one.
No, I am the
You're saying
exception to the
0.
rule.
You're saying 0.
I'm
What are
the
the
Bruce
chances?
Wayne of this, baby.
What are the chances you have another kid?
Probably none. Slim to none, and Slim just died.
Okay, but just to be clear, you're
Jesus. Wait a minute.
you're saying 0.
I'm
What are the
Bruce
chances?
Wayne of this, baby.
What are the chances you have
Go
another
ahead. Go ahead with the Bruce Wayne comment. My G.
kid?
Probably none. Slim to none, and Slim just died.
Okay, but you just to be clear, you're good officially straight up on being a husband,
don't-
but you love being a father. Like you love being
I
a
love
dad.
my kids, man. Let me tell you
Okay.
something, man. I love my kids.
Yeah.
I love that my ex-wife divorced me at the age that I was, because that was a beautiful gift. I appreciate
Okay.
her going off and doing that. But
Okay.
You have to
kids,
deal with
love
her
my
no more.
kids, love my son, love my daughter.
Yeah.
And there'll be a forever love there. And I
Got
hope
it.
men can experience. There's the hope. I hope men can experience that, because
we
it's
go,
a very
Coach.
I
important.
love that.
I agree. I agree. Look at that.
I'm like, he has
Have
hope.
kids. Yeah.
Hey, but one more thing. Let me add to
He
this
has a
before they
heart.
get excited. Let me get excited.
That's a strong laugh. That's a choosing laugh.
Hey, but one more thing.
I bet. Did Coach get the number?
Let me add to
He
this
has a
before they
heart.
get excited. Let me get excited.
He said, "I don't date. I mate." She like that.
Hey, but one more thing. Let me add to
He
this
has a
before they
heart.
get excited. Let me get excited. Let me bring it back. Let me bring it
He's like,
back.
wait,
Let me bring it all back.
Buddy Ryan.
Yeah. Let me get back on defense. She trying to get happy. Look at her. But look, one more thing is there are
strong
options
laugh.
for men other than marriage to have kids. And I present that. So a lot of people miss that, but there are some options.
Such
I know
as?
you're
You
curious.
don't want the drama with it.
There are surrogacies where you can you can actually have a whole family overseas, and people be like, well, my family's overseas, my child is overseas. And many times people that have children overseas, they see their kids more than a lot of men and fathers today see their kid. They live around the corner.
Damn. Okay.
So this is what's happening today. So there is an option.
That's another conversation.
That's a whole other conversation.
I think we
but
can all
there is
agree on this
options.
panel. When Hafiz does have kids, those kids will be very lucky to have Hafiz as a dad.
He gonna be passionate about
100%.
that. Yeah, right?
All right, cool. Let's wrap this up.
Hafiz would make a fantastic father.
Nat, I know you got some super chats and you got some comments.
Yes.
Go for it.
Yes,
Go
yes,
rattle
yes.
them off.
So I want to say thank you to everybody who gave us super chats and comments today. We appreciate it. We are going to go through the $20 and up one just because we have a lot and a little bit of limited time.
All right, I'm not gonna go through the super chats. Here's the thing. Let's go through. I'm gonna go through my email right now, and then we're gonna go through the email right now, and I'm gonna see what your guys' submission for the CGA meme. Holy shit. Okay, let me just start at the bottom. Let me see. All right, wait, hold on. Let me try to download these. Wait, hold on. We're trying to download these. Hold on. What's the best way? I know how to do this. I'm going to put it in Photoshop real quick. Hold on. Let me put this up on the screen. Let me open up Photoshop. All right, hold on. We're gonna do this thing appropriately. Shout out to everybody that's coming down into the building. I appreciate you guys joining me on this damn Saturday. We're not done though. Let's make this appropriate. Let's make this appropriate. All right. Here we go. You guys are gonna see this. Here we go. All right. Hold on. Let me just turn on the light back here. I feel like it's dark as shit in here now. Hold on. Actually, let me go. Look at the hoodie. Oh, look at the hoodie. Guys, I'm going to go to the restroom real quick as well. So let me go over there and release my bladder real quick. Again, down into the chat. Age, sex, location. Especially the ladies that are down up in here. We should get at least 30 ladies that do the age, sex, location. If you see somebody that's from where you at, tell them hello at them. All right? We a family over here. We a community over here. You understand what I'm saying? Let's go. Age, sex, location. While I go back. All right. 47, M, man, USA. 28, male, Pittsburgh. MTR doesn't wash his hands. Nasty boy. 33, female, Toronto. I love Toronto. 31, male, Tokyo. 25, Boston. 23, Yonkers. Yonkers, stand up. Why, yo? What's good? I just heard, didn't Styles P say that he's retiring soon? That brother should never stop making music. Anyway, let's get back in here. All right, let me. Okay, this is Photoshop right here. I'm gonna put the images in here, and I'm gonna ensure file. Okay, here we go. I like this one. Okay, here's the first one. Down into the building. I'm not gonna say your guys' name because I don't know if you know what I mean. I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to say your guys' name just in case for privacy reasons. Here goes the first one. All right, you guys are gonna choose. This is submission number one. This is submission number one. When an old woman says, "A real man would." When an older woman begins to define what a real man would do. Oh, shit. Hold up. That's really good. Okay, this is submission number one. Okay? We're gonna let me hold on. Let me do this in red. We're gonna label them and we're gonna go on and then we're gonna vote on it at the end of it. Okay? We're gonna vote on it at the end of it, all right? Shout out to Casual Jerv for the $10 super chat. MTR, these lives are popping. Please keep doing more of these. And I agree, I think CJA and Nat might have knocked some boots. Allegedly. Let's not put any rumors down up in here. And all of a sudden I got a lawsuit and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But we can form opinions. All right? Shout out, my G. Appreciate the $10 super chat. All right, so this is submission number one. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. File, new. We're going to put another one up there. Okay, all right. We're going to go into submission number two. All right, I'm going to bring this one over. I got to read it first and make sure that y'all didn't put any shit that's going to get me popped off of YouTube. All right, so this is submission number two. Submission number two. When she asked Coach, does having my tits out on IG make me a thought? Submission number two. Documented. All right, let's turn that red real quick. All right. Next one. 1, 2. Okay, this one. All right. I'm going to put this one up in here. New. Yo, who else is going to do live streams like this for you guys? Who else is going to do live streams like this, live and direct? All right. All right. You guys can read this one. When she says, does being on OnlyFans make me a thought? Well, we're going to have to dock some points. This one's not in the typical meme format, but it is what it is, though. We will save this one, and we will put it up for the competition. All right? 3. Hold up. Highlight. That's one thing that this YouTube shit has forced me to do is to become a Photoshopologist. It's crazy. All right, let me get another one down up in here. Next one for submission. Oh my God, you guys just keep sending them in. This one's pretty good. This one's pretty good. Virtual signaling in 3, 2, 1. Oh no! All right, hold up. 5. All right, I'm gonna hurry up to do this. This is number 5. All right, we're gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep on bringing them down. Let me see. Did I do this one already? Yes. Okay, coach. Okay, this one is going to pass the YouTube policy terms of service. So this one is entered into the competition. Okay. Yo, like the video, share, subscribe, all of the good-ish. All of the good-ish. All right? I don't know how many likes we got on the video, but show me respect. When you finna tell this bitch the truth. Let's keep it moving. Let's keep it. Oh, wait, I didn't put a number to this one. What was the last number? The last number was 5. This one is going to be 6. I got so many people hitting me up right now like, yo, where you at? I'm on live. Leave me alone. All right. Oh, shit. How do you... All right, let me put this one down up in here. This one's a double one. This one's a tandem. This one's a tandem. Can you guys hear that? Like the Photoshop noises? I think you probably can. Let's go in here. Let's go in here. How do you label IG girl stats? So many thoughts. I think this one was it 7? The last one was 6, right? Yeah, 6, 7. All right, let's keep on going with the submissions. CGA meme. Oh, this one. Hey, it's submissions from the audience. This one will be number 8. New. Number 8. How feels? You ain't got the answers, coach. Sheesh. That was 9, right? No, that's 8. All right. Now we're on 9. Oh, we're almost. Hold on. Damn, y'all are really. Hold on. Hold on. And we're going to go through a quick review. And then we're going to vote. When an MF capping so hard, you just watch. All right. This one is, what's this, 9? What was the last one, 9? Yeah, 9. You guys can see that, right? Yeah. Boom. 9. Okay. All right, let me get this one. This one will be number 10. When she says, I am the table. Number 10. Hold up. Boom, boom, boom. 10, right? Yeah, 9, 10. And hold up. Hold up. We have a new contender. Hold up. Hopefully you guys are talking about, I can't see the chat right now. Hopefully you guys are talking Hopefully you guys are talking about the winner right now. Number 11. Number 11 is a strong contender. When she thinks y'all are going on a date, but all you got on your mind is to mate. Contender. Contender. All right, let me see. There was an one girl date at night, but coming over later. What's this one? Oh man, the MT Army, yo, y'all are yo, y'all ain't shit. Y'all are not shit. Hold on now. Hold on now. 11 is solid. 11. Hold on, we gonna bring up some of the best. 11 is solid though. This one is not really a meme, but I think it deserves. I didn't create these. You know what I'm saying? That was 11. This one's 12. I got some Patreon members that are telling me to look at my Discord. Let me just see real quick if there's anything in the Discord. Holy shit! There's like 27 in the Discord. Yo, Patreon gang, I didn't know y'all was getting it popping like this. God damn. Hold up, let me put my Discord up on the screen real quick so you guys can see this. Holy shit. It's a lot of the same gentlemen that's down up in the building. Hold on, let me put this on the screen real quick. Hold on. Oh God, hopefully there's nothing. Hold on, I'm gonna put this up on the screen real quick. I'm gonna put this up on the screen real quick. Hold on. You guys are seeing in my private Discord community right now, but I decided to do is listen. If you guys want to be a part of the Discord, I'm trying to hide some of this shit. You know what I'm saying? Because it's private. You understand what I'm saying? I never had a black guy before. There's already people down in there liking the shit. My poom poom tastes like water. September 20. What? Oh my gosh. I can't even repeat. Woof woof. Wow. What's this? Her will you tell her you're a bum and sell weed for a living? I can change him. Oh God, the geeks and the nerds. I built my own PC. Y'all ain't shit. I'll settle for okay, now what are y'all doing now? Okay, I can't put that one up there. Part of the masculinity. Called it. I like your pants. Body count is 1. Oh, y'all not even trying anymore. My viscous innards are the best. What's wrong with my baby daddy? This is just in one chat. I don't know if they've been posting shit in other chats at all. Who's your favorite artist? Cardi B. When she says that you don't need a prenup. Come on now. I'm going to like my own shit on my own server. What's up? When she's 50 and she said OnlyFans is a viable career. Shit. Oh, it just keeps going. I feel like car ride her. FNN. Can I borrow some gas money, honey? Oh, man. All right. Let me take some of the Discord people. You guys can't get into. Oh, my, yo, there's so many more. There's so much more. Okay. Let me. The family going crazy in the building. Shout out to the Discord family. If you guys want to be a part of the family, click the link down in the description. I don't know if it's in this video right here. I have to put it on there. Patreon.com/MTNO. The family going in. If you guys want a community of dope, like-minded people, y'all already know. Come back there. We do private chats back there and everything like that. All right? Come back in there if you want to join the community. You understand me? All right? Okay, now listen. Shout out to the Patreon gang. Y'all really getting it in. I can't believe how many more that it was, though. That's crazy. All right. Now, off of my memory, I want to say 11. When she thinks y'all are going on a date, but all you got on your mind is to mate. I think that was because it's relevant to the current stream that we went over. You understand what I'm saying? Now, I'm going to go through all of these real quick again, and then I want you guys to vote at the end of that. All right? When she says I'm the table, that's 10. Record your answer. Put it down in the chat right now, and then we're going to record it. Okay? 9. When a motherfucker capping so hard, you just watch. That's 9. All right? Let's keep going. Hafiz, you ain't got the answer, coach. All right? So how do you label IG girls' thoughts? So many thoughts. When you finna tell this bitch the truth. Virtual signaling in 3, 2, 1. Hold on. Don't put your answers in there right now. I don't want you guys to dissuade the audience. You understand me? When she says, does being on OnlyFans make me a thought? Well, when she asks Coach, having my tits out on IG make me a thought? Coach's response. Okay, one more. When an old woman says, a real man. What? Those are the submissions. You've seen them all. All right, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 2, 1. Put the answers below. Who wins the CGA meme competition? Put your answers down in there now. Let's go. Let's go. We just going to eye it. We're going to spot it. We're going to see. Let's go. Put one answer. Put one number. I'm seeing a lot of 11s. I'm seeing a couple of 1s in there too. One. Let me look back at 1 real quick. That was a good one right there. The 1 was a good one. The 1 was a good one. 10 is getting a lot too. 1s is getting a lot. I just saw 6. Guys. I think this is the winner. When she thinks y'all are going on a date, but all you got in your mind is to mate. Let me see who was the winner of this. Whoever was the winner of this, send me your Cash App. I owe you, I think I said $30. You win the CGA meme contest. Shout out to CGA for providing us fantastic content. Shout out to Valuetainment Money. Shout out to Hafiz from the Roommates. Shout out, I believe her name was Ali Ray. Shout out to the host. Let me get his name real quick. I'm going to leave a link to that entire thing. If you guys don't want to see me talk about it, you just want to watch the content, I'll leave a link to it down in the description box below as soon as the stream ends. Hold on, let me put this up real quick. And then let me go back down in there. His name is Adam Sosnick. Let me put his stuff back up on there. Adam Sosnick. You think you guys can see that with Adam Sosnick. Okay. Shout out to the content. Here's the thing. I love that that this podcast out there, that we can slow down, we can go line by line, we can really try to understand, because just as Hafiz was alluding to, put up all the information, and then based off of the outcomes that you want in your life, what is the best selection? My decisions and my choices in life may not be 100% of your choices and decisions in life. And that's okay. Listen to me. Listen to other content creators. Listen to CGA. Listen to this Adam Sosnick. Listen to these other people. Listen to Hafiz. Listen to different folks in the sector in order to amalgamate the best version of life for you. This information right here, you guys are so beneficial. When I was growing up, I didn't have this information. I had a fantastic, strong father, which I know a lot of you guys didn't have as well. And I'm forever blessed to have had my father in my life. You understand what I'm saying? But this is the age of information. You have all the information available to you to make the best decision for you. Shout out again to everybody that came through and showed me love, support, and respect. Thank you guys so much. You guys are proving to me I should be live streaming a lot more. I'm glad that you guys came down up in here. You had a fantastic time. I'm glad you spent your Sunday mid-afternoon to early evening with me. We've gone on for almost 5 damn hours, but we committed. We committed. We put in that work up here. So thank you guys. Thank you. All right. Like the video on your way out and make sure that you click on that share button and share content like this within your group chats. All right. If it's not for a 5-hour stream, then there's thousands of other pre-recorded videos that's on the channel that you can share to your heart's content. It's going to be up to you guys in order to get the message out there. All right. Make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you click on that alert button because the algorithm is playing with your boy. But it is what it is. Until next time, YouTube.